pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Routine maintenance is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailer's in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-WRIGHT.
Can we talk about cars being family heirlooms? I know I talked about Mike Donnell's Monza being one of those, and you kind of see those as you go through. This car in the pit lane is a family heirloom. The Two Girls Garage Pinto E&E Trucking. Been a race car for a long time. Shen, the second generation in it. The late Tony Seals was the originator. It's up against Ryan Henry's fourth gen Camaro.
And good morning. We are here. We are back at Bradenton. It is overcast today, but the forecast looks really, really good for the whole weekend. So we're excited about that. Due to the car count, we have a good showing here. Due to the car count, they have waived the time run for today. So we're going to go directly into round one. They have just started to call them to the lanes. And if you know racers like I know racers, it could be a minute or two. We'd like to give a shout out to the Motor Maniacs in South Africa that are watching. There's a new group that has, it might not be that new, but it's new to us, and we thank them for tuning in. Today we are going to have the Pinpoint Upholstery 10K No Box, the Right Trailers 10K No Box, and the R HUD Software 2K Juniors. Yeah, so we've got a action-packed day. I'm not sure what else we might try to stuff in there, but that would be cool too, if we can. We do have a curfew of, I'm not sure if it's 11 or 12. It depends on who you talk to. So we do have a curfew, and they are going to try to get everybody through. Grab whatever you're going to do. Do your honeydew. This is that time of year when you lose track of the days. It is Friday. It is Friday, the 29th of December, 2023. Just in case you lost track, because I know between Christmas and New Year's we tend to do that. Anything else that you can think of? Thank you to Gaspar Body and Paint for bringing Motor Mania in one more time, and for being the title sponsor for this great event. I'm going to hush because the announcer is talking and you may want to hear. Okay? All right. Whoops. That's the wrong one. Bye.
Very many of you in the lanes. If you are not doubled and you're a foot brake driver, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. If you are not there, you're going to start getting mixed in with the no box side of things, where trans brake drivers as well. So just be aware of that. All right, once again, final call for no box doubles. Final call, no box doubles, lanes 5 and 6. Final call, no box doubles. Final call, no box doubles, lanes 5 and 6. Final call for foot brake drivers. Final call, foot brake drivers, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, foot brake drivers. Final call, foot brake drivers, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, remember, if you lose first round, you could get into the re-entry round, half price today, $50. That is handled at Racer Registration, the same place you bought your tech cards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we are about ready to go into round number 1 of No Box once again. Right in eliminations. If you do not get a win light here again, you can buy into the re-entry round at the same place you picked up your tech cards for half price today, $50, and we appreciate everybody's understanding. Obviously, we have a lot of cars here. We want to make sure we get eliminations done in a timely fashion, and speaking of which, we're getting ready to do that, so we have a tradition that we need to do before we put cars in the beam, so we'd ask everybody, please rise, remove your headgear, as we will do our invocation, followed by our national anthem. If you would please bow with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the hardworking men and women that have come here to support the RT Promotion staff, Bradenton Motorsports Park, and their crew, and all the hard work they did overnight to give us a safe and even racing surface. We ask for your blessing in your hands of safeness as everybody works, races, and observes here this entire weekend. We thank you for your many blessings that you give us. We thank you for our soldiers overseas fighting for our freedom and to be able to do this. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. Please remain standing and direct your attention towards the flag as we play our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Gentlemen, once again, thank you all so much for coming out here to join us for day number 1. The Tesla driver gets bonus points for getting out of his vehicle to stand for the national anthem and then gets stuck to the surface trying to get back in. All right, we start out with electricity versus gas power. Thomas Borgia out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, right-hand side, the stick shift Mustang. Dials in at 755, and he will go against Daryl Goheen out of Kansas. Driving the Tesla left side, dials in at 770. The left side will go first. Borgia will drop the clutch and give chase. Round number 1 here. This is Friday. And for the Tesla. If he didn't do it, Borgia was going to do it right behind the Borgia 002 on the red-hand side. And we'll leg it through to go 758, 300ths above. Darrell is 1300ths above, and he can get into the re-entry round. Once again, this is Friday, brought to us by Pinpoint Upholstery. And once again, shout out to our title sponsor, Gaspar Body and Paint. Gaspar, yes, I keep butchering that because I look at the A instead of the E. Thank you, Bill. Gaspar Body and Paint. David Gaspar, I believe, is here competing. I believe his S10 is a different color. Perks of the job. Douglas Hogan out of New Jersey, right-hand side. The 69 Camaro, dial 612. James Paler out of Maryland. The copper-colored Camaro left side. He'll go first. So it's an all-Camaro battle. 4th gen versus 1st gen. Battery action time goes to the 1st gen. Win light goes to the 1st gen. 626 on the 612, above by 1400ths. Paler is taking 1100ths to break out by 5 thousandths. Take 115 and needed to take 110 or less. He'll hopefully find the rearview mirror in the re-entry window. The Animal comes up next, left-hand side. 625 the dial-in against Colin Nash, our first motorcycle. The two-wheeler dials 545. So the Animal in the Monza gets the lead first, left-hand side, and Colin Nash will give chase on the bike. Red Animal 019 green and legs it out to go 618 on the 625. Tony Gambardella wheeling the Camaro on the right-hand side. 627 the dial-in. He'll go nearly heads up with Taylor Pofall. Pofall out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 1983 S10, little small tire ride, dials in 620. So just 700 separate the two cars, and they will leave almost together. 700ths of a second. Handicap goes to Tony, right side. The S10 on the bumper as he lets go of the switch. He is in full control. Win light S10. 620 on a 620 with a 7 on the end of it. Tony legs it out to go under by a little over 300ths. S10 was looking at the sky for 60 feet and turns on the win light. I'm going to bring up the old school direct connection striped. At least it looks like it based on the color choice. Plymouth Duster right hand side, dial 628, 692 for Mike Tell out of Atco, New Jersey. In the 5th gen Camaro, he'll get to go first, left hand side. All right, attention in the pits, I have called now all of Novak. Foot brake and trans brake drivers. Needs two lanes, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, no box. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 at this time, no box. No box, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Couple of good reaction times. Mike Taylor gets the win here, 698 on the 692. He's above by 600ths. Taylor breaks out by 2, taking way too much stripe as they were only separated by 4 thousandths on the reaction time. An all S10 battle comes up next. Layla Gromby out of Pennsylvania making the long toe. 92 model S10, the square one. Dial 725, get the big head start from A. Aaron Reynolds. Reynolds, the house car. 619 the dial in left-hand side. We'll see if Aaron can keep his keep, or he might be sleeping outside here. We'll see if he can turn on the wind light here. They're both staged and ready. Right side's going to go first. We are clean and green. Reynolds left side, Bromby right side, win light, Reynolds. Double breakout, 613 on the 619, under by about 6. Layla breaks it out going 717 with a 9 on a 725. 14 thousandths margin of victory goes to Aaron. He took 6 thou. Rob's shaking his head at the reaction time, but he said, okay, at least he knew how to drive the stripe. Mike Gaffney and Mark Ketterer. Ketterer in the black Mopar, dials in 731. Gaffney in the AMC Chevy on board, and he goes 001 red in the Gremlin. We'll find the reaction window. Ketterer legs it out to go 729 and 731 right side to get the win like Gaffney, 100th above, but he turned it red by 1 thou, and that's the second one I've seen today that's 001 red. That's the heartbreaker. We call them pink sometimes. Light pink. Once again, I need all no-box entries. All no-box entries. Round number 1, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All no-box entries. all no box entries. Foot brake and trans brake, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. JT Scheffler and John Smith Jr. And Smith's going to get the win as JT turns the red light on. The Capri left 18 thousandths too soon. He goes 637 on the 635. John Smith in the LS-powered Nova goes 560 on the 562 with a 17 tree. He's ready for round number 2. Michael Sweeney and Brandon Williams next. Williams in the Fire Turd. Yeah, that's what he calls the Firebird. Dial 730 right side. He gets a head start for Michael Sweeney. Sweeney in the Edgewater Florida-based Mustang left side dials in 650. So right side goes first by 0.8 of a second. Call it 1.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Brandon Williams, this is his home turf right here. He would like to be able to get some win races for his day, and he looks like he's on his way to one right here as Sweeney did not have the coffee this morning. And Williams takes advantage. You wouldn't think 2300ths above your dial-in would get the win, but Sweeney was late, like somebody tapping on the window late, and then goes 677 on the 650. How about a couple of clean white entries coming up next? The X-Stock Eliminator car of Chris Stevenson out of Bellington, Alabama. 74 model Buick Apollo. No, it's not a Nova. This is a Buick Apollo. An X-Stock Eliminator car now dialed 623. I believe one of the Stewart drivers, I believe, is on the left-hand side. Clean-looking Olds Cutlass. 617 the dial-in, so just 0.06 of a second separate these two. The small tire ride of Stevenson gets to go first, right-hand side. National event winning Buick Apollo and Stock Eliminator, and this guy's going to sit here round number 1, probably against somebody who doesn't have any idea. Oh, went for the transfer. So Stevenson gets an automatic W here, and it's a good thing because he let go 16 thou red. The Oldsmobile went for the trans brake and found nothing. Stevenson legs it out to go 6 thousandths under, so the dial-in was correct. He was just 16 thousandths of a second too early. He's going to get that time slip and say, okay, I better slow down my release finger or my foot. Tough break there for left-hand side. Once again, all no box entries, all no box entries. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, foot brake and trans brake, all no box entries, all no box entries. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ken Grant and Blake Carnell. Here's a good matchup for round number 1. Carnell out of Warner Robins, Georgia, 82 model S10 right side. 713 the dial-in. He gets to go ahead. He gets to race the Ty Georgia-based two-face Nova of Ken Grant. How about a 562 dial-in, which means he's letting go in first gear. Might be a big wheel stand coming left-hand side. We'll see if he's got it under control. A little bit of tire spin there for Grant, and he's going to get the W as Blake turns it red by a bunch. Legs it out to go 718, and Ken Grant was 008 on the green side, but the car spun the tires off the hit. And he will get away with one there as he coasts to an 11-second pass. Ethan Snyder and Carly Bryan up next. Bryan in the big block powered Nova left side, 661 the dial-in, 668 the dial-in for Snyder in the 1978 model Chevy Malibu. Snyder turns it red. And she legs it out to go 4 above. Ethan breaks it out by 6 thou after the red light. about to go 2 above. 705 on the 703. Nathan turns it 1 foul red. That's the 3rd one we've seen so far today. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anybody has a welder, and we are looking for a TIG welder, if you have access to a TIG welder, please come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. We'll give you the information of the gentleman needs it. Red light left-hand side for Jeff Sowers. Another double 0-1 red light. The 4th one we've seen this round. GJ Cruz is 24. Green legs the wheel standing Camaro out to be 3 thou under. Sowers breaks it out by a little over 0.04 of a second after turning it painfully 0-01 red. Everybody going after the tree this morning. Here comes our next pair. Bob Bjorkman and Bob Walsh. It's an all Bob starting line. Bjorkman, who used to drive a copper-colored Camaro, now behind the wheel of the 72 Dodge Dart left-hand side. 648 the dial in. Look at the head start from Bob Walsh out of Bradenton. The Boulder Racing-based 1989 Mustang. Small block Ford on board, EDOS 620 right side. Once again, all no-box drivers, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you have not made a pass in round number 1 yet, we need you now. Clean and green both sides of the racetrack. Bob Walsh right side, Bob Bjorkman left side, win, light, Walsh. 1 above the 620 dial in with a better reaction time. Bjorkman is 2 above. 34th thou margin of victory goes to Bob Walsh. Little Chevy versus Ford battle next. That'll bring up Paul Allen. Allen in the Maverick left-hand side, backed by Two Girls Garage, who ironically is one of our sponsors here this weekend. 688 the island for the Maverick will race Trey Bunner. Bunner in the 3rd-gen Camaro right side out of Bushnell, 1987 model. 621 the island for the small block powered Camaro. Paul Allen goes first. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Paul Allen left side, Trey Bunner right side. Win, right, goes to Bunner. Allen 003 takes 70 to break out by 5. Needing to take 65 thou or less. Bunner takes advantage. It goes dead on 5 with a 63 tree and gets away with one. Paul Allen will visit the re-entry window and wonder why he didn't give it a little bit more brake pedal. Mike Tell back around on his second entry, 5th-gen Camaro left side, dot 697. Will go up against the 609 dialed Oldsmobile. I believe this is either Matt Daddis or Gage Birch. I know Gage ran it at the $1 million race up at St. Louis. The ex-Superstocker, dial 609 right side. And he turns it red and wheels up right-hand side on a 002 red light behind him. Oldsmobile will get the win, though. 602 on the 609, got a little bit in reserve. Once again, all no-box entries, all no-box entries. If you have not run round number 1 in each of the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, all no-box entries. All no-box entries, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Bob Benzanger. Hopefully I did not butcher that. Northmore Florida base S10 left side, dial 647. We'll get the slight head start from Donnie Hagar. The WDRA no-box champion of the world this year, 633. We got ourselves a good one right here. Clean and green win, light, Donnie. In a double breakout, 011 on the tree, breaks it up by 28 thousandths. Rob on the S10 gets an 014 on the tree and breaks it out by 33 thousandths. 5 thou margin of victory in the double breakout. An 11 to a 14 tree goes to Donnie Hagar. Kobe Tolliver up next. Virginia-based S10 left side, 620 dial in, 655 the dial in for D. Ray Litney. 69 model Camaro, based out of St. John's, Florida. He will get to go first in the wheel standing blue 69 Camaro. Once again, all no box entries for round number 1. All no box entries. Round number 1. I need you. Toby Tolliver in control and reaction time win by Tolliver. Tolliver's ahead by 8. D goes above by a tenth of a second. 665 on the 655. Tolliver has plenty of room and goes 628 on the 620. This is Kevin McNichol wheeling his son's car. Not behind the wheel of his normal 69 Firebird X Stalker, dials 840, gets 2 seconds head start from John Singleton. Singleton into the cornet. Gonna get wheels up Chase. Dials in at 640. And he will get there. 655 on the 640. As Kevin legs it out to go 854 on the 840. Could not run the dial in, and that gave Singleton room. That'll move the S10 into the next round, or excuse me, that'll move the Dodge into the next round. Clean looking little S10 comes up left-hand side. Phil Combs, Philbilly, dials in 608 on the S10 pickup truck. He will race Jerry Vizzo. Vizzo out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, 1967 model Chevy Tunova. He dials in at 625. The right-hand side gets to go first. In the 625, he's under by 26 thousandths. Phil Holmes breaks out by 300ths. 4th out margin of victory goes to Jerry Vizzo, and he had a nice 0-12 reaction time. That forced Phil Combs to stay after it probably a little longer than he normally would have, and we'll probably see Phil Billy back in the re-entry round. Paul Vizzo, the son of Jerry, coming up in the 1966 model Chevy Nova. He dials 623 out of Brandon, Florida, right side. 563 for clean-looking little S10 pickup truck left side. No information on that driver as of yet. So Vizzo will go first, right side. And Vizzo turns around by 5 now. Left side, double 04 green. And goes under by 800ths, and Vizzo is under by 12 thousandths. Vizzo, 5 thou red, truck 4 thou green. Everybody going after the Christmas tree this morning. We'll bring up Curtis Peak and Michael Hart in Debbie Young's Mustang. Left-hand side dialed 608 out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Curtis Peak in the S10 pickup truck dialing in 685. So Peak gets to go first right-hand side, and Michael Hart will give chase. Above by 500ths. Hart is above by 300ths. Whole shot victory for Curtis Peak by 37 thousandths of a second, and the S10 will go to round number 2. Michael Hart can visit the re-entry window and racer registration on the tower side of the racetrack. Carlos Arroyo Jr. and Gavin Hamby coming up next. Hamby right-hand side, 659 dialing on the S10 truck out of Georgia will race Arroyo Jr. out of Puerto Rico. Clean look at second generation Camaro, 1,587. And he goes 591 on the 587 for the victory. Hamby breaks it out by 400ths after the red light. That'll bring up Cuda Mike Clifford next. the 1966 Barracuda right-hand side of the racetrack. And he will race Mike Gaffney. Gaffney back around on his second entry in the Chevy-powered 77 Gremlin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not raced at Bradenton before, we ask that you please put your dial-ins nice, neat, and legible left side of the car so we can see them from the top row of the power plate. Win lights on for Mike Gaffney in this entry as Clifford turns it red. Gaffney will leg it out to go 719 on the 721. Clifford under by a bunch, 665 on the 672. Jeff Stewart and J.D. Anderson come up next. Anderson in the Tesla, a regular here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Dials in 624. He'll give the big head start to Jeff Stewart. Stewart in the Mordor four-door 1972 Olds Cutlass. Dial 720 left side. He gets to go first by almost 1 full second. Tesla, win light goes left side. 723 on the 720, above by 300ths. Anderson got on the brakes, didn't think he was going to get there in time, and goes 6 above. Stewart gets the win by 0.006 of a second. Jesus Alberto and Amy Ferrante. Ferrante in the Fox Mustang on the right-hand side, dial 613. 672 for the 1996 S10 pickup truck of Jesus Alberto left side. Jesus goes first. Sides of the racetrack. Jesus turns it 11 thou red. Amy is 2 thou red behind him and goes 610 on the 613. Amy will move on to round number 2. Jesus can find the buyback window. Kurt Sandry and Tim Housey. Housey, the 1983 model Chevy Camaro, right-hand side, 648. That island go nearly heads up with Kurt Sandry in the Nova, dialed in 650. Just 200ths of a second separate the two, so they're going to leave almost together. Winlight Camaro, 647 on the 648, beating the 640 on the 650. Right-hand side, the winning reaction time started with a 2. I know there's drivers that literally cringe when I say that. First round of no box, and when you say the winning reaction time started with a 2, and there's people that are not getting a Winlight with a 14 tree. Leanne Eatman coming up next. North Carolina-based 1969 model Chevy Nova right-hand side, 595 dial-in. We'll swing that start to the convertible Mustang left-hand side. Corbin Fleming Dittenberg. 633 dial-in for the drop-top Mustang. Attention in the staging lanes, 2X, 5X. Please report to your vehicle. Car number 2X, 5X. Please report to your vehicle immediately. We are missing a driver. Car 2X, 5X. We need you to your vehicle immediately. Nova in and ready. Mustang joins. Tree fires and start both sides. Leanne even right side. Corbin Fleming Dittenberg left side. Winlight Nova. 609 on the 595, 1400ths above. Corbin gets there first by 1400ths to break it out by 2.5. Take 146 and needed to take 121 or less. Winlight Nova. Mickey Pearson, Dan Sawyer's next. Sawyer's 1971 model plush Monte Carlo. Yeah, it is. I've actually sat in it. It is a plush ride. 835 dial-in right side. Mickey Pierce, your sportsman champion here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Dial 710 in the Camaro left side. Dan Sawyers goes first on the right. Win light's going to go to Mickey Pierce as Dan Sawyers goes 8:48 on the 8:35. Mickey Pierce 7:17 on the 7:10. Had the better reaction time. Dan just picked the wrong dial in. Hopefully he will find the re-entry window, and we'll see the Monte Carlo back again. Mike Van Zyl and Jeff Grafton next. Grafton in the Tesla right-hand side out of Loxahatchee, 667 the dial in. He gives a head start to Michael Van Zyl. The F-150 pick-em-up truck out 7:30. And the red light on for Jeff by 5 thousandths of a second in the Tesla. Pickup will go to round number 2. 7:39 on the 7:30. Grafton goes 6:90 on the 6:67. The first of many times I'm sure I will say it this weekend. The Soul Snatcher, Josh Sutton Jr. Out of Tennessee, the 2015 Kia Soul left-hand side, 11:27 the dial-in. Look at the dial-in on the right-hand side, 6:40 for Shauna Fifield Whitaker. Out of Cocoa Ford, 1972 model Vega. Almost cuts the dial-in of Josh Sutton Jr. in half. The Soul Snatcher, I believe on day 2 of finding out who will break first, Josh or Haley. Not sure what the over-under ratio is right now, and I'm not sure if they still talk to each other. We will find out. Josh gets the big head start left side. And Josh turns it red by 16 thousandths. Get the easy win, and then Vega comes around and guts to a stop just past the 60-foot mark. Wow. Shauna came off the starting line. The car spun and whipped almost a 180 and somehow did not touch anything. So via the red light from Josh Sutton Jr., Shauna gets the win and made it to the 60-foot mark in a spin. I have seen a lot of things at the racetrack. I can honestly say that is a first. So Shauna will go back to the pit area, probably change underwear, and recover for round number 2. And Sutton will have a story to tell that will most likely start with, y'all ain't gonna believe this. Once again, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you have access to a TIG welder, we have a junior dragster that is in need of some work. If you can come to the top floor of the tower and let us know, we will pass that information along to that driver, and we do appreciate it. Also, I am looking for a MagnaFuel 275 fuel pump. A MagnaFuel 275 fuel pump. If you have one or have access to one, Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren with the copper-colored S10 pickup truck, the Chop Top S10 pickup truck, is looking for one. You can find him. It says Fuzzy's Dime on the door, or you can come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. We will get that information to him. We appreciate it. while we have a minute, we're touching up the racetrack. We do appreciate each and every one of you coming out to the RT Promotions New Year Nationals, the 9th annual here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. I believe this is the 3rd year, possibly the 4th year, actually. I have to start thinking about that. I think it's the 3rd year we're having it here. Well, as I mentioned earlier, Wade and Tyler working all night, never stopped on the racetrack to get everything done. They had to scrape it past to the 8th mile, I believe, in order to get it right after all the rain that we had. And we appreciate their efforts. Once again, those are two very tired individuals. And if you see them out and about, I don't know if patting them on the back would be the right thing. They might fall over from lack of sleep. But you can at least give them a high five or shake their hand and tell them thank you so much for the hard work. While we're handing out the thanks, once again, we do appreciate our main sponsor, Gaspar Body and Paint. David Gaspar is out here. We appreciate David and his great crew being on board. Thank you so much for once again being a part of the RT Promotions New Year's Nationals. We also appreciate Pinpoint Upholstery. They are our Friday sponsor, paying $10,000 to win in box, $10,000 to win in no box, $2,000 to win in juniors. Lots of great associate sponsors that I will tell you about throughout the days here for the next 3 days as we touch the racetrack up here a little bit. Once again, a big shout out also to MotorMania. You can tell your friends and family at home to check out MotorManiaTV.com as well as MotorMania on YouTube. And you can watch all the racing action from right here at BMP. Also, do not forget the Drag BMP app. You can check out all the incrementals on your favorite mobile device. All right, once again, as we are working on the racetrack right now, ladies and gentlemen, if by some chance I butcher your name, and I'm not doing it intentionally, Rob does not give me bonus points for butchering people's names. If he did, I'd be rich by now. But if by some chance I do butcher your name, feel free to either find me on Facebook and constructively tell me I'm wrong, or you can come to the top floor of the tower and let me know, and I will try my best to butcher it less or not butcher it at all. I mean, I'm going for singles here, not home runs, when I say butcher it less. But once again, I would like to get everybody's name right. As a fellow racer, I understand what it's like to have your first or last name butchered. Mine has been done plenty. If you do not get a win light in round number 1, keep in mind the re-entry window is open. We will run a re-entry round between rounds 1 and 2. And entries for that are $50 today for the box and no box cars. They are $20 for juniors, and that could be done on the tower side of the racetrack at racer registration. All right, here comes our next pair, little Mustang on Camaro battle. Mustang dials 672 left side, Camaro dials 767 right side, so the Camaro gets good first. Mustang got a good chase. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Win light Camaro. 769 on the 767 above by 2. Mustang goes 677 on 672 above by 5. 3-thou margin of victory goes to the Camaro. Brian and the Mustang had the better reaction time. Camaro gets the win going closer to the dial-in. Jennifer Vignola coming up next out of New Jersey. Big tire Camaro right side. 605 dial-in. Robert Kemp left side and Georgia-based S10 dials in 737. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Robert Kemp left side. Jennifer Vignola right side. Win light goes to the S10. 733 on the 737 under by 36 thousandths. 601 with a 4 on the 605 is also under by 36 thousandths. So it goes to the reaction time, and the reaction time for the S10. Win light goes to the S10. S10 versus Nova battle in our next one. S10 dial in right side, 725 will get the big head start by over 1 full second from Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall out of Pennsylvania, 1966 Chevy 2. He will dial in 615 left side. So the S10 gets to go first right side. The Deuce gets to play chase left side. Kevin. 630 on the 615 with an 023 tree. Pickup truck was a little bit late and one above. Mustang versus Tesla next. There's Daryl Goheen coming around on his second entry. The Kansas-based Tesla dial 780. 639 the dial in for Johnny Tolosano. Every now and then we get to see Johnny Tolosano in the recently revamped and painted and cleaned up Mustang out of Jupiter, Florida. He builds engines for a living, and every now and then we get to see him at the racetrack. 639 dial-in for JT. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Daryl Goheen left side, Johnny Tolosano right side. Win light goes to the Tesla. 777 on the 780 under by 29 thousandths. Johnny breaks it out by 7.5 hundredths. Daryl Goheen had the better reaction time. JT might just be a little out of practice. We'll probably see him back in the re-entry round. S550 chassis Mustang comes up next right side. 750 the dial-in. 691 the dial-in for Keith Paler in his second entry in the copper-colored or sunset orange metallic Camaro. Probably sunset orange. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks close. We are clean and green on both sides of the racetrack. Camaro versus Mustang battle. Camaro already on the brakes and gets the win light. 690 with a 9 going under by a thou. Mustang breaks out by a 1/10 of a second. That's all in the reaction time is Keith Paler. His reaction time started with a 0, and the other side did not. That swings the win light. Steve Welch and Richard Shipp next. The Shipp family racing operation out of Port St. Lucie, 1985 Mustang left side, $720, $698 for the Mopar, and Steve turns on the red light. Unfortunately, he left the wheel too soon. Richard Shipp will take advantage. Mustang driver legs it out to go 719 on the 720. Welch goes under by 400, going 694 on the 698. Dillman and Gage Birch next. The big tired Challenger, 568 dial and 6 flat for Gage Birch in the little small tired Mustang. Gage Birch shows up 19 green and legs it out to be about 500ths under. Mopar turns it red, legs it out to be 800ths above. Gage Birch, Bradenton is his home racetrack and he shows why. He's ready to go for round number 2. All S10 battle coming up next. I believe this is Philbilly on the left-hand side. Could be the second entry. No driver information as of yet. 606 dial and 717 for CJ Ketterer out of Pennsylvania in the black S10 on the right-hand side. He gets to go first by a little over 1 full second on the Christmas tree. Both of them coming to play on this one. Green lights a pair, win, white goes to Ketterer. How about dead on the dial-in with a 3 with a 20 tree to be 23 total. Philbilly is 613, dropping the nose with a 004 tree. Didn't like the finish line and got out of it. CJ takes advantage. 20 green, dead on 3 for the W. All Mopar battle coming up next. Left-hand side dial 626. Mark Ketterer out of Pennsylvania. The 78 Aspen dials in 731 right side. He gets to go first by a little over 1 full second in the Mopar battle here. We are clean and green on the racetrack. Better reaction time left side. Win light goes left-hand side. Dead on the dial in 626 with a 9 with an 037 tree. That locks out Mark Ketterer's 059 tree, and he breaks it out by 24 thousandths, taking 11. Mathematically ineligible and had no chance. Once again, final call for no box. Final call, no box. Round number 1, final call, no box. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, final call, no box. Final call, no box. I need you to tower side of the racetrack at this time if you will not participate in round number 1. Michael Nobles and John Viana coming up next. Viana, the 1982 model Chevy Camaro, the first year of the 3rd gen. We'll line up right-hand side 650 to dial in. Nobles dialing 645 in the little 1984 Dodge Charger. Based out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. So they will leave almost together, just 0.05 of a second separating the two on dial-ins. To win 648 on the 645. Viana legs it out to go 1 above the dial-in, but an 071 red light eliminated him from the start. Another Mustang versus Camaro battle coming up next. Austin Logan and Wendell Lakes. Lakes in the white Fox hatch Mustang on the right-hand side. 585 the dial-in, 603 the dial-in for Austin Logan in the Logan Brothers operation, 1986 model Camaro out of Port Charlotte, Florida. He'll go wheels up and lead first, left side. Once again, no box, no box. Round number one, I need you to the tower side lanes, please. If you are in no box and have not run round number one, I need you to tower side staging lanes, please. Wheels up on both sides, and the Mustang has problems. This one's all Austin Logan if he catches it in time, and he does. 619. Wendell Lakes was laid off the Christmas tree and was probably not going to get around Austin Logan's 016 green light. So Lakes has problems and is slowing as he reaches the 8th mile mark. Don't know if the car lost fire or what happened, but the car is slowly getting there. And it looks like he may come to a complete stop here. So much for being here.
friendly face, no reflection from my soul, emptiness is rising tall, calling to my brighter side, wishing for a place to hide.
A lot of great sponsors here bringing us the 9th annual New Year Nationals, and we appreciate each and every one of them. The Junior X Driving School, Chassis Engineering, Platinum Products, Easy Life Motorsports, FTI Performance Competition Converters and Transmissions, Darlington Dragway, Cross Racing, GRE, Goolsby Racing Enterprises, Briggs Auto Sales, Dan Bulgari, SRQ Plumbing, Base Coast Speed and Custom, Ken Grant Snap-On, and then also a thanks to vendors that are on site, Modern Garage, Car Chicks, Lemonade Express, and New York Italian Sausage. All of them are located on the right-hand side of the racetrack near the big white tent for our on-site vendors. We do appreciate them being here. Also, Wright Trailers, one of the sponsors of a day. They are actually sponsored for Saturday. They have a display trailer that is located behind the staging lanes right next to KC Photography, and KC is on-site shooting each and every car that goes down the racetrack. I believe our request for a mobile welder has been answered, but Chad Kennedy, thank you so much for letting me know. I do appreciate it. I do believe we had a gentleman that came up here and we got it taken care of. I sent him down to talk to them. But if by some chance that did not work out, we'll relay that. Racers, don't forget that on Saturday, a couple of great things will happen. Racer Appreciation Dinner brought to us by Thornton Motorsports at Barbecue from the Clean Plate Club. We appreciate them. That'll be over at the Big White Tent on the west side of the racetrack, the non-tower side. Also, McMaster's Lawn Care and Pest Control Services will provide us the fireworks show on Saturday night, brought to us by Burning Rose. Also, thanks to Two Girls Garage. They have jumped on board as a sponsor for this year, as well as Athens Service Center from Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you so much to all those great folks. Let's get back to the racing. Larry Pappas and Tony Gambardella, all Camaro battle. Larry Pappas left side out of New Jersey, 69 Camaro down 624. 624 for Tony Gambardella, so it's a heads-up race. We have clean green on both sides of the racetrack, and we have matching reaction time. Who gets the win light? Tony Gambardella puts together a 41 pack, 34 green, dead on 7. Larry Pappas hits the brakes and gets behind to go 300ths above. They were both 034 on the tree. They had the same dial in, so they had to decide if they wanted to take or get behind. Tony says, I'll take it. Pappas says, I'll get behind. Good drag race right there. Here comes our next pair. The second Logan Brothers racing entry. This is Travis Logan, left-hand side, third gen 1987 model Camaro. 614 dial-in, 605 dial-in for Dustin Carroll. Dustin Carroll, right-hand side, 605 the dial-in in the Chevy Nova. Lanes 3 and 4, drivers suit up, please. Lanes 3 and 4, drivers suit up, please. So Dustin Carroll and Travis Logan. Good matchup for round number 1 right here. Carroll, no stranger to the bottom bulb. Logan, we see, do battle on both bottom and top side in the Chevy Camaro. Camaro goes first. We are clean and green and double O's, a pair of them. 002 and 005 win like Carroll. 607 on the 605 with a 005 tree. Logan is 002, takes 73 to break out by 52 thousandths. Excuse me, 42 thousandths. Took 73 and needed to take 31 or less. Win like Carroll. Danielle Mockney coming up next, the recently revamped 1986 Mustang. The Mike and Danielle Mockney family racing operation. They have more than a few cars here this weekend. 619 dial-in for the Mustang. 628 the dial-in for a beautiful model G-Body Malibu. No driver information on it as of yet. Right side goes first by 900ths of a second based on the dial-ins. So 57 tree, and also going 9 thousandths under the dial-in, but no good when you only have 2 thou to play with. Danielle Mockney to round 2. That brings up the Animal in the Chevy Monza left side. 623 the dial-in, 640 the dial-in for the Bouldering Racing Operation S10 pickup truck. I'm not sure who's behind the wheel. The Boulder Racing S10 right-hand side. The Animal left-hand side. The Animal going wheels up once again, and Boulder Race turns the red by 60 thousandths of a second. Animal 11 green, and legs it out to be about 600ths under. Bob Yorkman up on his second entry, the 72 Dart out of Fort Myers, style 652. 11:28 for Josh Sutton Jr. in the Soul Snatcher, back on his second entry. He had the unenviable right of staging against the car that finished the run, pointed the wrong direction. You can go back and watch it on Motor Mania. It was quite interesting. Sutton gets to go first by about, 4.5 seconds. 4.76 seconds if you want to know for sure. And both of them are clean and green. Bob Yorkman's got a long way to catch the Soul Snatcher. And he can't do it as Sutton is 007 on the green side and 300ths above. Bob Bjorkman, a little late on the Christmas tree, breaks it out by 12 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Sutton makes up for the first entry being red and turns on the win light here. Amy Ferrante out of Wesley Chapel in the Fox Mustang comes up in her second entry, 6'11" the dial-in. Kevin Mendenhall likes the dial-in and says, I'll match it in his second entry in the Chevy Nova left side. So 6'11's a pair of them. This is the second time we've had a heads-up dial-in contest. Goes to Amy in a double breakout, 6'10" with a 2, under by 8 thousandths. Kevin Mendenhall goes 6'09" on the 6'11", under by 200ths. Win light goes to Amy, but she had the better reaction time as well. Chris Norris and Tommy Borgia. Borgia in the 6 Mustang, and he'll go to round number 2 as he drops the clutch pedal and Chris Norris turns it red in the Chevy Nova. Borgia goes 754 in the 759, but the breakout is okay when Norris turns it red. Bo Grimes and Brian Shook next. Shook out of Northport, 760 dial-in on the Blazer right-hand side. We'll get the head start from Bo Grimes. The Tennessee-based 98 Model S10 pick-em-up truck, 638 dial-in left side. Once again, my final call for no box. Round number 1, final call no box. Round number 1, lanes 3 and 4, please. Final call no box. Final call no box. Round number 1, lanes 3 and 4. If you have not made your pass in round number 1, we need you down. Green light reaction times. S10 left side, Blazer right side, fan light, Blazer. Shook is 016 green, 764 on the 760. Grimes takes 108 thousandths to break out by 53 thousandths. 003 take 102 and needed to take 50 or less. Win light Shook. Danny Pylan and David Gaspar. Gaspar Body and Paint's own 1987 S10 left side, dial 660, 595 for Danny in the 78 Camaro right side. So Danny will get the win. The close in Florida's Camaro is 038 green and lays it out to be 55 thousandths under. Gaspar lays it out to be 655 on the 660. Here's a race that could have happened at any particular Saturday or Sunday bracket race here at BMP. They didn't need to wait for this event to do it. Daniel Young and Dan Baldry. Both drivers have picked up victories this year here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, and they'll match up against each other in round number 1 right here. Dan Baldry from SRQ. He's a plumber by trade. Has quite a few cars that he normally takes to the racetrack between himself, his 2 daughters, and usually Bob Walsh also bringing a hot rod along. 614 the dial-in for the 68 Camaro right side. Dan Young in the ex-stock Eliminator Firebird left side out of Palm Harbor. He's a firefighter by trade. 632 the dial-in for the small block Chevy-powered Firebird. Couple of foot brake drivers getting after each other right here in round number 1. Legs it out to go 6 flat on a 614. He's getting a little bit of hold in the pocket. 630 on the 632 for Dan Young. He was down a little more honest, but Dan Baldry either misjudged the dial or said, I know I can get there. Dan Fuzzy Dice Warren comes up next. The Chop Top S10 pickup truck right-hand side, 636 dial-in. He'll run John Schaefer the second. Shaver in the Sarasota, Florida-based 1982 Mercury Capri. No, don't call it a Mustang. This is the Mercury side. 637 dial-in, so they're dialed almost heads up. John gets to go first left side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take Win light's going to go to John Schaefer, the second in the Capri. 644 on the 637, 700ths above. Warren goes 600ths above. Schaefer had the better reaction time in the Capri, so the win light goes left side. Keith Collins Sr. comes up next left side. The KC Automotive's back. Big block Chevy Nova 570 dialing. Michael Brand the second. Beautiful looking 1967 Chevy Camaro with the vinyl roof and all out of Alpharetta, Georgia. He gets to go first by 7400ths of a second. Caught 1.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Was going to do it right behind him, and Collins legs it out to go 593 on a 570. Brand breaks it out by 8 thousandths and probably is not going to want to see the other side of that time slip. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take box double enter door cars. Box double enter door cars, lanes 1 and 2, tower side, please. Box double enter door cars. Box double enter door cars, lanes 1 and 2, tower side of the racetrack. Box double enter door cars. Box double enter door cars. Lanes 1 and 2, tower side of the racetrack, please. Once again, make sure you have your dial-ins nice, neat, legible on the left-hand side of the car. Renee Meyerhofer will come up next. The LS-powered Dodge Dart, formerly out of Switzerland, is now making his home in Florida. He will dial 563 left side. Nasty Nick Hastings, the Pontiac T1000, out of Nationwide Auto Sales right-hand side. 618 the dial, and he picked up a win here just a couple weeks ago. It was a $50,000 win. He'd like to be able to tack another 10 onto it. He's not going to do it that way. He turns it 6-style red. Renee gets away with one there, 041 green, and breaks it up by 18 thousandths. Nasty's holding about 500ths. More than likely, we will see Nasty Nick Hastings back around for a second entry or the re-entry round. Once again, box, double enter door cars, box, double enter door cars, lanes 1 and 2, box, double enter door cars, box, double enter door cars, lanes 1 and 2. For round number 1, I need you now, box, double enter door cars. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Aaron Reynolds comes up on his second entry right side, 617 on the S10, little wagon left-hand side, about 765. Reynolds going to give chase, and does so on a better reaction time. Win light goes to Reynolds. 611 on the 617, breaks it out by 58 thousandths. 744 on the 765, left side is under by more than 0.2 of a second, and Aaron Reynolds was 007 on the tree, so that forced the wagon into a big breakout. Aaron Reynolds takes both entries to round 2. Morgan, Carolyn, Wyatt, Big Papa, Palmatier come up next. Palmatier behind the wheel of the S10 pickup truck out 620 left side. 615 for Morgan, Carolyn, the 68 Camaro out of South Carolina right side. It's only 500ths of a second separate them on the dial-ins. Big Papa goes to go first. Big Papa, painful 001 red, and Morgan 4-thou red behind him. Both of them going for the throat, and Wyatt turns it red first. Morgan gets the win. 607 on the 615. Ryan Snipes and Tim Butler. Wow, where is Tim Butler on the win margin now? Is he above 500, I believe, somewhere? Guy who pretty much has his name etched in history between all the wins he's picked up between here, Clearwater, Florida, and Immokalee. 1979 model big block Camaro, 593 down on left side, 575 for Ryan Snipes, and another right-hand side. And this one is going to get good. 1 thou separated on reaction time. Win by Butler, 7, 595 on the 593, get there first by 9 foul. Snipes is 006, 578 on the 575. Butler 7, take 9 for the victory. Good drag race right there as expected. Jathan Mendenhall and Jeremy West next. West, who I have seen plenty of this car between Gainesville and here at BMP in the last about month and a half. 65 Chevy, 2 from Port Charlotte, dialed 640. 614 the dial in for Mendenhall's Pennsylvania-based S-Dime left side. Once again, box, door car doubles. Box, door car doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Box, door car doubles. Box, door car doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. For round number 1, box, door car doubles. Box, door car doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Win light goes to Jeremy West, 006 green on the tree, and gets the victory over the 029 from Mendenhall. Good race there. Win light goes to West. Jennifer McNolan and Taylor Pofall coming back around on their second entries. Clean little S10 on the left side. The small tire rides out 617. 601 the dial in for the big tire Camaro on the right side. Taylor gets to go first left side. And turns it red by 2,000 in the second. Jennifer was ready 017 green and legs it out to go 6 flat with a 7, just 0.03 of a second away from a pretty solid run. And Taylor, unfortunately, turns it red and has a little bit of tire spin right after it. Here comes our next pair. The Dodge Challenger right-hand side, 578 that island. Left side, 644 on the 641 above by 3. Right side breaks it out by 4.5 hundredths of a second, but the reaction time started with a 1. And that gives Tom plenty of room. He gets the win left side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the T-shirt trailer is now open. If you'd like to pick yourself up some New Year Nationals apparel, go and visit them. They're on the right-hand side of the racetrack next to the big white tent. Our shout out to Treasure Coast Embroidery and GRE for getting all the merchandise handled for the New Year Nationals. Go over and pick yourself up some New Year National swag. Carly Bryan and John Smith Jr. all Nova battle on the starting line. Carly dial 664 left side, 562 right side. And John Smith lets go 24,000 early. Bryan is 028 green and legs it out to be 2 above, 666 with a 0 at 102 miles an hour in the Family Nova. John Smith will find the re-entry window. Once again, if you do not get a win light on your side of the racetrack in round number 1, you can visit the racer registration booth, which is located on tower side of the racetrack where you paid for your tech cards, and they will take your money. It's half price today. $50 in box and no box, and $20 in junior dragster to get you back into round number 2. We dropped the buyback by 50% because we figured that everybody needed a little bit of a help here for round number 1. So once again, the re-entry round is 2 rounds, 1 and 2. Pete Miller, win light's already on for Stafford. The recently acquired Mopar from Orlando is going to get the victory here. 018 green, 703 on the 705. Miller turns at 53 thousandths red, breaks it out by a foul just for good margin. Once again, don't forget to tell your friends and family at home that you can watch on Motor Mania TV as we get close to the end of round number 1 of the no box category. If you are in no box and you are not in the staging lanes, you haven't run your first round, or you haven't run your first round pairing yet, you're about to be late. Like, you've got about 30 seconds to go. Blake Carnell and Paul Allen, their second entries. Two Girls Garage Bag, 1972 Maverick Dial 686, 718 for the S10 pickup truck right side for Blake Carnell. He gets to go first. shot. He legs it out to be 3 thousandths under. Parnell's under by 14 thousandths after the 0.26 red light. Donnie Hagar coming back around in his second entry. The $1 Million Man right-hand side, dial 631. He will race the clean Olds Cutlass back on its second entry. No information on that driver as of yet. 617 the dial in. So Donnie gets to go first. And once again, the Oldsmobile rockets out of the beams. Something obviously not holding with the trans brake. That's the second straight time it's happened, and Donnie gets a free time shot. Goes 627 on the 631. Tough break there for the Oldsmobile as for the second straight time, car gets staged up and probably goes on the trans brake, and for some reason it did not hold and rockets out of the beams early for a red light start. Once again, final call for no box. Final call for no box. We're down to our last few cars. If you are not in the lane, you're about to be late. Final call for no box. Final call for no box. Another one of the Boulder Racing Stable S10s. They grow like weeds where he lives. Well, actually, and the thing is up until a while ago, I would say that Dan had all black race cars, but then it started with the champagne-colored S10, and now he has a white Camaro, and his daughter Taylor drives a red S10, so apparently things are changing over there at Bouldery. Nick Ferrero wheeling the Bouldery S10 left side, 616 dial in, 579 the dial in for the Chevy Nova right-hand side. Separate these two. Win light goes to the Nova. Ferrero under by 15 hundredths, and the Nova breaks out by 21 thousandths. Ferrero gets there first by 83 thousandths, and you can see he was on the brakes, but apparently just a little bit better on the air than he thought it was. Here comes Gage Birch on his second entry, and we'll stage up with Morgan Carroll. This could be a good contest right here. Morgan out of South Carolina dials the 68 Camaro in at 608, 599 for a little small tire Mustang of Gage Birch left side. Legs it out to hold almost 500ths. He said the scoreboard's off. They won't see it. Gage Birch, trip, zip, perfect. Our first one of the day. Here comes another good contest on the starting line. Jeff Stewart and Nasty Nick Hastings. Hastings, who turned it just a smidge red in his first entry, back around in the T1000 to try and make things right here. 614 the dial in for Nasty Nick. 724 for the More Door, More Fun 72 Olds Cutlass of Jeff Stewart. Jeff Stewart left side, win light goes to Nasty Nick. Dead on the dial into the 2 with a 17 tree. Puts a 19 package together. Jeff Stewart is 50 on the tree, breaks it out by 300s, taking 6,000. So he was mathematically ineligible. Here comes your final pair in round number 1 of No Box. The Todd Burks double-entered Camaro of Tom Artakis Jr. out of Pennsylvania, I believe. 643 the dial on left side. 607 for Dustin Carroll, who normally wheels a Camaro, but behind the wheel of this big tire Chevy 2 Nova. So both of them on their second entries. Dustin Carroll was your wait-and-see buy run, and he waited to get Tom Ortegas Jr. So a couple of Chevrolet products will close us out here in No Box round number 1. Box drivers, we are going to do a little bit of track prep, so you have a few minutes. You do not need to get suited and booted yet. We are cleaning ring on both sides of the racetrack. 7th out, separated on reaction time. Advantage, Carroll, win right. Carroll. 609 on the 607 above by 200ths. Ortegas takes 20 thousandths to break out by 3. Need to take 17 or less, then Dustin Carroll takes advantage. And we'll go to round number 2. That wraps up round number 1 of No Box. Once again, our Friday race brought to us by Pinpoint Upholstery here at the 9th Annual New Year Nationals. Once again, as I have called box door cars, all box door cars for round number 1, all box door cars, all box door cars for round number 1. Your wait and see Byron is Johnny Tolosano, car number 2XX5. Once again, your wait and see Byron is Johnny Tolosano, who yesterday informed Rob and I that there is such a thing called a pocket square. Car 2XX5. Johnny Tolosano is your wait and see Byron in box eliminator.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do have several service vehicles that are parked in the lanes. If you are not supposed to be in the staging lanes, you have any kind of a four-wheeler or bike or what have you that's in the lanes, I need them moved, please. Once again, box door cars, round number one. I need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, box door cars. For round number one, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, box door cars. For round number one, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Braden Henderland coming up first with Bubba Browning on the opposite side. A couple Chevy products to get us started in box door car. The Ohio-based S-Dime, left side's aisle, 614, 602 for the show quality worthy Browning 67 Chevy 2. Little small block powered Nova right side. And goes 627, so he gets away with one there. Bubba Browning 100ths above after turning at 11 red. He's not going to want to see the other side of that time slip. David McCurdy coming up next, the orange-colored Nova on the right-hand side. 603 I do believe that's Mark Treadwell. Not it could be Horton. Winlight's going to go to his side. 677 on the 664 with a 008 tree. David goes 642 on the 603. He only missed it by 39 hundredths of a second. So everybody broke out in no box, and now no one is being able to hit the dial in box eliminator. Hopefully they'll fix it. Mark Seigan coming up next, 1970 Nova out of Lakeland, 562 dial. 638 for Jim Martin out of Michigan, the 2000 Model S10 right side. He gets to go first. Coffee, 038 green for Mark, and he goes 4 above the dial. Pete DeNovo coming up in the Chevy 2 Nova on the right-hand side. 563 down, 612 for Alan Rapp. Wheels up on both sides of the racetrack. 12 and 12 down behind. Winlight goes to Pete DeNovo. 563 on a 564 and 563 with a 12 tree. Alan Rouse's trip zip perfect. Take 29 to break out by 5 thousandths. Needed to take 24 or less. Our second trip zip of the day, first one in box, and it doesn't get a win light. How about this pairing next? Matt Daddis and Jeff Miles. Miles in the House Car Malibu station wagon. We're going to see a couple of wheels up launches here. 590 dial in for the Chevy Malibu wagon left side. Matt Daddis in the former Tony DeFrank California Car Duster Super Stocker. 602 the dial in. 3,000 reaction time in this one. Advantage left side. Winlight goes right side to Daddis. Double breakout. He drops out to go 6 flat with a 7 on a 602 under by 13 thousandths. Miles goes under by 23 thousandths. 100th margin of victory goes to Matt Daddis. 14 tree, and Jeff Miles was 11 and no win light. Zach Hitchcock and Mike Stout next. Small Chevy 2 battle on the starting line. Mike Stout in the black one dialed 643 right side, 609 for Zach Hitchcock in the silver one left side. Zach turns the 8 as he goes wheels up left-hand side. Stout 021 green, breaks it out by 22 thousandths. According to our insider, Zach apparently needs a COVID test. He traveled really far to turn it red first round. Oh. Adam Klein and Doug Milner. No, it's not a Vega. This is a 1973 Pontiac Astor out of Delaware. Not sure if he's the furthest toe, but probably in the running for it. We have seen him here before. 543 down on left side, 582 down for Adam Klein in the 16,000 reaction time advantage. Nova win light. Nova will not get there in time, and Milner slides by for the win. 018 on the green side, 544 on the 543 to put together 36 total. Klein is above by 500s to get 23 thou behind. Rick Tarana and Mike White next. White in the 1990 front-wheel drive to rear-wheel drive conversion Beretta out of North Carolina. 505 to down for the door. We are clean and green, 5,000 second advantage. Beretta right side win, light, Vega. 593 on the 585, taking 130 of stripe. Mike White can't hit the dial in, 527 on the 505. He can visit the re-entry window and dial up a couple tenths. Once again, I sit up here in the tower talking about it, but if I was the racer down there, I'd probably be screwing up just as bad. Phil Billy Combs comes up next left-hand side. The S10 dialed 609, 618 for Garrett Browning in the 87 small tire S10. 900 separate them on the dial-ins. Garrett Browning gets to go first in the gray S10 right side. Once again, round number one, I need all box door cars, lanes 5 and 6, please, all box door cars, lanes 5 and 6. Wheels up on both sides, 1 foul, separate them on reaction time. Who's got the finish line figured out? Garrett Browning does. He drops at the finish line to go 400ths above, and Phil Combs gets most of it, 51 thou margin, and goes under by 100th. Garrett ran into the first cone and dropped the anchor. 622 at 99 miles an hour. Darren Roten and Jeremy Bargo. A couple of cool-looking Chevrolet products on the starting line. One of them we know for sure is going to go wheels up. Bargo out of Kentucky in the wheel standing S10 dial 6 flat. 562 for the Maryland-based 68 Chevelle vinyl top and all of Darren Roten. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a car parked right at the concession stand that needs to move. Red Malibu Florida tags CK7140. If you are parked by the concession and thought you had a great parking spot, you're actually blocking people in. I need it moved. Florida tag CK7140, red Chevy Malibu. If it's yours, you need to move it. Jeremy Bardo gets the win in this one, 024 green, 400ths above. Darryl Roden is 200ths above, but an 061 tree left him 20 thou short. Jeremy Bargo to round 2 on that entry. Here comes Michael Carpenter and Darwin Garcia, a couple of BMP regulars. They could have done this on any Saturday or Sunday, but they're going to do it for a 10 grand here, just in case. Michael Carpenter out of St. Petersburg, probably see him back in his dragster as well. 606 to Allen on the Vega wagon, 597 for Darwin Garcia and the Fox Notch Mustang. So left side gets to go first by about a tenth of a second. Both of them pre-staged. And taking their time about finding the second bulb. Carpenter is in. Now it's on Garcia. And he makes it in time. On both sides of the racetrack, matching 0-10 reaction times. Who's got the finish line figured out? Carpenter does. 606 on a 606 with an 8, puts an 18 pack together. Darwin takes 27 thousandths to break out by 29 thousandths. Or excuse me, 19 thousandths, yep. It's remember, Florida can't count. We'll remath the math. Just give us time. The caffeine hasn't hit yet. Eric Ellsworth and Bill Hensley next, all S10 battle. Hensley right side dial 630. He'll get the head start over the 587 from the blue and black S10 left side. Hensley goes a foul under after being 10 red, just to add insult to injury. A very storied second-gen Camaro backing up right-hand side. This is Kenny Underwood. The Rattler. This car, for those of you that have been around Florida, used to be a small-tire blue Camaro, and it wreaked havoc at racetracks here in the central part and the southern part of the state. 578 the dial in, 546 for Sean Lingerfeld, left-hand side in the direct. Kenny win right. Skinny Kenny Underwood. 579 on the 578 with a 003 tree, puts an 18 pack together. Sean matches the dial in with a 3, but an 041 tree leaves him 26,000 short. Skinny Kenny to round 2. Jessica Cameron and Gary Williams next. Gary Williams in the Scott Rod 1968 model Chevy Camaro backed by FTI Performance and FTI Onsite. He says pray for Harper. They put $25,000 in Harper's bank account for her battle with cancer just a couple of weeks ago. 68 Will Standing Camaro dials in 524. Jessica Cameron, former Florida native, now transfers to Ohio. Jessica and Joey Cameron, big tire Olds Cutlass dial 630 right side. Jessica first by a little over 1 second on the handicap. Clean and green at 4,000 reaction time as Gary goes wheels up, and the win right will go to Jessica Cameron. 632 on the 630 with a 007 tree, put a 34 pack together. Gary is 11, take 42 to break out by 19 foul. Need to take 23 or less. Gary Williams will find the re-entry window, but a real clean wheel stand to almost the 300-foot mark. Robert Gregory and Jeremy Fan next. Jeremy in the Nova left-hand side. 634 down and 602 down for Robert Gregory's beautiful Chevy Malibu right side. Yeah, see, you can have a green car. And I'm not sure what they call it. Wheels up in the Malibu, gets the win. In this case, Jeremy Fan got the worst end of it because he let go first. Robert likes it out to go 602 on the 602, so he had the dial-in figured out. He just needs to thumb the box up by at least 7. Either that or he needs to press harder, as James Thompson says. Just push harder. Apparently that's the fix for everything. Just push harder. Anson Brown and Chloe Heck next. Heck in the S10 pickup truck right-hand side. 696 the dial-in will get the big head start over Anson Brown, the third-gen Camaro. Left-hand side. 565 the dial-in. Right side first by 1.3. Chloe got the win light in hand as she turns around and does not go too fast and catches in time. 705 on the 696 with a 14 tree. Anson Brown had problems right off the starting line as you saw the car just leave real sluggish, and unfortunately the car has come to a stop at about the 150-foot mark. So we will head out and snatch Anson Brown and see. Well, they got the car refired. Started to move, but once again has lost fire. So it looks like the Camaro is going to need a little bit of help to get off the racetrack, because unfortunately cannot stay fired. Tough break there for him, and hopefully they can get it fixed and visit the re-entry window to come back for the re-entry round. Howard Westbury and Jordan Arnold, the younger sister of Jessica. Haven't seen Jordan for quite some time. The S10 on the right-hand side, dialed 620, 554 for Howard Westbury in the Chevy 2 Nova. Tree. Westbury takes 18 and breaks out by 4th thou. Needed to take 14 or less. Jordan Arnold gets the win. Good race right there. 100th above, 4th thou under. Good drag race. DJ Coventry and Emily Salmons. Salmons out of Ohio in the E&E trucking-based 2010 model Chevy Cobalt 566 dial, and we'll give the head start to DJ Coventry. Small block 68 model Chevy Camaro 672 dial in right side. Once again, drivers, please make sure your dial-ins are nice, neat, and legible on the left side of your vehicle so we can see them on the top floor of the tower, please. We would appreciate it. As Bob Moles would say, nice, neat, and legible. That's what he always said, like clockwork. From the distance of the tower, correct, yep. Salmons turns at 5 thou red, DJ 027 green. 37th thou under. Emily legs it out to be 39th thou under after the 005 heartbreaker. Brandon Holder comes up next. 555's on the dial-in on the Chevy 2 Nova right-hand side. 555, 603 the dial-in on the S10 left side. As the Nova turns it red, legs it out to go 553 on the 555 dial-in. S10 to round 2. Ryan Henry and Justin Snyder come up next. Snyder out of Vero Beach for a 1981 four-door Malibu. 674 dial-in left side. Gets the big head start from Ryan Henry. Pennsylvania-based 2002 model Chevy Camaro 560 the dial-in right side. Left side goes first by 2.5 light bulbs, 1.24 seconds of handicap. We are clean green. Ryan Henry in control of the Camaro on reaction time. Red light Henry. 560 with a 4 on a 560 dial with a 001 tree. Puts a 5-pack together. Justin Snyder's mathematically ineligible with an 032 tree. 5-pack for the win, Henry to round 2. Bill Powell and Roy Hagedorn, a couple of Florida racers that I have seen for quite a few years, and both of them have done quite well in their respective rights. Bill Powell out of Fort Pierce, Florida on the East Coast, 1990 model Mustang 546 style, and he gives the head start to NHRA National Champion Roy Hagedorn. Roy and Candy Hagedorn, 562 dial-in on the two-wheeler. Is 1,000th under. About to be a real good drag race right there. Roy Hagedorn 561 with a 9 on the 562 with a 7th out red light. Bill Powell 1 above with a 10 green. Mike Ledford and Shannon Seals next. Seals in the Two Girls Garage backed Ford Pinto. 711 the dial in right hand side. Mike Ledford, the Michigan-based track owner. 1995 model S10. Dial 615 the dial in. So the Pinto goes first right-hand side, and then Mike Ledford will go wheels up in pursuit left side. Once again, I have a red Chevy Malibu that is blocking the concession area. Florida Tag CK7140 needs to be moved, please. Once again, I have a red Chevy Malibu, plate number CK7140. Needs to be moved. It's by the concession stand. Shannon Seals gets to win 002 green, and 716 on the 711 takes out Ledford. Our next pair, Tim Martin and Charles Denny. Denny in the Kentucky-based Vega wagon, roof rack and all. 658 the dial in, 629 for Tim Martin, the Fort Lauderdale, Florida-based 1980 model Chevy Camaro left side. Martin turns it 002 red. That'll swing the win light to Charles Denny. It's 30 green. He legs it out to go 653 on the 658 dial-in. Tim Martin breaks it out by about 300ths after the red light. Danielle Mockney and Ron Merkel next. Danielle and Mike Mockney, the 1986 model Chevy-powered Ford Mustang. 620 the dial-in left side, 668 the dial-in for Ron Merkel, the transmission man out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, 1968 model Pontiac Firebird. With a 9 on a 620, locks out Ron Merkel's 047 reaction time. He gets there first by 5 thousandths and breaks out by 8 thousandths. Danielle Mockney takes both her entries to round number 2. Now they can concentrate on the junior dragsters. Yeah, they bring out a lot of cars. James Bunner Jr., this is Junior Bunner, and Robert Ledbetter next. Bunner in the third gen Camaro DOS 571 left side. Ledbetter in the Pontiac powered 1968 or 1969 model Pontiac Firebird. Out of 4, Pierce, 4 to 590, the dial in right side. On the 590, Bunner goes one above, but the reaction time difference left him 54 thousandths behind. Shannon Heberlin and Joe Scala. The Scalamander and the Parrish, Florida-based 1970 model Nova. Big block Chevy for power. It's my second favorite green Nova, if you didn't know. 606 the dial in right-hand side. Shannon dials in the S10 at 586 left side. So Joe gets to go first right side in the revamped Nova, and Shannon will give chase in the S-dime. Going to do it right after him. 3 thou red for Shannon and 590 on a 586. Joe likes it out to go 608 on the 606 after a 6 thousandths red light. Shannon to round 2, and Joe can visit the re-entry window on Tower side of the racetrack. Once again, if you do not get a win light in round number 1, you can visit the racer registration area where you picked up your tech cards. Half price on the re-entry entries today, $50 instead of $100. And the best losing package from round number 1 will get $100 courtesy of our friends at Easy Life Motorsports. They'll actually make money into the re-entry round. I had to second guess myself when I just said that, Law. I'm like, you're going to make money going into the re-entry round. I didn't think about that. How exactly does that work? Thank you, Easy Life Motorsports, as they contribute $100 towards the best losing package from round number 1. So because Rob has discounted the re-entry, we still give you the $100 from Easy Life. How about a couple of Pontiacs? Yeah, both of them. Pontiac's a pair of them, and I know some of you are looking at right-hand side and going, that's a Chevy Nova. No, that is a 1971 Pontiac Ventura. First year of them. It's on the Nova platform. This is Scott Fifield out of Cocoa. 615 dial in for him. Charlie Simino in the GTO left side dial 610. So only 5 minutes. 18,000 separate on reaction time advantage. Charlie Simino win light. Simino 611 on the 610 with a 005 tree. Puts a 22 back together. That locks out Scott Fifield's 023 green. Simino 22 pack to round 2. Dustin Chestnut and Raymond Keown. Chestnut, 562 dial in on the S-dime on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Keown, the 63 Nova, dial 620 on the left side. He will go first. Win light goes to Keown. 619 with a 7 breaks it out by 3 thousandths. Chestnut breaks it out by 19 thousandths. Win light goes to Raymond Keown in the Nova. G.J. Cruz and Dennis Klein next. Klein out of Alabama in the that's not a 1969 Camaro. So apparently Klein either changed tech cards or changed entries. The S10 on the right-hand side, 718 that Island gets the big head start from GJ Cruz, 67 Camaro left side. The wheel standard dials 586. In a double breakout. Cruz is under by 2,000s. Klein is under by 25 thousandths. 006 takes 71 to break out by 25 thousandths. Needed to take 46 or less. Cruz to round 2. James Snyder and Mike Minnick next. Minnick in the 95 S10, he calls Juicy, 695 dialing left side. 725 for Snyder in the 78 Olds Omega on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Vero Beach, Florida. He gets to go first by 0.3 of a second. On the 695, a tenth above with a 14 tree. Snyder misses the dial in by 0.9 of a second. Neil Elliott and Tony Johnson next. Elliott out of Naples, Florida, 93 model S10, dials 587 next right-hand side. He'll swing the head start to Tony Johnson. 1987 small block powered Monte Carlo. The owner and manager of Will's Starter Repairing. He dials in 604. Johnson, 605 on the 604, gets there first by 3 thou as Neil Elliott goes 400ths above his 587 prediction with an 11 tree and comes up 3 thou short. Win light to Tony Johnson. Joe Susek Jr. next. The Trickflow Specialties back Nova, 659 dial-in, 564 the dial-in for Keith Collins Jr. Small block powered S10 out of Keystone Heights, Florida, right-hand side. Nova goes first. Collins, 565 on the 564 with a 006 tree, puts a 21 back together. Joe Susek takes 64 thou and breaks it out by 63 thou. Had a thou to work with and just took a little too much. Basically needed to make it almost a dead even stripe. Mike Stanek next against No Name on Tech Card. That's an interesting way of putting it. I believe that's Gavin Handy over on the right-hand side. It's S10. I'm not sure if he's driving it on this entry or not. 655 on the S10, 611 for the Mustang. Big wheels on the left-hand side as the Mustang gives chase to No Name on Tech Card. And the No Name on Tech Card gets the win, so we're probably going to have to figure out who it is. 656 on the 655, 100th above. Mike goes above by 800ths after the big wheel stand. Here comes another couple racers that could do this on any regular bracket night, but they're going to stage up here in round number 1. JT Carty and Daniel Young. Young in his second entry on his ex-stocker 1996 model Pontiac Firebird out of Palm Harbor, Florida. 630 the dial-in, 538 for JT Carty. Above, and Carty goes dead on 1 after being 1 thou red. That's like pouring salt in the wound. Dan Young to round 2. Kevin Stittle out of Canada, 1980 model Chevy Camaro right side, 690 the dial, and 568 for Chris Duffett in the Vega left side. Matching 033 reaction times, Winlight Duff at 590 on the 568 as Kevin slows to a 720 on the 690, and that gives Duffett plenty of room. Once again, all box door cars, all box door cars. If you have not run round number 1, I need you tower side staging lanes, please. All box door cars, all box door cars. If you have not made your round number 1 hit yet and you are not in the staging lanes, I need you now. Tower side, please. Carl Burney and Austin Logan next. Logan in the wheel standing 1986 Camaro, 596 down on the left side, 528 for Carl Burney in the 1990 model Beretta right side. Paul Rivas and Chris Osborne next. Osborne in the multicolored Vega right side, $710, $567 for Paul Rivas in the small block orange Chevy Nova. 6,700 reaction time advantage. Rivas win light. Rivas double breakout. 7 thousandths under for Rivas. 64 thousandths under for Chris Osborne. Rivas is 12 on the tree. 566 on the 567 gets the win, and he'll come back around for round number 2. Once again, we are working our way through Friday's action here in the Gas Bar Body and Paint and Pinpoint Upholstery Racing Day at the 9th Annual RT Promotion New Year Nationals here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. For those of you that are here on the property, the concession stand is now open. They never fail to disappoint us. They always have lots of good stuff to eat or drink over at the concession stand, so go over and visit them tower side if you want to get yourself something good while we're watching the racing action here on Motor Mania TV. Carlos Arroyo Jr. and Dan Ferraro next. Ferraro in the mighty Mons Monza right-hand side, 633 down out of Northport, 592 for the Puerto Rican-based 1970 Camaro left side for Carlos Arroyo Jr. Carlos turns it red by 1 foul. Dan Ferraro 15 green and legs it out to be 200ths above. Carlos breaks it out by 7 thousandths after the red light. Patrick McMahon and Scotty Davis next. Our first roadster that we have seen today. Scotty Davis files 517 right side, 678 for Patrick McMath, little S10 on the left-hand side. Over 1 full Christmas tree of head start here. 1.61 seconds of handicap. To McMath, 014 green, 679 on the 678, puts together 31 total. Scotty Davis is 009 and further above to not get to the finish line first. S10 to round 2. Steve Collins and Dan Dishon next. As I said, well, we saw our first roadster, now we get 2 more. Dishon right-hand side, 532 down for the red and white and yellow roadster, 533 for the blue and yellow roadster of Steve Collins. So they're dialed almost identical, just 100th of a second separate the two. Steve Collins technically gets the handicap first, left side by 100th of a second. You won't see it in the Christmas tree. It'll look identical when they let go. Better reaction time to the addition. 5 minutes of a second win by addition. 632 locks out Steve Collins, who's a 10th above. DJ Luther and Joey Heck next. Heck in a beautiful 1955 model Chevy. Will stage up on a 554 dial and 611 for TJ Luther in the North Carolina-based S10 on the left side. And it looks like Luther may be having some problems. All right, so we needed to get the dialing corrected. We're looking at 611 from the top. And Luther's going to get the win as Joey turns the 12th down red in the 55 Chevy. Luther is 009, 619 on the 617, 2 above. He's ready for round number 2. Heck legs it out to be 1 above after turning it red. Donnie Gibbs and Travis Logan next. Logan back on his second entry, the Logan Brothers Racing operation. They've each got a Camaro, and they each have a no-box entry, and now the box entry. This is Travis Logan, the wheel-standing 87 Camaro, 610 dial-in left side, 611 the dial-in for the Flamin' Chevy Nova of Donnie Gibbs out of North Carolina. Donnie Gibbs right side, Travis Logan left side. They are now staged and ready to go. We are cleaning green wheels up both sides of the racetrack. Travis Logan in control on this one. Win, line, Logan. 612 on the 610 with a 13 tree. Locks out Donnie Gibbs, 045 reaction time. He breaks out by 21 thousandths, taking 18 thousandths. Like I said, mathematically ineligible. Logan to round 2. Michael Hart and Trey Bunner next. Bunner right-hand side, 621 dial-in for the Camaro, 612 the dial-in for Michael Hart and the Mustang. This one is all Trey Bunner as Michael Hart missed the tree. Win right Bunner, 625 on a 621. Plenty of room, and Michael Hart breaks it out and does not get anywhere close. He's over a car length behind. JP Britt and Jeff Sowers next. Sowers in the Chevy 2 Nova left side, 624 dial-in. JP Britt in the Malibu says, I like that dial-in, I'm going to match it. So we have matching 624 dial-ins, a pair of them, in this all Chevy battle. To Britt. 021 green, 1 above 9. Sowers, I believe, gets behind by 9 thou. He's 004, 628 on the 624. 9 thou margin of victory goes to Britt, and I think that Sowers led him back around. Only 104 miles an hour. I believe that was just trying to make it tight and got behind by accident. Matthew Ferraro out of Palmetto, Florida up next. 620 dial in on the S10 left side against Paige Sosa. Sosa also out of Palmetto, Florida. 92 model S10 with a little bit of pink influence on the right-hand side. 595 the dial in for her. Wheels up on the pair of S10s. Finish line advantage. Paige Sosa win light. Sosa 592 with a 6 on the 595 winner by 24 thousandths. Ferraro breaks it out by 7.5 hundredths on a 612 and a 620. 51 thou margin of victory goes to Paige Sosa. Jesus Alberto coming up in the second entry on the S10 left side, 664 dial in, 614 the dial in for Scott Travers in the 71 Vega, based right here in Bradenton, Florida. Scott Travers gets the win on that one in the Vega. Much better reaction time and gets the win light. Brandon Davis coming up in Ken Grant's 1973 Nova next. 558 the dial in for the Georgia-based hot rod right side will give the head start in this one to Brian Reibert Jr. Reibert in the Ford Mustang on the left-hand side, 670 the dial in. So Brandon Davis in the Nova gets to go first by a little over one. Gets to be chased by a little over 1 second. Mustang driver goes first. Gets the win light as Brian Reibert goes through and breaks it out. 668 on the 670, taking 2/10 of stripe. Brandon Davis got a moonshot, pedals out of it, and goes 575 on the 558. They're going to have to try to find some kind of alternative for that, as that one came down and left a little bit of concrete dust. Mark Seigan and Jeremy West next. A couple of Chevy Novas on the starting line. Seigan out of Lakeland for a 1970 model. Dials 566 left side. 640 the dial in for Jeremy West in the 1965 model right side. West goes first. We are clean and green, and Jeremy West trips in perfect right side. Can he turn on the win light? He does it at 640 with an 8 on a 640 with a trip zip perfect, lays down an 8-pack. That puts Mark at a disadvantage with an 058 tree, and he has no way to get there. 8-pack total with a trip zip perfect reaction time will send the Nova of West to round 2. Darwin Garcia and Terrell Biddle come up next. Terrell Biddle out of Dover, Florida, is 1970 model Chevy Camaro left side, 675 dial in, 596 for Darwin Garcia's Mustang. As he will play catch-up, and Terrell Biddle will go first left side. With a 9 breaks it out by 11 thousandths. Biddle goes under by 66 thousandths. 55 thousandths margin of victory goes to Garcia. Here's a good matchup for round number 1. Bubba Browning and Matt Daddis. Daddis in the ex-Super Stocker Grand Am dial 602 right side. 603 the dial in for Bubba Browning in the show quality worthy Chevy 2 Nova left side. Both of them back around on their second entries here in round number 1 of box door cars. And almost a heads-up contention, only 100th separate them on the dial-ins. Another trip set perfect reaction time. This time it's on Daddis' side of the racetrack. Look like Daddis, how about a 603 with a 1 on a 602. Bubba Browning is a little bit late and goes 300ths under and still doesn't get there first. Matt Daddis trips it perfect. Derek Adams and Renee Meyerhofer. Meyerhofer in the Dodge styles in 561 left side, 640 for Derek Adams in the wagon right side. Better reaction time to Adams. Winlight goes to Meyerhofer as Adams breaks it out by 42 thousandths of a second. Meyerhofer breaks it out by 14 thousandths of a second. Lesser with the two breakouts. Renee Meyerhofer gets the win. Luke David up next on the two-wheeler left side. 578 the dial in, 643 for Lindsey Brand in the small tire 67 model Chevy Camaro right side. Once again, my final call for all box door cars. All box door cars, round number 1, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, all box door cars for round number 1, lanes 1 and 2. Big wheels up launch for Lindsey Brand. They're separated by 1,000th of a second. The Camaro and the motorcycle win like David. 580 on the 578 with an 021 tree. Lindsey Brand takes 33 thousandths and breaks out by 12 thousandths. Need to take 21 or less in the wheel standing Camaro. Win light to Luke David. Marty Carpenter, some relation to Michael Carpenter. 1975 model Vega wagon, 606 dial in right side. Carol McCarty. I'm not sure about that one. That could possibly not be Carol. I'm guessing it's just a coincidence on the numbers. 725 the dial in for the small tire Nova wagon. For Marty Carpenter, 613 on the 606. Nova wagon goes 815 on the 725 after the troubled start. Marty Carpenter will take the Vega wagon to round 2. Garrett Browning and Gary Williams back around on their second entries. The small tire S10 left-hand side, 618 the dial in, 521 for Gary Williams and Scott Rod's 1968 model Chevy Camaro. Backed by FTI on site and says pray for Harper. Once again, my final call for all box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, all box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Box door cars. Your final call, lanes 1 and 2, please. Dragster driver doubles, dragster driver doubles. You are on deck. I'm going to call you in just a few minutes. Dragster doubles. I will call you in just a few minutes. Williams is in control in reaction time on this one. Winlight Williams, 522 with a 3 on a 521 with a 16 tree, puts a 29 pack together. Browning is 041 green and breaks it out by 23 thousandths. Didn't have any room. Gary Williams locks that one down, and he'll go to round number 2 on that entry. Dan Baldry in the Cool Whip. 1960, it looks like a 1968 model Camaro. I don't see a vent window on it. 550 dial in right side. Michael Bossy out of Jacksonville Ford in the drop top 63 Corvette. 570 dial in left side. Corvette goes first by 0.2 of a second. This one is all Michael Bossy based on reaction time. And the win light will stay on his side. 573 on the 570 with a 19 tree. Dan goes dead on the dial in with a 3, but missed the reaction time a little bit, and that gives Michael the win left side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, please. Canizzo. Win light goes to Canizzo. 6:15 on the 6:15 with an 18 tree. Puts a 25 pack together. Brandon is 006.3 above and comes up 17th out short on the left-hand side. Then we got Taylor Baldry next in the Bob Walsh Mustang. 6:07 the dial, and we'll race the Tesla dialed 775 left side. They are all staged and ready. Big wheel stand for Taylor and knocks it back down hard. It was on the bumper, and the Tesla driver catches it in time, but a tough break there for Taylor Baldry as the Walsh Mustang just stood up and did not come back down easy. You see a mark in the concrete out there just past the 60-foot mark as Taylor went on a moonshot and has the car pulled over to the side and shut off, and we thank you for doing that. Taylor, a longtime racer here at BMP, and knows just what to do when you have trouble. Pull over to the side and make sure that there's no fluid coming out from underneath it. But man, I'll tell you what, the track definitely, with all the work that Wade, Rich, and crew had to do to it all night long, the track definitely has teeth, as we have seen several cars go on or near the bumper here in round number 1 of box and no box eliminator. And that is the second one that has had some concrete come up when it comes back to terra firma. So hopefully no damage to the Mustang, and they'll be able to come back for the re-entry round. Once again, I have called double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, tower side, please. Double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters, lanes 3 and 4, tower side, please. Double-entered dragsters, double-entered All right, while we get the Boulder Racing Mustang pulled off the top end, once again, that red Chevy Malibu is still blocking our concession area. Florida tag CK7140. So if you are driving a red Chevy Malibu, Florida tags CK7140. We need it moved immediately, please. All right, top end is clear. We're going to go back to racing. Once again, I have called double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Double-entered dragsters. Double-entered dragsters. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Our next winner, Ron Schaefer in the 85 Mustang right-hand side, dot 626, 591 for the Chevy Nova left side. And Ron Schaefer turns it red by 3 foul. Middle 022 green. Down the dial with a 1, puts 23 back together. Schaefer's 8 thousandths under after turning it 3 thou red, and hopefully we'll find the re-entry window. Again, if you do not get a win light on your side of the racetrack in round number 1, you can visit Racer Registration where you picked up your tech cards and get into the re-entry round. It's half price today. Instead of $100 for box and no box, it's only $50. And in juniors, it is $20 instead of $40. Next runner up, S10 truck on the right side, dot 638. Jeff Miles on the wheel standing Malibu station wagon, $587 on left side. Truck goes first. Truck, 639 on the 638, gets there first by 9 thousandths as Miles slows to a 591 on the 587. 9 thou margin of victory goes to the pickup truck. Speaking of pickup trucks, there comes a couple more. Josh Sanner, 692 dialing on the blue small tired S10 right side. Jeremy Bargo out of Kentucky, 603 the dial in on the wheel standing big tired S10 on the left-hand side. He'll play chase. Josh Sanner will go first. Bargo, 605 on the 603 with another 23 tree. Josh Sanner takes 1/10 of stripe and breaks it out. Eric Ellsworth and Darren Rotten back around on their second entries. Ellsworth in the two-tone S10 dials in 6 flat, 565 for the 68 Chevelle of Darren Rotten, left-hand side. Truck. 6 flat with a 4 on a 6 flat with a 12 tree, puts a 16 pack together. Darren is 024 green and breaks it out by 2 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Eric takes the S10 to round 2 on that entry. Alan Rouse and Spencer Massey. I do not believe this is actually Spencer Massey. I think that's a leftover from another race. The Chevy Nova right-hand side dials 553. 610 for Alan Rouse in the GMC Sonoma. Brandon Holder in the green Chevy 2 Nova right side. So he will play catch-up by about 1 light bulb on the Christmas tree, 57 hundredths of a second. Alan Rouse will go first in the wheel-standing GMC Sonoma. And Rouse turns it $11 red. Brandon is 18 green behind him. And will go a full half second above the dial-in. Alan breaks out by 3. Robert Gregory and Bill Hensley next. Hensley in the S10, left side dial 630. 602 for Robert Gregory in the really clean looking Another big wheels up launch for Gregory. He's got the movement to get around Bill Hensley. Hensley has the better reaction time. But Gregory will get the win. 602 with a 5 puts together a 37 pack. Hensley is 18, take 37 to break out by 18. Need to take 19 thou or less. Win light goes to the Malibu. Doug Milner and Todd Ewing. I don't believe this is Todd Ewing. I believe this is actually either Mark Horton. I cannot remember Horton's son's name, or it is Bart Treadwell. It's a car that I see up at Gainesville every now and then, so I remember some of it. 665 the dial in for the third gen Camaro right-hand side. Doug Milner in the very distinctive 1973 Pontiac Astor out of Delaware. 543 the dial in left side. Camaro goes first by over 1 full second. Better reaction time to Milner and roll night to Milner. 544 on the 543 with a 15 tree. Right-hand side was a little late off the reaction time and 2,000ths under. DJ Coventry and Rick Triana back around on their second entries. DJ Coventry, small block powered Chevy Camaro, 672 dial in right side. He gets a head start over Rick Triana's Vega. Vega dials in 589 left side. Once again, I need double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Clean and green on both. 25,000 separate on reaction time. Advantage right side. Win light right side. Coventry goes dead on the dial-in with an 8 with a 006 tree. Puts a 14 back together. Rick Triana going dead on the dial-in with a 0 with an 031 tree. 17,000 separate them on the finish line margin, and that goes to DJ Coventry. Sean Lingerfeld and Jessica Cameron background on their second entries. Lingerfeld in the Beretta dial 546 left side gives a head start to Jessica Cameron. The big tire Olds out of Ohio dialing in 630. Once again, I need double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Put lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Put lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call for box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. Final call, box door cars, lanes 1 and 2. 6 out separated by reaction time here. Jessica Cameron got the better reaction time, but the win light's going to go to Sean Lingerfeld. 10 on the dial with a 1 with an 18 tree, puts a 19 back together. Jessica's 2 above the dial with a 12 tree to come up 17,000 short. Sean Lingerfeld to round 2. Jordan Arnold, the younger sister of Jessica. Up next in the S10 pickup truck right side, $621, $716 for Nick Ship on his second entry, the Chevy-powered Ford Mustang. Nick Ship turning it red by 4,000 for the second. That gives the win light to Jordan Arnold, who legs it out to go 618 on the 621. Jeremy Fann and Pete DeNovo coming up next. All Nova battle on the starting line. Jeremy left side dial 627, 563 for Pete DeNovo right side. 563 with an 8 with a 10 tree, puts an 18 pack together. Jeremy Fan goes dead on the 627 with a 6, but with a 33 tree, leaves him 21 thousandths behind. Mike Ledford and Shannon Seals. Ledford out of Michigan, the 95S10 left side. 619 dial-in, 712 the dial-in for the Two Girls Garage Back Ford Pinto of Shannon Seals out of Ohio. Shannon goes first right side. We are clean and green. 6 now separated from reaction time on this one. Advantage Pinto, win light. The truck. 618 with a 5 thousandths under. Shannon Seals goes 710 on a 712, 200ths under. 15 thousandths margin of victory goes to Mike Ledford in the S10. Charlie Denny and Joe Suchek Jr. Suchek Jr. in the Nova Dot 653 left side. 653 for the Vega Wagon right side, so it's a heads up 653 dial-in. We'll see who can get the better end at the front and the back end of this one because the dial-ins are the same. Puts together 21 total. Joe Suchek Jr. is 15 dead on 9 to put up 24 thousandths. 21 pack beats 24 pack by 3 thousandths of a second. Good drag race right there. Win light to Denny. Bill Powell and Emily Salmon's back on their second entries. E&E Trucking backed Cobalt left side, $561 and $548 for Bill Powell's Mustang on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, I need double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Lanes 5 and 6, and at this time I will take all dragsters. All dragsters to Tower Side staging lanes 5 and 6. All dragsters. All dragsters. Round number 1, I'll take you to lanes 5 and 6 at this time, please. It out to go 400ths above. Emily is 300ths above the dial-in, but turned it red. Once again, I need all dragsters, round number 1, lanes 5 and 6, overflow to 1 and 2, all dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, overflow to lanes 1 and 2. The red line now getting the automatic win to the Beretta right side, 011 on the Christmas tree, looking for 505, it goes 506, puts 28 back together, Foley breaks it out by about 76 thousandths of a second after turning it red. Our next pair, Chevy Nova right-hand side, Adam Klein, 583 the dial-in on the Chevy Nova. He'll get the big head start from the Pontiac Firebird left-hand side, 475 the dial-in. So Adam Klein gets to go first by a little over 1 second on the right-hand side, and then the Pontiac will give chase. Adam Klein turns at 15th out red, so the Pontiac will get the win. 017 green, 471 on the 475. Howard Westbury and Mike Stout putting a pair of Chevy 2 Novas on the starting line. Mike Stout now 641 right side. Standing Chevy 2 left side. 18 down margin of victory on the reaction time goes to Westbury. Win light goes to Stout. Stout goes 641 with a 9 on a 641 with a 32 tree to put 41 together. Howard Westbury has 14 green and gets 5 above to get 32 thou behind. Better reaction time went left side, Winlight went right side. Our next pair, Ryan Henry and Rick Ryan, back around on their second entries. Ryan Henry out of the Pennsylvania-based 2002 model Chevy Camaro left side, 558 dial, and $5.99 for the Chevy Nova of Rick Ryan. He gets to go first, right-hand side. Once again, I have called all dragsters to tower side staging lanes, please. All dragsters to tower side staging lanes, please. 1 foul separates them on the action time, and one of them is perfect. Win light. Ryan Henry, trip, zip, perfect. 559 with a 4 and a 558 puts 14 back together. Rick Ryan is 001 and 25 thousandths above to put a 26 back on the window and doesn't get the win light by 12 thou. Attention in the bits, I need Michael Buckner. Michael Buckner scratched the call to the tower. We had a miscommunication. My apologies. As we move into the long and skinny cars, the lawn darts, the dragsters, Ashley Allen and John Platt Jr. will get us started. John Platt Jr. out of Cocoa, Florida, 2009 Takash chassis left side, 482 dial, 448 the dial for Ashley Allen in the black and orange dragster right side. Above. Ashley goes 500ths above. Whole shot victory to John Platt Jr. There we go. Katie Sloat and Brandon Williams next. Williams in the Randy Banger-based dragster. 478 dial right side. 468 the dial for Katie Sloat. So we move into the dragster side of things here. So Katie Sloat, left side, 468 dial. Brandon Williams, right side, 478 dial. 10th of a second separate them on the dial-ins. Right side gets to go first here. Breaks it out by 17 thousandths. 2 take 5 for Brandon Williams. Good job there. He'll get the win light. Michael Carpenter and Steve Witherow next. Carpenter left side, the yellow and black car. 480 the dial-in. 470 the dial-in for Steve Witherow out of Virginia in the racetrack chassis, right-hand side. 10th of a second difference in the dial-ins. We'll find Carpenter getting to go first on the handicap difference. Once again, don't forget the concession stand is open left-hand side. It is lunchtime, so go and get yourself something to eat. slows. Carpenter slows with problems. Withrow 001, 483 on the 470 as he catches it in time. Carpenter slows to a 536 on the 480. He was 17 on the tree, but something going wrong, and he slowed drastically, and Withrow had that one in the pocket. Let's bring up our next two dragsters. Tim Cassiter out of Pennsylvania, 2008 American chassis dragster right side, 450 that island. Haley Hawkins out of Rockledge Ford in the 480 island over on the left-hand side. She gets to go first this time. Once again, I have called all dragsters for round number 1. Tower side staging lanes, please. All dragsters to tower side staging lanes, please. All dragsters to tower side staging lanes. Haley turns to 13. Tim Cassiter was going to do it right behind her. 450 on the 450 dial, and he had the dial correct, but he's 8th out red on the red light. Haley Hawkins is 13 red and legs it out to go 476. We'll bring up Tyler Bohannon and Michael Needham. Needham in the E&E trucking backed dragster out of Ohio, 498 dial in right side. Tebow, Tyler Bohannon dialed 460. This car has tasted victory twice here at the New Year Nationals. Once over in Palm Beach, I believe it was the last year or the second to last year, and then recently here at BMP with Tyler behind the wheel. On the 460, gets there first by 36 thousandths as Needham slows to a 504 on the 498 after a 009 tree. Bohannon to round 2. Michael Needham can visit the re-entry window for $50 and try his hand one more time. Darian Bosch out of Louisiana, the supercharged dragster comes up next left-hand side. 441 to dial in. Joe Dietrich on the right-hand side dials 481, some 4/10 of a second in this pair. Right side goes first. Under. Bosch legs it out to show that he's holding about 600ths. QJ Arnold coming up next. 468 that island on the dragster right-hand side. He'll line up with Kyle Cotrera. Cotrera making the trip from Maine, dialing 451 left side. On the 451 with a 008 tree. QJ missed the tree a little bit and goes 2 above the dial-in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a tan-colored Lincoln parked on the tower side of the racetrack in a no parking area, blocking the pass-through. I need it moved immediately, please. Florida tag Z117SP. Once again, I have a Lincoln parked on the tower side of the racetrack, blocking the crossover. Tag number Z117SP. I need it moved immediately. Brooks McMath gets the win in this pair as Paige Collin turns at 5,000 red, and she goes dead on the dial-in with a 0. Literally like pouring salt in the wound. You see the dial-in on the matching number come up after you turn at 5,000 red, and Brooks McMath gets away with one there, 469 on the 473. Missed the tree a little bit, but we'll take the luck and go into round number 2. Mike Mockney and Jeremy Wilson next. Actually, that's not Mike Mockney. Mike Mockney's standing down there. But it's Mike Mockney's dragster, I believe. Not sure who's behind the wheel, but it's not him unless he cloned himself. 488 the dial-in left side, 454 the dial-in for Jeremy Wilson in the Palm Harbor, Florida-based dragster right side. It's under right side. Winlight goes left side. Hey, Mike Mockney, tell me who's driving the car, because I know it's not you. He's running back. The Mockneys usually bring at least 3 cars out to the racetrack every time, and I'm honestly surprised that they haven't cloned themselves yet. Chris Ferguson and Tony Banks next, couple of Florida-based dragsters. Tony Banks, the accurate power coating backed undercover chassis dragster, 475 the dial in right side. Chris Ferguson in the Miller chassis dragster, 450 dial in left side. Right side goes first by a quarter of a second. It's green, 477 on the 475 for Tony Banks gets the win. Ferguson breaks out by a couple hundredths after turning at 4,000 red. Ricky Whiting and Jake Hodge next. Jake from State Farm left-hand side in the Diamond Chassis dragster, 468 dial-in, 486 dial-in for Ricky Whiting, the Orlando, Florida-based undercover chassis dragster right side. Jake Hodge is kind of nodding his helmet down there, tells me he can still hear me throughout everything running and his helmet on. Ricky goes under by 900ths. Both of them just making sure they can get to the finish line first. Jimmy Cavanaugh coming up next, right-hand side. The Inverness Florida-based white and a little purplish pink influence on it. 465 dial-in, 449 dial-in for left-hand side. No driver information on that one as of yet. Once again, I have a tan Lincoln with Florida tags parked on tower side of the racetrack right in front of a motor coach. You're blocking the crossover. I need you to move that vehicle immediately, please. Once again, all dragsters, I have called you for round 1. All dragsters. All dragsters. Round 1. 13 466 on the 465 with a 15 tree. Left side is 2, take 39 to break out by 16. Need to take 23 thousandths or less. Kavanaugh to round 2. Colton Aragon comes up next, right side. 468 the dial, and he will race Jeff Serra. The $1 Million Man out of Virginia, 448 the dial for Serra's entry. Green. Serra gets the win, 441 on the 448. Yeah, that sounds about right. Colton legs it out after being 001 red to go dead on with a 3. 468, 3 on 468. Jeff Serra to round 2. Former Summit National Champion Mark Horton comes up next, right side. The FTI and Fuel Tech back dragster, 492 dialing right side. He will race Michael Scott. The main man at Wright Trailers, who is one of our sponsors here this weekend, will line up left side dial 449. Mark Horton goes first. Once again, my final call, all dragsters, round number 1, all dragsters. Round number 1, I need you to tower side staging lanes, please. All dragsters, round number 1. Tower side staging lanes, please. And Horton legs it out to the 33 thou under. Chloe Heck and Elizabeth Salmons come up next. Salmons out of Ohio in the E&E trucking back dragster. 475 dial-in, 540 the dial-in for Chloe Heck on the left side of the racetrack. On the 475 with a much better reaction time. Chloe goes 8 above the dial-in left side to fall behind and not get the win light in that pair. Danielle Mockney, thank you for filling me in on that. Roy Hagedorn is driving the dragster. I'm going to have to check with Law and find out if Roy Hagedorn has ever driven a dragster before. I know Roy has driven a door car before, but I've never seen him drive a dragster before, but Law just nodded her head, so apparently I have selective memory. Thank you, Danielle Mockney. Appreciate the fill-in. William Carroll and Corey Ream next. Ream on the right-hand side in the flat black dragster, 465 dial-in. Carroll out of Pennsylvania in the MM chassis Cajun Spice dragster, 489 dial-in. He gets to go first. Once again, my final call, all dragsters. Round number 1, if you're not in the lane, you're about to be late. Final call. Round number 1 for dragsters. If you're not in the lane, you're about to be late. I need you. All dragsters, round number 1. Tower side staging lanes, please. The good news is when I call dragsters, Winlight William Carroll, 021 green, 491 on the 489, 200s above to take a 7th thou win stripe. Corey Ream's a little closer to the dial-in, but comes up short because of the reaction time. I know I was bad, but Dan Boldry gives me a cheat sheet. because we don't know if it's his car or not anymore, because he was the all-black door car, but now we've got every color and whatever the tech card says versus what is actually being driven. He actually took the time to write them all down. Rich gets a freebie, 003 on the green side and legs it out to go 429 on the 417 dialing, and a tough break for Kayla Needham as the Two Girls Garage dragster has problems behind the starting line, so she will take it back to the pit area and see if they can get it fixed for the re-entry round.
Routine maintenance is important for trailer safety and longevity. We encourage you to keep your trailer in shape. Wright Trailer's in-house service department not only specialize in trailer service-related needs, it hosts an in-house fabrications department engineering any trailer-related ideas and bringing your ideas to life. If you are in need of trailer maintenance or have a modification that needs to be engineered, don't hesitate to call 833-31-RIGHT.
So a little bit of cleanup work going on the right-hand side of the racetrack is going to keep us down here for just a few minutes. Once again, I have called all dragsters. All dragsters, if you have not run your round one pairing yet, you should be in the staging lanes tower side. Once again, all dragsters for round number one, if you have not made it to tower side staging lanes for your pairing, whether you're singled or doubled, I need you now. Junior dragsters, I will call you to the lanes shortly as soon as we have some lanes open. So junior dragsters, we have not called you yet. I need to get some open lanes, and then we will call you for round number one, and we will break you out by age group. So please pay attention when I do call you. And once again, for those of you that cannot hear the PA system, and I know there are some spots on the racetrack that are a little less than others, Jake Hodges' pit is not one of them. He's informed us of that. So hopefully he can take some of my voice out of where his pit area is and share it with some others.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
The good news is I will not sound lost anymore, well, at least for today, on the cheat sheet. So thank you, Dan Bouldry, for the cheat sheet. While we have a quiet moment, it is lunchtime. Make sure you go over and visit Trackside concession stands. They have all kinds of good things to eat or drink. Usually big hamburgers, chicken fingers, and hot dogs are the staple of the day, and every now and then they do throw some specialty stuff in there. So if that's the case and they let us know about it, we will relay that to you. There are times where they do make small batches of cool stuff like empanadas and garlic cheese knots and so forth, but I have not heard any specials as of yet for today. But like I said, the regular offerings that are offered every time I'm here are pretty solid. So if you'd like to get yourself something good to eat or drink, now's a good time to go over and visit them. Once again, I now have it multiplying. I now have 2 cars that are parked over in the restricted area. It looks like one of them's getting moved. And I see Rob Reynolds tapping away at his phone, which means he's probably telling me about the other one. He just put his thumb up. All right, so we have a red Chevrolet pickup truck that is also parked in the restricted area along the fence line. You are blocking racer access. That is used as part of the access road between west and east sides of the racetrack. Florida tag RKL450. So if you have a dark red Chevy pickup truck parked on Towerside staging lanes near the fence, Florida tag RKL450, I need you to move that vehicle immediately, please. Again, do not park along the fence line. We kind of help you out a little bit. It has do not parking signs here. We are on Pinpoint Upholstery Friday here at Bradenton Motorsports Park, and once again, a whole lot of work going on through the nighttime hours. Wade has not slept. Before I went to sleep at 2:30, he was still out there working on the racetrack at the 8th mile mark, and was still after it this morning when I woke up. And I don't think he stopped. We're going to need to get that guy a nap at some point. But as of right now, a lot of work going into the racetrack by Wade, Tyler, and the crew here, and we do appreciate their hard work so that we can get Friday action here underway. And once again, if you did not get a win light in round number 1, the reentry window is open. Half-price reentry rounds. Half-price reentry rounds today. It is $50 instead of $100 for a box or no box reentry round ticket, and $20 instead of $40 for a junior dragster reentry round ticket. So Rob is trying to get everything done today, and we know that with the car count, it's just going to be really difficult to do that with a time run. And as he said, it's not the kind of thing that you want to do, but you look at the big picture and realize that it is the way to get everything completed. And we do appreciate everybody's support on that, as once again we are trying to give everybody as equal a playing field as possible, and also try to complete everything in the time frame we are given. Thankfully, it looks like the next 3 days are going to be really nice on weather, and once again we appreciate each and every one of you making the tow to be here for the 9th annual New Year Nationals. And if you are on property, a couple of things to let you know about. We do have vendors that are here on site. On the west side of the racetrack, the non-tower side over by the big white tent, Modern Garage, Car Chicks, Lemonade Express, and New York Italian Sausage are all over there, so you can go over and visit them. Wright Trailers now has a display trailer that is located in the staging lanes on the west side, so you can go check that out. And we say thanks to Wright Trailers. They are our Saturday sponsor. We will do a racer appreciation dinner brought to us by Thornton Motorsports on Saturday night. Barbecue from the Clean Play Club will be served, so all racers and crew are welcome to join us for that. Again, that is on the west side of the racetrack in the big white tent. We will also have the fireworks display as per our regular deal. Thank you very much to McMaster's Lawn and Pest Control Services, as well as the presenting sponsor of the fireworks, Burning Rose. We are going to do those on Saturday night following the end of our festivities here on the racetrack. Also, a big shout out to Athens Service Center from Lexington, Kentucky for being a supporting sponsor. And a great shout out to all the other great sponsors that are making this event possible, which includes Wright Trailers, our Saturday sponsor, Root Software, our Sunday sponsor, and all the following associate sponsors: Easy Life Motorsports, Kentucky Gears, Junior X Driving School, Chassis Engineering, Darlington Dragway, FTI Performance, Cross Racing, Dan Bouldry, SRQ Plumbing, GRE Goolsby Racing Enterprises, Briggs Auto Sales, Space Coast Speed and Custom, Ken Grant Snap-On, Garage. We appreciate all those great sponsors being a part of the 9th annual New Year Nationals. So the cleanup and track work is complete. We've got burnouts underway and cars backing up, so let's go back to racing action here. Mike Gentile and Brett Sloat, our next pair. .452 the dial in left side. Brett Sloat in the Mullis chassis dials .457 right side, so only 500 separate them on the dial-in difference. Sloat gets to go first. We are clean and green, 7,000 separate them on reaction time advantage. Gentile win light. Sloat double breakout. Sloat's under by 11 thousandths. Gentile's under by 15 thousandths. 15 take 11 is too much. He needed to take 7th hour less or get behind. Brett Sloat gets the win. Jason Briggs and Steve Canizzo next. Canizzo in the white dragster, left side of the racetrack, 468 the dial in, 492 the dial in for Jason Briggs. In the red, white, and black dragster on the right-hand side, he gets to go first. Turns it red. 015 green, 470 on the 468 left side for the win. My apologies a couple pairs ago. That was actually Bradley Snowball. Hopefully he'll forgive me. I don't get to see him too often anymore with him being up in the Carolinas. Andrew Kaiser and Drew Smith come up next. Kaiser in the High House Racing dragster left side, 520 the dial in, 467 the dial in for the Instant Karma dragster of Drew Smith right side. Left side. 523 on the 520 with a 002 light for Kaiser. Gets a win light by 7 thousandths. Drew Smith is 009, 470 on the 467. 7th margin of victory goes left side. Good battle right there. 002 to 009 on the reaction time. Tim Miller and Rick Needham Jr. next. Needham Jr. in the T-Bucket style roadster. 628 dial-in right side, 487 dial-in for Tim Miller, based in the S&W dragster right here in Bradenton, Florida. He gets to play chase. Roadster goes first. And Miller forgot to put in the crossover. Together. Rick Needham 007 goes 630 on the 628 on the time run. Our next pair, Gerald Hamlick and Tim Butler. Butler in the 2012 model American chassis dragster. He actually won this dragster for being the iCharity World Champion. Dials in 482, 475 for Gerald Hamlick in the 2003 Miller chassis dragster, based out of New York. And Tim Butler catches it in time, and Hamlick was 4 thousandths green, Butler 8 thou green, and then it looked like the car just stopped. So Tim Butler catches it and takes the win, 490 on a 482 with a 008 tree. Gerald Hamlick 004 on the tree, and then something happened with the car. Obviously, he'll take it back to the pit area and figure out what happened and hopefully re-enter and see if he can get everything back in line for round the re-entry round. Craig Serra and Frank Bellinger. Bellinger out of New Hampshire, 2004 model undercover. The Dirty Deeds car dialed 520, 474 for Craig Serra in the 2002 Worthy chassis dragster on the right side of the racetrack. Once again, my final call for dragsters. Final call for dragsters. Tower side staging lane for round number one. Final call dragsters. Craig Serra turns the red. Bellinger 10 green. And legs it out to be 400ths above. Serra goes 4 thousandths under after the red light. Jamie Summers comes up next, the supercharged dragster, tower side of the racetrack, 465 the dial in. Tyler Gossett in the black dragster on the right-hand side of the racetrack, 462 the dial-in. So only 300ths of a second separating them on the dial-ins. Left side gets to go first. On the 472 with a 17 tree. Right side gets the win. Left side had all kinds of problems to only go 518 on the 465 dial-in, over by over half a second. Corky Marquardt and Will Highhouse, one of the staples between Bradenton Motorsports Park / DeSoto Speedway, and technically going back to Sunshine Dragway. Corky Marquardt, a multi-time NHRA winner, now wheeling the Takash chassis dragster out of Pinellas Park. 492 dial in right side. Will Highhouse out of Middleburg, Florida. Slick Willie dials in 483 on the left-hand side. Puts a 12 pack together that locks out Will Highhouse's 021 reaction time. Corky Marquardt 12 pack goes to round 2. Here comes our next pair of cars. Rich Breach out of Pennsylvania comes up next, right-hand side of the racetrack. 518 the dial-in. Jonathan DeApril comes up left side. 448 the dial-in for the Sir Thomas Racing Performance and Right Trailers back dragster. On the 448, 512 on the 518 for Rich Breach. Lisa Nave in the Instant Karma car, the second of them. 481 the dial-in for the Kentucky-based ride, right-hand side. Wayne Stewart in the T-Bucket Roadster left side. 580 the dial-in. Wayne Stewart gets to go first. Lisa Nave will get the win on that one as Wayne Stewart has problems and only goes 723. 501 on the 481 for Lisa in the undercover chassis dragster. Brian Folk and W.R. Catterman will come up next. Catterman right-hand side in the Racetech chassis dials 452. 457 for Brian Folk in the American chassis dragster. He's on the left-hand side. Only 500 of a second separate him on the dial-ins. Brian Folk gets to go first left side. On the 457, 451 on the 452 for W.R. Ketterman after he turned it red. Brian Folk gets the win there via the red light. Alan Glatt and Blake Combs will come up next. Glatt out of Westminster, Maryland, the blown Miller chassis dragster on the left side. 452 the dial in. He'll give the head start to Blake Combs. Combs behind the wheel of the dragster, right-hand side, 5 flat the dial in. So Combs getting almost 1 light bulb a head start, 48 hundredths of a second to be exact. Out of the gas early to go 5:58. Alan Glatt on the time run goes dead on the dial-in with a 1, but is 2 thou red for the loss. Nick Ferraro and Justin James up next. James on the right-hand side, 480 the dial-in, will line up with local racer Nick Ferraro out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Dallas 460 on the left-hand side, so James goes first by 0.2 of a second right-hand side. Once again, my final call for dragster entries. Final call dragster entries. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Final call dragster entries. Final call dragster entries. I need you to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. I still have some of you coming back around on your doubles. I still need the rest of dragster entries back, please. Under right-hand side. Justin James is 17, take 19, and he breaks out by 300ths. Ferrero 008 2/1000 under. Ferrero to round 2. Patrick McMath and Chris Roby up next. Roby in the red dragster, left-hand side out of Indiana, 510 to dial in. He'll get the big head start from Patrick McMath. McMath in the blown dragster on the right-hand side, 434 the dial in. Left side gets to go first by almost 1.5 light bulbs. 76 hundredths of a second. With a 2 at 162 miles an hour. McMath to round 2 on that entry. Gregory Lopez and Scott Douglas in our next pair. Lopez left side, 453 the dial in, 434 the dial in for Scott Douglas on the right-hand side. Douglas turns it red to give the win to Lopez, who's 007 and 400ths above the 453 dial-in. Jason Preston and Michelle Van Ciecia come up next. Van Ciecia on the blown dragster left side, 455 the dial-in, 476 the dial-in for Jason Preston right side. Dustin turns it red to give the win light to Michelle, who's 033 red behind, and 447 on the 455. Paul Skinger and Ashley Bargo next. Skinger left-hand side, 459 dial-in, 451 the dial-in for Ashley Bargo in the Barberville, Kentucky-based dragster right side. On the 451 puts a 13 pack together. Paul Skinger is 022 green, breaks it out by 13 and only has 4th thou of margin. That doesn't work. Mathematically locked out. Bargo gets the win with a 13 pack and will go to round 2. Eric Rawlings and Dick Folks next. Folks out of Loxahatchee, Florida, the 2014 Precision Chassis Dragster. A little bit of the bodywork still missing on it on the right-hand side. Maybe maybe it doesn't matter in the 8th mile as much. 536, the dialing gets the big head start from Eric Rawlings out of North Carolina, the Shorty Race Tech Chassis Dragster, 440 the dial-in. Right side gets to go first by almost one full Christmas tree, 96 hundredths of a second. Together. Eric Rawlings is dead on the dial-in with a 2 with a 29 tree to put a 31 pack together. 7 thousandths of a second separate him. Folks gets the win. David Jones and Cameron Fredrickson next. Cameron Fredrickson driving Jennifer Siegel's dragster up next, right-hand side. The Phantom Chassis dials 438. 451 the dial-in for David Jones out of Texas, left-hand side. Fredrickson, 440 on the 438 with a 002 tree, puts a 25 pack together. David takes 33 to break out by 22. Needed to take 11th thou or less. Cameron Fredrickson to the next round. Randy Banger and Kendall DeApril come up next. DeApril on the right-hand side of the racetrack, 487 the dial-in. Randy Banger says, I like that dial-in, I'll match it on the left-hand side. So 487's a pair of them here on this pairing in round number 1 of dragsters. To Kendall DeApril, big reaction time advantage, breaks it out by 5 thousandths of a second. Randy breaks out by 19 thousandths of a second on the left side. Kendall had lots of room with an 013 tree, and Kendall takes the win. Our next pair, Cameron Hawkins and Raul Meza. Meza right-hand side, 508 the dial-in the wing chassis dragster. Cameron Hawkins in the Race Tech chassis out of Rockledge dials in 462. Cameron Hawkins, 461 with a 3 on the 462, gets the win light and goes to round number 2. Raul missed the tree and slows to a 571 on a 508 dial-in. We just saw Cameron Hawkins. Now here comes Haley Hawkins on her second entry. Colorful dragster out of Rockledge, Florida, left side, 476 dial-in, 469 the dial-in for Spencer Markle out of Lakewood Ranch, Florida. The right trailer's back dragster, right-hand side. Spencer missed the tree, and despite going dead on the dial-in, was almost a car length behind at the finish line. Haley Hawkins gets the win, goes to round number 2. Katie Slow will come up on her second entry next. The Dessert Maker left-hand side, 465 dial-in, and a 469 dial-in on the right-hand side. No driver information on that ride as of yet. So Michael Combs, 469 dial in right side. Katie Sloat, 465 dial in left side. Combs gets to go first, but almost a heads-up matchup, just 400 to separate them on the dial-ins. And legs it out to go 3,000ths under. Combs legs it out to go 461 on the 469, holding just a little bit more. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters. For round number 1, listen up, please. Junior dragsters, for round number 1, listen up, please. I need age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6 at this time, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Steve Witherow and Joey Cameron next. Cameron left side out of Ohio, 471 the dial-in, 453 the dial-in for Steve Witherow out of Virginia, the Maddox chassis dragster right side. Cameron gets to go first left side. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. It out to go 450 on the 453. Joey Cameron legs it out to go 467 on 471 after the 009 red light. Kim Palmatier and John Platt Jr. will back up from their burnouts next. John Platt Jr. left-hand side on his second entry. 488 the dial-in on the right trailer's back dragster will line up with Kim Palmatier. Palmatier out of the Palmatier Racing Stable, her husband and both of her kids race. She dials in 456 in the colorful dragster right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. That is the only age group I have called for lanes to clear for my Palmateer is 600ths under after the 008 red light. Ken Grant, Kyle Cotrera coming up next. Grant also doing double duty on the no box side with his dragster now. 464 dialing right side. He will race Kyle Cotrera in his second entry. 449 dialing for Kyle left side. Grant goes first. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Once again, I have called junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. I now need age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Ken Grant in control of this one. Winlight Grant 466 on the 464 with a 12 tree. Kyle breaks it out by 4 thousandths. Winlight Ken Grant. Once again, junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Brooks McMath and Tim Costetter coming up next. Costetter out of Pennsylvania in the American chassis dragster on his second entry. 450 dialing right side, 470 dialing for Brooks McMath on the white dragster left side. He gets to go first. Tim turns the red line on, gives Brooks McMath the win. 011 green, 471 with a 0, puts a 21 pack together. Tim breaks it out by 17 thousandths after the red light. Alec Balls and Becky Mendenhall next. Mendenhall right side, 477 dialing. Alec Balls dials 470 left side. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12, lanes 1 and 2. Juniors, lanes 1 and 2 for age group 10 to 12. Age group 6 to 9, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Got 15,000 separate them on reaction time, win, light. Alec Balls in a double breakout. 1,000ths under left side. Becky breaks out by 33 thousandths right side. Took 47, needed to take 14 or less. Alec Balls gets the win left side. Tony Banks and Jeff Serra coming around on their second entries. Banks based right here in Florida, dials 475. Jeff Serra, the traveler from Virginia, in the orange dragster left side, dials 447. Tony Banks gets to go first. Time win light. Sarah 001 448 with a 9 on a 447 puts a 20 pack together. Tony Banks is 005 200ths above with a 7 puts a 32 pack together and comes up 12 thou short. Sarah one take 12 to get the W. Ricky Whiting and Carson Brown coming up next. Brown on the left side. Actually, I believe that's Michael Carpenter. At least it's Michael Carpenter's dragster. 476 the dial on left side. 477 the dial for Ricky Whiting on the right-hand side. Red light for Ricky Whiting, 002. Carson Brown gets the win, 469 on the 476 with a 13 tree. Win light there goes to James Kavanaugh as Jeremy Wilson turns on the red light right-hand side. Once again, junior dragsters, I need you for age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, lanes 5 and 6. Please, juniors age 10 to 12, I need you to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors age group 13 to 17. I am waiting on the remaining staging lanes to be cleared before I call you, but it will be shortly. So once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors, age group 13 to 17, please stay where you are. I have not gotten my third set of lanes clear yet. Michael Scott. Somebody is 001. And the red light will stay on that side as Michael Scott, 001, 456 with a 0 on the 454, put a 21 back together. Donovan is 019, green and dead on 4. 21 pack beating 23 pack by 2 thou. Win light goes to Michael Scott. Darian Bosch and Colton Aragon back on their second entries. Bosch out of Louisiana left side, 436 the dial and 468 for Colton on the right side. He gets to go first. Juniors, your wait and see buy run is car number 2135, Brandon Davis. By random selection, car number 2135, Braden Davis, is your wait and see buy run for juniors, round number 1. Colton's got the reaction time advantage on this one. Win light, Aragon. 008, 1 above 2 for a 20 pack. Darian is 1 above, but a 039 tree left him 37,000 short. Colton Aragon to round 2 on that entry. Darian Bosch can visit the re-entry window. Elizabeth Salmonson coming up next on the right-hand side. 479 the dial for the E&E Trucking back dragster. Left-hand side, no driver information on the 446 dial. Left side in control on reaction time. Win light left side, 449 on the 446 of the 006 tree. Elizabeth breaks out by 16 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Mike Matty Jr. coming up next out of Ohio, left-hand side in the Tyler Bohannon ride. 460 the dial in, 463 the dial in, right-hand side for Tyler Gossett. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Juniors, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. By 6 thou, that gives the win light to Matty, who's 17 green, 15 thou under. Tyler legs it out to go dead on the dial in with a 5. Skinny Kenny Underwood back on his dragster entry. We saw him in his door car earlier, now bringing up the $1 million race-winning dragster right-hand side, backed by Jegs and FTI Performance. 482 the dial in, 428 the dial in for Jason Rich, the blown dragster left side. Win light Underwood. 485 with a 9 on the 482 with a 004 tree as Rich slows to 6 above. Skinny Kenny taking both entries to round number 2. My absolute last and final call for dragster entries. We're almost to the end of round number 1. If you're not here, you're about to be late. Last and final call for dragster entries in round number 1. Gerald Hamlick and Brett Sloat on their second entries come back around. Gerald Hamlick, the door car to dragster conversion, 475 the dial in left-hand side will face Brett Sloat. Sloat in the black and red dragster dials 455, so Gerald gets to go first by 0.2 of a second. Green, 3 above. Sloat turns it 26 red, and he will visit the re-entry window. Stevie Dustin coming up next out of Maryland on right side of the racetrack. 470 the dial in. Doug Foley Jr. left side. 459 the dial in the American Chassis Dragster. the 470 under by 6,000ths. Foley breaks it out by 0.02 of a second. Dustin had the better reaction time, 007 to 021. That gives him the victory. Michael Needham in the E&E Trucking back dragster comes up next, right-hand side. 503 the dial in, 450 on the dial in, left-hand side. Michael Needham, the better action time, right side, win light. Needham, 503 on the the 503 with a 6 on the end of it, puts a 22 pack together. Left side matches the dial in with a 7, but an 043 tree leaves him 28,000 short. Michael Needham to round 2. Rick Needham Jr. comes up next, right side. The Roadster dialed 629, 459 the dial in for Paul Skinger, and the Dragster left side. All right, attention in the pits at this time. I will take all junior dragster classes. Juniors age 6 to 9 to lane 5 and 6. Juniors age group 10 to 12 to 1 and 2. And juniors 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4. So once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. And junior dragsters, age group 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, your wait and see by run in junior dragsters for round number 1 is car number 2135, Brandon Davis. Braden Davis is your wait and see by run for juniors round number 1. Corey Ream and Craig Sarah approaching the starting line in our next pair of dragsters. 467 the dial in for Corey Ream right side. Craig Sarah dials 476 left side. He gets to go first. Side, 32 thousandths under left side. Corey gets the win by 17 thousandths on the double breakout. Once again, junior dragsters, listen up please. Junior dragsters, listen up please. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. And age group 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4. Corky Marquardt and Jason Briggs, our next pair. Corky left-hand side, dials 492. He already got his first entry through. He's looking for the second one right here. To do so, he's got to get around Jason Briggs, who stages up the red, white, and black dragster right side on the 490 dial-in. Once again, junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2, age group 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4. 5,000 minimum reaction time advantage, Marquardt win live. Corky puts a 21 pack together, 492 with a 3 on a 492 with an 18 tree. Jason Briggs is 23 green and has no chance. He's 2 thou behind on the reaction time and locked out. Corky take both entries to round 2. Nathan Nave and Patrick McMath next. Nave in the Instant Karma dragster right side. 467 the dial in out of Kentucky. He will face Patrick McMath out of Virginia. The blown dragster dials 432 on the left-hand side. So Nave goes first right side. Once again, I have called all junior age groups. All junior age groups have been called. Lanes 5 and 6 for age group 6 to 9. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2, and age group 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4. Juniors, all age groups have been called. Turns at 4 thou red. Nathan Nave, perfect. Trip zip, perfect, and 17 thou under on the time run. I believe this is our final pair of round number 1. It definitely looks like that. Yes, because this is our wait-and-see buy run. Johnny Tolizano, who I don't get to see racing very much anymore. The J&J Racing operation out of the east coast of Florida. Miller Chassis Dragster dials 452 right side, 437 the dial in on the left-hand lane, so Johnny gets to go first. Johnny, 453 with a 4 and a 452 with a 10 tree, puts a 24 back together. Left-hand side was late and under, and that's not a good combination. Tolizano gets the win. That will wrap up round number 1. First pair of juniors on the starting line. Kylie Mockney, left-hand side. And she's going to get the win as the right-hand side turns on the red light. Kylie is 033 green and looking for 1190. She goes 1185. She's under by about 41 thousandths. Not bad. Kylie will go to round number 2. Our next pair coming to the starting line. Left-hand side dial 1390, right side dials 1190, so left side will go first by 2 seconds. And the win light here in a double breakout will go left-hand side. 1337 on the 1390, getting the better of a 1063 on the 1190. Next pair is an 1190 on either side. Unfortunately, I still do not have a lot of information on these drivers, so we will get that corrected as we work our way through this first round of competition. And the win light will come on left-hand side. 1222 on the 1190 as right-hand side breaks out. 1147 on the 1190. Caden Starr coming up next, left-hand side, 1190 dial-in, and also 1190 dial-in on the right-hand side. No driver information on that one as of yet. Lanes 1 and 2, load up, please. Lanes 1 and 2, age group 10 to 12. Lanes 1 and 2, load up, please. .1255 gets the win for Caden Starr as right side slows to a 13:53. Once again, junior dragsters, please remember the ET brakes, 11.90, the quickest you can dial in the age group 6 to 9, 8.90, the quickest you can dial in age group 10 to 12, and 7.90, the quickest you can dial in age group 13 to 17. We appreciate your help on that. Trey Collins and Landon Siegel up next. The second junior out of the Siegel family racing operation, 1194 dial in right side, 1190 the dial in for Trey Collins left side. Landon Siegel right side, Trey Collins left side. 1194 right side, 1190 left-hand side, win light in this one. We'll swing to Siegel. Siegel goes 1195 on the 1194, just a hundredth above. Collins breaks it out by a couple hundredths. Good race there. Landon Siegel gets the win. All right, our next pair rolling towards the starting line, $11.90 a pair of them. Right-hand side is Tyler Biddle out of Dover, Florida. No driver information on the left-hand side. Winlight's going to go left side, 12.08 on the 1190 as Tyler goes 11.84 on the 1190. All right, our last pair of 6 to 9-year-olds has gone down the racetrack. This is our final age group 6 to 9 right-hand side and our first age group 10 to 12 left-hand side. That's why you see the big dialing difference. Right-hand side dials 1190, left-hand side dialing 890. Those are their respective quickie T breaks for the juniors. Once again, juniors age group 13 to 17 should be in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And this pair, right-hand side, will go first by 3 seconds based on the ET difference. And turns it a little bit red, so left-hand side will get the win. Looking for 890 on the scoreboard. And legs it out to go 866. Our next pair of juniors on the starting line, both of them dialing 890. No driver information on left-hand side. Right-hand side is Easton Hodge. Yeah, this is your junior dragster winner in the national championship out of Bristol. Easton's dad, some guy I don't know the name of on the right-hand side of the junior. Both on the way, clean and green. About 200 separated them on the reaction time. Advantage left side, win, light, goes to Easton. 874, the breakout left side. Scott Randall and Jay Smith, and in this one, Smith gets the win. 855 on the 892. Here's a good matchup. Aaron Kennedy and Tanner Mockney. Probably not the way these two wanted to line up with each other for round number one. It just so happened to work out that way. Aaron Kennedy, a two-time track champion left-hand side, one out of Georgia, one out of Gainesville, Florida. 891 the dial-in for him. Tanner Mockney, who has also done quite well here at Bradenton Motorsports Park and picked up a couple of Raleighs as well. Dials the Venice Florida base ride also at 891. So good matchup right here for round number one between these two. Aaron Kennedy left side, Tanner Mockney right side. We are clean and green. Holy cow, one of them is trip zip perfect, the other one is 002. Win, light, Mockney. Trip zip perfect for Tanner Mockney, 901 on an 891. Aaron Kennedy is 002 and breaks it out by 900ths. Good race right there. Tanner Mockney gets the win. Our next pair, no information on the right-hand side, 890 the dial. On left-hand side is Brody Snyder out of Vero Beach, Florida. He says thanks to Vero Beach Moose Lodge and local cracker. 890 dial-in on the Vero Beach, Florida-based junior dragster left side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Does anyone have found a charging lug? It belongs to the Briggs operation. They're located in pit space 3 and 4. If you can get it back to them, please. There is a charging lug that has been misplaced. If you find it, if you could please return it to the Briggs in spot 3 and 4 on the west side of the racetrack. Snyder, 1 thou red and 200ths under. Right side breaks it out by 5 thousandths. He gets the win light. Sierra Height, Molly Banger next. Height on the right-hand side in the Mike Boss chassis dragster, 898 the dial and 892 the dial for Molly Banger in the motivational chassis out of Palmetto, Florida, left side. Our next pair, no driver information on either one, but an 890 dial-in on both sides. So this again will be a heads-up battle. They'll leave the starting line base the same on the dial-ins. Win light in this one goes right-hand side. 890 with a 0. Perfect on the dial-in. Left-hand side gets there first by 24 thousandths to break out by 100th. 24 thou stripe is pretty close. Left-hand side just breaks out 100th. Good drag race right there. Win light goes right side. Grayson Ellman comes up next out of Orlando Lakes, Florida, left side. 890 the dial-in. Everly Siegel, the second out of the Siegel family racing operation in junior dragsters. 904 the dial-in for Everly, right side. between them on the reaction time. Win light, Everly Siegel. 9:13 on the 9:04. Left side breaks out by 1/10 of a second. Brianna Browning and Braxton Jackman next. Branson Jackman left side dials 895. Brianna Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida dials in 890 right side. Win light goes to Browning. 898 on the 890 as left side goes 912 on the 895. Better reaction time for Jackman, but Browning gets the win running closer to the dial-in. No driver information, left-hand side 890 dial-in. Right side is Reagan Nave. Nave out of Kentucky dials 943 in the Instant Karma Jr. on the right-hand side. Reagan gets to go first. Reagan turns it red. Left side will get the win. 901 on the 890 dial-in. Lanes 3 and 4, load up, please. Lanes 3 and 4, load up, please. Drivers in staging lanes 3 and 4, load up, please. Riley Scott left side, Emma Sickler on the right-hand side. The right trailer's back drive left side, and Emily Sickler out of Palm Beach Gardens right side. This one's good. 5,000 separate them on reaction time. Win light goes to Scott. Scott goes 895 on the 890 with an 034 tree. Sickler's 029 on the tree and breaks it out by 600ths. Good race right there between those two on reaction time. Riley Scott gets the win. Lily Kersnason comes up next, right-hand side, 890 dial-in. No driver information on left-hand side, but also with the popular 890 dial-in in the age group 10 to 12. Lily will get the win here, 024. Green, 912 on the 890. Left side goes 908 on the 890, closer to the dial-in, but the better reaction time goes to Lily. She'll get the win in that pair. Here comes your final pair of age group 10 to 12 on the starting line. Adrian Padin out of the left-hand side dials 890 in the Padin Motorsports backed entry. Right-hand side, no driver information, dials 895. Red light on the right-hand side, that'll give Adrian the win, 899 on the 890. Jackson Summers and Patrick Wentz, and the win light on this one is going to go to Jackson Summers. 020 on the tree, 795 on the 790. Patrick breaks out on the right-hand side. Bobby Starr and Brandon Peters next. Peters right side dial 790. Starr left side also dialing 790. Jake Sickler and Megan Kaysen come up next. Kaysen out of Michigan dials 790 right-hand side. Sickler left-hand side dials also 790. Megan Kaysen getting the win in this one. 031 on the tree, 792 with a 3 on the 790, forcing Jake Sickler into a breakout. 787 on the 790 left side. Megan Kaysen gets the win. Joy Allen will come up next right-hand side. 790 dial in on the North Carolina-based junior dragster. Will face the DK Corporation half scale left side of Tyler Vinaco. Tyler Vinaco out of Port Charlotte dials in 8:15. And I see Danielle Mockney losing a shoe down there on the left-hand side. The track still has a lot of glue in it. Vinaco left side, Allen right side. Clean and green left side with a slightly better reaction time. Win light will go to Allen. 791 on the 790. Vinaco slows to an 819 on the 815. 4 thousandths margin of victory goes to right-hand side of the racetrack. Mason Brandner come up next out of Kentucky. 96 Spitzer chassis junior dragster, 790 dial in left side. Matthew Peterson will stage up right side, also on the 790 dial in. Red light for Peterson. That'll give the win light to Mason Brandner. 769 on the 790. 778 for Matthew Peterson. Gavin Giddens having problems, so Jackson Smith will take a single. The Kentucky native going 773 on the 790. Mallory Stewart and CJ Short coming up next. Short on the right side out of Kentucky dials in 8:04, 7:90 for the West Virginia-based ride of Mallory Stewart. Better reaction time to CJ, right-hand side, win right. Will go to CJ, 8:06 on the 8:04 with a 19 tree. Rocks out Mallory Stewart's 0:59 reaction time and one above the 7:90 dial-in. CJ to round two. Cameron Rich and Jude Kersnason coming up next. Jude on the right-hand side dialed 794. Cameron Rich dialed 798 left side. Kersnason right side, win right. Kersnason gets around the whole shot of Cameron, who breaks out. Jude goes 8:05 on the 794. Cameron goes 790 on the 798 dial-in. Haley Peterson and Savannah Highhouse. Haley out of North Fort Myers, Florida, right side, 790 the dial-in on the Boss Chassis dragster. Savannah making the trip with the Highhouse family from Middleburg, Florida, dials in 790 on the left-hand side. Peterson turns it red, so Savannah picks up the win, 794 on the 790 dial-in. Kaysen. Kaysen turns it red, so Blake will get the win left-hand side. 067 on the green light and breaks it out by a couple hundredths. Nick Kaysen also going under the 790 dial-in after the red light. Shelby Thurman come up next left side. 793 the dial-in, 790 right side. Win light right side, 033, green, 790 on the 790 with a 4 on the end of it. Locks out Shelby Thurman's 796 on the 793. Kaylee Martin comes up next right side. Dial 790. 793 for Kimberly Vasiccia. Win light, and this one's going to go to Kaylee Martin. 790 with a 0 on a 790, matching the dial-in perfectly as Kimberly turned on the red light and then breaks it out for good measure on the left-hand side. Dylan McNichol and Parker DeWeese come up next. DeWeese out of Kentucky, right side, 814 the dial-in, getting the head start from Dylan McNichol. The Northport Florida-based McElvain chassis, 790 dial-in left side. Turns at 19 thousandths red. That'll swing the win light to Dylan McNichol, who's 10 green, and breaks out by about a 1/10 of a second. Dylan McNichol to round 2. Parker can visit the re-entry window and get back into the re-entry round for just $20. Once again, if you do not get a win light on Junior Dragsters in round number 1, you can enter the re-entry round for half price today, $20. Alyssa Fargo and Madison Stutler next. Stutler out of Virginia right side, 792 the dial-in, gives a slight head start to Alyssa Fargo, 796 the dial-in left side. Alyssa Fargo gets the win on Madison Stutler's red light, 796 on the 796. Cannon Styles and Anthony Augustine next. Augustine in the orange and black dragster right side out of Bonita Springs. A 10 dial in will face Cannon Styles out of, I believe it's Winder, Georgia, 790 dial in. I've got to look. Yeah, it's probably Winder. Because I remember somebody has corrected me on this once before. Win light's going to go to Cannon. 787 on the 790, under by 28 thousandths. Anthony breaks out by 700ths. Win light goes left lane. Tennessee right side as Steven Shelton turns on the red light by 4 thousandths. 783 on the 790 for the win light. Left side, can he get a win light out of it? Yes, and a double breakout. 807 goes under by 600ths. Brooke goes under by a tenth, going 780 on the 790. Braxton with a better reaction time, and he gets the win. Going down the racetrack, 000 and 008 win light goes to Hunter Davis. Hunter goes 799 with a 1 on a 798 with a 008 tree, puts a 19 pack together. Opposite side is Trip Zip perfect, but breaks it out a little bit. Kenzie Whiteley and Hunter Dowling next. Dowling in the GRE sides back dragster on the right side. 790 the dialing. Kenzie Whiteley on the left side also dialed 790 out of Locust, North Carolina. turns it a little bit red right side, so left side. Kenzie gets the win. 786 on the 790 dial, and she'll go to round number 2. Kaylin Fargo coming up next. .803 dial in left side, 790 the dial in right hand side for the Nitro Monkey. Fargo turns it red, so right side will get the win here. 791 with a 9 on a 790 as Kaylin turns it a little bit red and breaks out by about 45 thousandths of a second. Next pair up is Michaela Duffin and Curtis Peak. Peak out of Georgia in the 2018 Boss Chassis Dragster. 790 dial in right side. Michaela Duffin dialing 790 on the left side. .792's a pair of them, so the win light goes to Curtis Peak based on the reaction time. Good race right there. 792 with a 4 to a 792 with a 1. 25 thousandths margin of victory goes to Curtis Peak right side. Ashlyn Fredrickson coming up next to the Palm Harbor, Florida-based half-scale dragster, 794 dial in right side. Kylie Needham out of Ohio dialing in 791 left side. Win light in that pair and a double breakout going to Fredrickson. 787 getting the better of a 780. In the double breakout, the least offensive gets the win light. That time it went right-hand side. Hayden James out of Georgia comes up next right side. 801 to dial in. Hayden will line up with Wyatt Palmetier. We call him Big Papa, the FTI farm team back dragster out of DeLand, Florida. 805 the dial in. Red light for Hayden James. That gives Big Papa the win. 787 on the 805. Haley Shook and William Kraft next. Another pair of juniors that could very easily line up here at BMP in pretty much any regular bracket race. William Kraft right side dial 797. Haley Shook also dialing 797 on the left side. left with the better reaction time, and in a double breakout, Kraft gets the win. He's under by 26 thousandths right side. Shook is under by 53 thousandths left side. 27 thousandths margin of victory in the double breakout goes to William Kraft. Matthew Pyland and Madison Douglas. Douglas left side making the trip from New Hampshire, 790 dial in. 799 the dial in for Matthew Pyland, right hand side. Another double breakout win light. This time is going to go over to Madison Douglas. Under by 49 thousandths, getting the better of Matthew Pyland's under by 82 thousandths. Once again, the least defensive breakout gets the win, goes by 33 thousandths left side. Haley Clow and Brooklyn Bunch coming up next. Bunch out of Virginia right side, 796 dial in. 790 the dial in for Haley Clow out of, I believe that's Maine. 2018 model junior dragster left hand side. Better reaction time to Clow, win light to Clow. One thou under, 789 with a 9 on a 790 with a 021 tree. Bunch is under by 23,000, so Haley gets the win left side. Jordan Denny will come up next out of Virginia, left side, 805 the dial in, 790 dial in for not on file, right side. Ian Guthart out of Michigan will stage up on the 790 dial in left side, or excuse me, right side. Well, three lefts and you'll get to the right-hand side. By 7 thousandths of a second, so Ian gets the All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a parts call. I am looking for a 1050 or 1150 Dominator gas carburetor as well as a Power Glide shifter. If you happen to have a spare of either or, come to the top floor of the tower and let us know. Michael Combs is looking for it across from the ET shack on the west side of the racetrack. You can also go visit his pit or come to the top floor of the tower and let us know, and we will get your contact information for him. Reynolds left side, Peyton right side. This one should be in Alan Reynolds' pocket and has it. 8:03 on the 790 with an 034 tree. Her first time sitting behind a junior in almost a year. Looks like she still knows how to ride the bike okay. She'll get the win and go into round number 2. Next pair, Dewey Parks out of Macca City, right side, 798th at Island, 8:04 for not on file, left side. Red light on left side, so Dewey automatically gets the win, 797 on the 798, 3 thousandths under. Left-hand side also going 3 thousandths under, but turned at 18 thousandths red. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a blue Chevy Spark that is parked by the concession stand that we need moved immediately. Michigan plates 5CU16. Blue Chevy Spark with Michigan plates 5CU16. Parked by the concession area. I need it moved immediately, please. Alyssa Rabin and Lane Morgan next. Morgan out of North Carolina left side, 790 Island. Alyssa Rabin out of South Carolina, 790 Island right side. Autumn Gibson and Jason Stewart. Stewart gets the win light on this one, right side, 826 on the 832 with an 11 tree. Autumn Gibson turns it a little bit red to eliminate her chances. Summer Gibson coming up next. The patriotic theme dragster out of Michigan, left side, 790 dial in. Mallory Logan out of Virginia, right side, 8 flat to dial in. To the finish line. Win line, the double breakout's going to come on for Gibson. 013 on the tree, 789 on the 790, under by 100th. Mallory Logan goes 792 on the 8 flat with an 032 tree. Couple of good reaction times. Double breakout goes left side. Josh Roby and Blake Combs next. Combs out of Tennessee, right side, 790 dial in. 790 dial in also for Josh Roby in the all-black dragster left side. Turns it red, Combs, 001 green, and breaks it out by a 10th. 780 with a 0 on a 790. But still 001 on the tree, just 1,000th away from perfect, will get the win light. Cadence Suchek coming up next out of Ohio, right side, 790 the dial in. Joanna Elderman coming up left side, 790 for the Land O'Lakes, Florida-based junior dragster. Double breakout win light going to Edelman left side, 788 on the 790, under by 15 thousandths. Cadence is under by 12 hundredths. Francis Vignola and Madison Cruz comes up next. Mason Cruz, out of South Carolina right side, 790 dial in. Vignola also dialing 790 in the New Jersey-based junior dragster left side. Attention in the pits, re-entry round for no box. Listen up, re-entry round for no box. Listen up, please. I need re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2. Vignola getting the win here, 793 on the 790 with a 004 tree. Mason Cruz, not a bad lap, 794 on the 790 with an 032 tree. Just comes up short to Vignola's 004 reaction time. Nathan Lopez next out of Wellington, Florida, right side. Half-scale bow, 790. Ryan Corlegiano comes up left side, 805 to dial in. Once again, re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Lanes 1 and 2. Red light for Nathan Lopez, so Ryan gets the win. 780 on the 805. reentry round wait and see buy run is car number 2972 in no box. Car number 2972 in no box. That's Jeremy West. You are the wait and see buy run for the reentry round. Once again, I have called reentry round no box doubles. Reentry round no box doubles lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round no box doubles. Reentry round no box doubles lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round foot brake drivers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Reentry round foot brake drivers. Reentry round foot brake drivers, lanes 3 and 4, please. Braxton Scott getting the win over Jimmy Cavanaugh's red light on this one. Goes 795 on the 790 left-hand side of the racetrack. Kobe Tolliver and Lucas Sawyers come up next. Sawyers out of Johnston, Ohio, 796 dial left side, 802 dial right side for Kobe Tolliver out of Virginia. He gets to go first. Once again, I have called reentry round for no box doubles lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round no box doubles lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round foot brake lanes 3 and 4. Reentry round foot brake lanes 3 and 4. Our next pair, Brandon Davis and Brooks McMath. Davis out of Georgia right side, 805 dial-in, 790 dial-in for McMath out of Virginia left side, so Brandon Davis goes first on the right-hand side. This is your wait-and-see buy run and your final pair of junior dragsters. Once again, reentry round, no box doubles. Reentry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round, no box doubles. Reentry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round, foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. Reentry round, foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. I need you now, please. Reentry round, no box doubles. Reentry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Reentry round, foot brake, lanes 3 and 4. I need you now, please. Brandon Davis, 002 on the reaction time. And the wait-and-see buy run will get the win here. 807 on the 805. Puts together a nice little 28-pack. Brooks McMath goes 3 above the 790 dial-in and is behind by 54 thousandths at the stripe. Ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up round number 1 of all 3 categories. Box, no box, and junior dragsters. Now complete for round number 1. Once again, if you did not get a win light on your side of the racetrack in round number 1, you can get into the re-entry round for half price today. $50. Once again, re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Re-entry round, foot brake drivers. Re-entry round, foot brake drivers, lanes 3 and 4. Please re-entry round, foot brake drivers. Re-entry round, foot brake drivers, lanes 3 and 4. Re-entry round, no box trans brake drivers. Re-entry round, trans brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Re-entry round, trans brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6. Re-entry round, trans brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please, at this time. Once again, wait and see by run is Jeremy West, car number 2972. A little bit of racetrack touch-up going on. I am joined by the one and only, because just like me, we can only handle one of them. Jake Hodge up here in the tower. Jake, you actually got a win light and somehow didn't lose a tire or anything. Well, I tried to give you the benefit of the doubt so you could tell us about the second one, and then Easton somehow managed to win, so you guys are 3-0 right now. It's a good way to start your weekend.
Yeah, it's a good time. Not really sure what Easton went, but his win light came on, so that's what matters.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we get our re-entry rounds ready to go. And once again, we will have best losing packages, and I will announce those as soon as we complete them. So as soon as we let you know you have best losing packages, those can be claimed in the top floor of the timing tower. Once again, re-entry round, no box doubles. Re-entry round, no box doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Re-entry round, foot brake drivers, lanes 3 and 4. Re-entry round, trans brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6. Again, we're separating them to give doubles enough time to come back around if they need to get their second entry back in the lanes. Round number 1, totals are in 530 entries going down the racetrack in round number 1. We thank you very much for each and every one of you being part of it. All right, looks like we are getting the no box side into the water box, and we are joined by a special guest announcer up here in the tower. So he is going to let me take care of best losing packages to get that part taken care of. The one and only Jake Hodge, thank you so much for coming up and giving me a breather, Jake. I appreciate it. Like you said, you got all 3 entries through, so you've actually got a little bit of time, and this is more exciting to you than twiddling your thumbs, I guess. Ladies and gentlemen, re-entry round about to come out right here, so Jake Hodge will take the mic. All right, so round number re-entry. Yeah, obviously I really need to hand this over to Jake. Jake Hodge, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. We're starting off with the 10-wheel Camaro. Very left side. In the Tesla turns on the wind light, 13. And 2 above is Gambardella 002 red and about 11 hundredths under the dial in. James Paler and Blake Carnell now. Paler 3 foul better up front, puts it 1 above. 54, take 18 to be 64 total. Carnell 57 and 25 foul over, no good. So Blake Combs needs a Power Glide shifter or parts for a Quarter Pro. Or parts for a Quarter Pro Power Glide shifter if you've got one that you've dismantled prior and threw it back in the trailer. Colin Nash left side out of Orlando, Florida on the scooter, dialed 545. And Dan Salyer's right side, a whole lot of Monte Carlo, dialed 846. Salyer's 130, take 255 to be dead on 8. 138 total, get there 2.5 tenths. Colin 95 and 3/10 above, almost turned the wind light off. Phil Billy Combs now, left-hand side. Out of Mossville, Kentucky, out 607. The Combs Bros ride, and Layla Gromley right side out of Mountain, Pennsylvania. Her pickup truck down 7:18. Phil Billy was 004 in round 1. He got it better by a thou here, and he turns on a win light. 003, 26 thou over. He's down 29 total. Locks out Layla, who's 46. Take 2. Be 19 thou under. Phil Billy Combs gets back in. It's not too late to go purchase a re-entry. Price cut in half today due to a no time run morning. As Brian Reibert Jr. and driver not on file right side. Brian Reibert in full control. Win light Brian, 67, take 37. It'll be 15 hundredths above. It could be a demon. I don't know my Mopars. I really don't know any cars, but really don't know my Mopars. Clifford 39, take 33 to be 11 thou under. Had to take 22 thou or less. Right side 40 and one above. Brings up JT Schaefer and JD Anderson. Abbreviated first name battle. Willow Street, Pennsylvania left side in the Capri. Aisle 637. JD right side in the Tesla down 627. $22,000 advantage to the Capri, but the win light to Anderson, 48 and one above, 628 at 111. Yeah, it back half really well. 154 short time, but 628, 111 turns on the win light. Michael Hart and Bob, it says. Bob in the SRT Challenger. Good looking race car. Now 570, lost it all. I got Bob on the tech card. Trouble. Oh, goodness. Michael Hart, 021 and 13 hundredths above, getting behind by 6 thou, 622 at 99. Bob, 77 and a win light. He weaved. Turned on a win light. Nathan Mendenhall and Jeff Grafton now. Pennsylvania left side in the S10. Down 614. The Tesla X for Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. Out 667. Better up front, better at the finish line. 35, take 36, puts it 6 hundredths over. Grafton 117 and one above. Another 668 at 111. I'm not supposed to go 111 at 668. Kevin Mendenhall now, also out of Pennsylvania. Nathan's dad down 609, and Mark Ketterer out of Well, Pennsylvania. The Aspen dialed 7:29. Absolutely identical up front. Win Light Mendenhall 33, one above 6 as Cutter 33, take 25. And put a 9 foul on there. Lanes 3 and 4 need you to suit up. Lanes 3 and 4 need you to suit up. Is Johnny Talisano. Out of Jupiter, Florida, left side, down 6:30, taking on Jeffrey Sarah, the Leprechaun. I'm pretty sure he put it 14 hundredths under in round 1. Down 6:06, probably pretty close to the same dial-in. Double 0-3, dead on 9, locks out Jeff Sarah 17, take 31 to be just about that much under. 9 total, or 12 total for Johnny Talisano. Larry Pappas left the head side out of Wayne, New Jersey in the Camaro down 6:27, and Little Cotton Short Page down 7:25 out of London, Kentucky. Looked like she rolled it in there pretty deep in the deep stage, and she knew what she was doing. 009, and can't run the dial in. 29 and a 10th over for Larry Pappas to be 123 total as Bill sits in my lap. Bill, you haven't lost any weight, I can tell you that. Daniel Young and Ryan Snipes, Wesley's dad, dialed 576 right side. It'd be cool if it was Wesley Snipes' dad. It'd be probably his son. Wesley Snipes is pretty old at this point, right? Hey, I got you beat by a pound. Not on the low side either. Daniel Young, left side. Beat a crankshaft broke, call him, dialed 6:29. In the Firebird, out of Palm Harbor, Florida for the firefighter. No. He did wrong. 18 fouls separate him. Win Light D. Young, 007, take 21. To be 43 total. Ryan 25 and 39 foul over, no good. Travis Logan left-hand side, dialed 610. Pretty sure they're from Port Charlotte. Is that right, Law? Look at me go. I'm pretty much a Southerner. Morgan Carroll right side, Olar, South Carolina native. The young lady dialed 608. Morgan, 50, and dead on 4, lays down 54 total. Travis, 47, one above 4, and 7 foul behind. Morgan Carroll going to move on. Steve Welsh and Joe Bob Foley now. Welsh, an Ocala, Florida native, left side in the Duster, 693 on his scoreboard. Joe Bob driving. Hannah Berger's ride, 636 out of North Carolina. Wow, Joe Bob really just about got real upset. Trip, zip, perfect for Joe Foley. and had the better reaction time by 257 thou. As Welsh's car stumbled as it hit the gas and still broke out. Phil Combs and Wendell Lakes now. That's actually Little Phil Combs. Little Phil. Dialed 609 as Wendell's second attempt at a burnout still was not producing tire smoke. Little Phil, wind light, Little Phil. Whew. Trimmed the whiskers just a little close, 27. Take a foul to be 4 over. Wendell 47, 2 above 5, and 1 foul behind. Little Phil going to move on as Taylor Pofall and Nasty Nick Hastings now. 2 of the No Box All-Stars at the Hootenanny Bracket Series events. Pofall out of Tennessee left side, dialed in 620. Hastings right side out of Shelby, Ohio. In the T1000. Out 615. Pofall drugged the bumper round 1. Drugged the bumper in the re-entry round. He was 007. And aborted and slammed it down pretty hard. Nasty Nick was ready. Trip, zip, perfect for Nick Hastings. And clicks it off as we went by Pofall out and down the racetrack. Wyatt Palmatier, they call me Big Papa, out 605 left side. And J.P. Britt right side, out 625. Leaving the starting line, win light. J.P. Britt 25 and 2 thou under. Palmatier 27, take 10. And had to get behind to win the drag race. J.P. Britt going to move on. Robert Bjorkman? Bjorkman? Okay. In the Dodge Dart, now on 651. So I knew that was a Dart. It's because it was on the screen. Bob Giles right side. That's his last name, if anybody's wondering. Bob out of Virginia in the Challenger. Now on 570. Turns it 11 thou red. Giles 63 and 37 thou over. Made 2 shots here, about 70 both times, and used 72 and 73 back to back. All right. Final call, no box re-entry. No box re-entry, a final call for no box re-entry round. Final call, lanes 5 and 6, please suit up. That's Mike Tell and Jennifer Vignola now. Mike at Atco Newitt, Jersey. is 15 total. 12 dead 3 gets their 85 thou. There's Vignola 89 and one above. Almost worked. Ethan Snyder and Michael Sweeney now. Vero Beach, Florida, left side for the Omega. About 669. Michael Sweeney, right side, Edgewater, Florida, down 668. Sweeney, 58, gets the 10th and a half, turns on the wind light. Snyder, 50, and way above. Macy Stewart, left-hand side, out of Fairmont, West Virginia, down 617. Driver not on file, right side, down 560. Macy Stewart, double 0-1, and 1 thou under gets their 66 thou. Shows it perfect on the racetrack. 1 and 1 thou under. John Smith Jr. Is that John Smith Jr.? All right. 78 and 66 thou behind. Broke out more. Followed it through wide open. Paul Allen, Blake Carnell. It's got an LS in it, right? Yeah. Paul out of Middleburg, Florida. The drive for EE.com at 72 Maverick, down 686. Blake Carnell, right side. The S10, dialed 719 out of Warner Robins, Georgia. Home of Buc-ee's and the former home of Motormania TV. They just moved down the road. Pretty sure they're in the same county. Carnell, 8 thou red. Paul Allen, 58. And dead on 3. 61 total. Mike Gaffney and Josh Sutton Jr. Gaffney left side. Wildwood, Florida, the Gremlin, dialed 719. Little Josh Sutton out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, right side. You look behind the Kia Soul, he's dragging the tree with him. 14 thou advantage to Sutton, but can't drive the finish line like normal. 004, take 120. To be 23 thou under. Paul going to turn on the wind light. So box, door car, doubles in the re-entry round. Box, door car, doubles in the re-entry round. If you lost first round and bought back, box, door car, doubles in the re-entry round. If you lost first round and bought back, I didn't get an in out of that. 30 red and 800s under, no good. Kurt Sandry, 70 and 2 above. Pete Miller and John Viana. Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, left side. The good-looking Blazer. I was in 676. Tequesta, Florida. What a great name. Down 650. Red light, P. Miller by 15 thou. John Brianna going to move back into round number 2. He's 23, 1 above 5, 38 total. Moves him through. Chris Goris and Gavin Hamby now. Goris out of Bradenton, Florida, left side, the 65 Chevy 2 for Evans Metal Works, Century Metals. H3 Automotive Performance, 667 on his scoreboard. Gavin Hamby right side down 6:55.
Once again, re-entry round, box door car doubles. Re-entry round, box door car doubles. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Re-entry round, box door car doubles. We need you down. Lanes 1 and 2.
Gavin Hamby 24 takes 68 and 4 above. Locks out Chris Goris 92 and also 4 above. David Gaspar, the Gaspar Body and Paint Ride, left side, the presenting sponsor here at the New Year's Nationals, dial 658. And Paul Rizzo is ready for him. 003 and 15 thou under. Gaspar 29 thou red and 43 thou under. Paul Rizzo back into round number 2. The long bed S10, and I mean long, like extended bed S10. Out of Northport, Florida, that's Rob Bezinger. Bezinger? 645 to dial left side. If you had a standard S10 bet on it, it'd be dialed 5 at 45. Michael Brand right side, Alpharetta, Georgia, the soft top Camaro. And I say it's soft because when you touch it, it's soft. It's vinyl. Dial 643. Rob 007. And 1 above 5, 1 above 6, 7, 1 above 6, 23 total, turns on the wind light and locks out Michael Brand. 28, take a thou is no good. Like a right place, right time kind of thing. 70 and 4 over, just 1 minute ago. 28, take 1's no good here. Corbin Fleming Dittenberg, left-hand side. The Mustang dial 630. And Kevin McNichol, Northport, Florida, in the Trans Am, about 845. McNichol 86 and just about that much under. Taking 25 thou. 21, 1 above 2. Good little 33 pack for Corbin, going to move on. John Ziakis out of Purcellville, Virginia. That says it's a Monte Carlo, so I don't think any of that is correct. If you are John, and you're driving an S10 now, I'm sorry. Jeff Stewart, right side, Fairmont, West of Virginia native. 72 Oldsmobile down 720. We will take all box door cars. Re-entry that if you bought back. If you won, stay at the trailer, but if you bought back, all box door cars. We will take you back to the lanes. All box door cars take you back to the lanes for your re-entry round. There's Jeff Stewart, 42, 4 above 0, 82 total. Turns on the lamp. John, 16 thou red and 23 thou over. Pretty good matchup here. Tom Artakis Jr. driving Todd Burks' ride, otherwise known as Donnie Hagar's backup ride, down 642. Jeff Sowers right side out of Ohio, down 627. And the Chevy 2. Problems for Sowers as Artakis is 6 thou red. Sowers 005 and doesn't make it under power to the Christmas tree. He's pulled over and stopped along the wall, so we'll get him picked up here. I can tell you whatever it is, it's probably Jeb Billiard's fault. Good job, Jed. You broke it from Ohio. But give us just a minute. We'll get him towed off the racing surface. I don't see any fluid trailing it, so he's checking out underneath it. So get it taken care of and be back at it. We've called all box door car re-entry. Need you to the lanes. All box door car re-entry to the staging lanes, please. So whatever it is, Jeff's pulling off the racetrack. We've got a all clear on the racetrack from the track crew. Jesus Alberto, left-hand side out of Odessa, Florida. Now 665. And Fuzzy Dice in the Fuzzy Dime. Dan Warren, right side. The Space Coast Speed and Custom back ride dialed 641. Two above, Fuzzy Dice, 14 thou red, 300s under the dial in, and that won't do it here in the re-entry round. Scott Sanders, 739 the dial left side, and the Chevy 2 wagon looks over and sees Macy Stewart out of Fairmont, West Virginia, the good-looking G-body, 613. Slower here, but turns on the wind light. Sanders was 10 and the car laid over. Macy 39 and turns on a wind light. The by car lights it up 001 and 4 over, and that'll do it for no box. So just like that, in the box, door car doubles in the re-entry round. Rick Triana, Vega left side, was the first guy to warm his car up this morning, down 589. William Browning right side, Squirrel, down 615, and Squirrel was in control. Squirrel, for some reason, stopped, dropped, and rolled. 22 and a 10th over is 18 thou behind Rick, 69. And his wind light is on as Jeremy Fan and Brandon Holder now. Fan on the left side, down 627 in the Nova. Holder right side. Now 5:53. For the love of all things holy, please put your dial-ins on the left side. It's so easy. It is so easy. Law has been here a long time, and she's getting irritated. So, I promise you, that's the last person here you want to make upset. 30 thousandths separate them up front, and Horner is 31, Bud 6, no good. Double 0-1, 2 over 0 for Jeremy Fan. 21 total, turns on the win light. As Howard at Westbury. Howie out of Harleyville, South Carolina for the Westbury Steel ride. 5:46 on his scoreboard. Take on Adam Klein. Probably about to mess this one up too out of Franklin, Kentucky, down 581. Turns on a win light. I said he was going to mess it up. He didn't. Howie had the entire race in front of him, 13 and 4 over. Stays 2 foul behind. Adam 24, take 2, turns on the win light. So final call, door car re-entry. Final call, door car re-entry. Double entered at dragster re-entry. Need you to the lanes. Double entered at dragster re-entry. Need you to the staging lanes. Is Bubba Browning and Derek Adams now. Win light, Bubba Browning on the stop. 39, 1 above 2 is Derek's 34. Take 33 to be 16 thou under. 39, 1 above for Bubba Browning, goes 6:03 at 1:08. Bill Hensley and Darwin Garcia now. Hensley out of London, Kentucky. Man, I don't know if that's Bill Hensley or not. It might be. I love London. I love Craig and Tammy Boone. I like going to London. Hensley down in 6:30 left side. Darwin Garcia out of Eustis, Florida right side, down 5:94. So we have a parts call in the junior pit area. If you have a half-scale car and you've got an under-chassis weight tank that you're not using, we'll bring that to the tower. We've got somebody in need. So a half-scale weight tank for the underneath side is Alan Rouse and J.T. Cardi now. 6:06. And I believe Sean Corman's old ride left side. J.T. Cardi in the Mustang right side. 33 foul red for J.T. Cardi and 34 foul under, no good. Rouse 25, 27 foul over, 52 total is good enough to put him back in round number 2. Mark Seigan and David McCready now. Lakeland, Florida left side down to 5:65. McCready right side, 6:01 in his Nova. Mark 003, and his wind light comes on. The legend, Roy Hagedorn, left side, 561 on the scooter. And Jackson Earwood, right side, down 713. About to see Roy Hagedorn do a sit-up. 11, 1 above 3, 24 total, walks out Earwood, 34, and 3 above, no good. My dog, Zach Hitchcock, left-hand side, out of Tennessee. I told Derek earlier we need to give him a COVID test. He left home to race. I like it. Actually, he's racing. We really need to give him just a COVID test. He's got to be sick. Ron Merkel, right side of the Deerfield Beach, Florida. Firebird down 665. Double inner dragster reentry. Top of the lanes is 7,000 separated. Stays in front. 19 and 5 above. Gets their 58 foul. Ron Merkel 12. And 12 hundredths over. No good. That is not Anson Brown, left-hand side. Dialed in 566. James Snyder dialed 7 flat, right side. It's ugly, but it's good enough for the left side. 62, 2 over. Had the extra time advantage by 42 foul. James Snyder 104 and 3.5 tenths over, no good. Braden Eberline, left-hand side, 629 the dial, and Mike White. Mike White out of Arden, North Carolina, dial 506. So we had a really ugly lap the pair before. This one, how about 11? Dead 8, 19 total. Turns on the wind line, Braden 002 and took too much. 11 dead 8 turns on the wind line. I thought I saw Derek Putnam's Nova in the right side, and that's not it. That is a very pretty race car for Joe Scala. What do they call it? What's his nickname? The Scalamander, there you go. I saw it on the door earlier. Austin Logan out of Port Charlotte, Florida, left side, 602 on his scoreboard. Austin Logan on the drop, turns on the wind light. Maybe not on the drop. Scala 17, take 15 to be 5 hundredths under. Logan 004 and 3 hundredths under. And Chris Osborne 17 fouls separate them. Advantage, Nick Ship, wind light, Nick. How about 2? Dead on 2, lays down 4 total. Chris Osborne 19. And wasting fuel, 4-pack for Nick Ship at 7-12. 96 miles an hour. Tim Martin and Ron Schaefer now. Martin left side out of Fort Lauderdale down 626. Ron Schaefer right side, St. Augustine, Florida native in the Mustang down 625. Seven for Ron Schaefer, and he's 7 down behind. Perfect for Tim Martin, one above 313 total. Locks out. Nope, doesn't lock out. Does not lock him out. 007, no good, right side. Jeff Miles and Neil Elliott now. Mr. Darlington Dragway. Mullis Race Cars, Nesbitt Engines. The house car, down 585. Neil Elliott right side. Out of Naples, Florida, 555 in the S10. So we have a parts call. If you have any dash 6 line, we need about 5 feet of it. Dash 6 braided line. We need some dash 6 braided line. We need about 5 feet if you got it. Jeff Miles looking like Morgan's driving it. 30 dead 8. But the run light comes on, 38 total. Elliott 10 thou red, 9 thou under, and turn off the racetrack the correct way. We got something going right for us finally. Darren Roden and Scotty Davis now. Roden left side down 563. Scotty known as Hunter's dad in the Roadster down 525. Scotty Davis crushes it. Roden 7 thou red, 3 thou under. Scotty drills at 0.56 and 100th under the dial, and his wind light comes on. Trey Bunner or James Bunner Jr. That's not Trey, because Trey be the third. Yeah, Trey be the third. 572 dial. And Robert Treadwell out of Callahan, Florida, right side 663. I believe that's Mark Horton's car. Is it? It's in the same trailer. All James Bunner Jr. Wind light Bunner. 12 dead 3, lays down 15 total. Treadwell 28, take 14, had no chance. Emily Salmon's left-hand side. E&E Cobalt. 563 out of Ohio, taking on Jim Martin. Mr. Clean Shot Intakes out of Beaverton, Michigan. Melissa's dad down at 639. A pair and 60 dead on 3 for Emily. Turns on a wind light. 63 total. Jim 60. Take too much. No good. Terrell Biddle and Scott Fifield. Cocoa, Florida, right side. 620. My favorite Terrell Biddle story is him and Bud McCarty were working a split. Carolina Broadway, Terrell informed him he came with nothing. He ain't afraid to leave with nothing. And that day he did leave with nothing, but I always enjoy Terrell and his antics. Thank you. The Terrell 13 and 4 over. Going to move on. Joe Socek Jr. Socek, yep. Cadence is down 654, and Joey Heck right side. The 50-something Chevrolet down 554. It's really short. Yeah, 55, that's what I said. Yeah, 55 is 50-something. 25-foul advantage to Socek, green light. Joe Socek lays down 11 total, gets their 5 foul. 5 dead 6. As Joey Heck 30 and under. Joe Socek Jr. back in the show. Michael Hart pulling up left side, 6'10", the dial on his Mustang. Michael Hart, but that is for sure Debbie Young's Mustang. Jessica Cameron right side, that is her G-body, no matter what Joey says, down 628. At this time, we will take all dragsters, re-entry round dragsters. If you bought back, we will take all of you to the staging lanes. If you're a re-entry door call, you are absolutely late. Like late. 41-foul advantage to Cameron. She puts it one above, turns on the wind light. 30, take 14 to be 41 total. Rocks out Hart, who's 71. And 16 foul under. Carlos Arroyo Jr. out of Toa Baja, Puerto Rico. 591 the dial left side for the Camaro. And Kevin Stittle out of Canada. Pretty sure I saw him at Grand Bend, if I am not mistaken. I got the pleasure of going and racing with the Anjay twins at Grand Bend. What a great time that was. Drew Buckner puts that show on up there. 690 the dial right side. Shout out to all of my northern friends and foes. Arroyo about to go all San Juan on him. 21. And way above Kevin Stittle was 70. And I want to say it looks a little bit like he left it in high gear. It left lazy, started pulling. What do I know? Matt Ferraro. No relation to Nick out of Palmetto, Florida, now at 6'11". And that says Dustin Chestnut right side. Yeah, Megan's back there, so that's Dustin, 556 right side. I will say it again, I love London Dragway. Dustin Chestnut, 13, take 6 to be 17 total. Rocks out Ferraro, 23, dead 0. And 6 foul behind. Sean Lingerfeld, Mike Stout now. Sean, a tough customer. Is that a Beretta? Ha, look at me go. 546 left side for Lingerfeld. 641 right side for Mike Stout. There's a Mike Stout that races out of Indiana, but I don't think that's him. Stout, 007, and we had a dial auto hot. 29 thou under. His wind lights on. Steve Collins now, not the Steve Collins I know, but the Steve Collins you guys might know out of Largo, Florida. My dog, Steve Collins, back home in, I think he lives in Tennessee. Big Alabama fan. Even better guy. 535 for the buggy left side. Donnie Gibbs right side. Gibbs race car Chevy 2, formerly owned by the Ray family, I believe. 609 for the flaming Chevy twice. John Claxton used to drive that. We are eating up the center line with the buggy. 39 and aborted as Donnie Gibbs 19 and 5 above. His win light comes on. Brian Reibert Jr. about 661 in the Mustang and the best leaving car on the property, probably in the country. This thing is smooth. The Boss Lady Camaro, driven by Gary Williams for FTI On-Site and Mickey Thompson Tire. FTI Performance backed ride. It's got a set of Dave Connolly shocks on it. That just makes me torqued up just watching that thing. How about 2 total for G-Dub? 1 dead, 1. Gets their 19th foul. He said, I really want to get back in this thing. 2-pack for Gary Williams, Brian Reibert, 004, and had no chance. 2 total for Troy Williams Jr.'s brother. He turns the win light on. Lil Phil Combs down 609 left side. Because Lil Phil is 3223, Big Phil is 3x74. Any more questions? Josh Sanner right side. Dialed 682. And you can tell if Big Phil feels like he hits it, he will not throw the grinder down. So just hold it the whole way down. Lil Phil 10, take 5, and 48 foul over. Sanner 20 and 43 foul over. Ends up 5 foul behind. Little Phil taking 2 entries into round number 2. Jeremy Fan and Dan B now. Fan on the left side, 627 and then over. Dan B driving Cool Whip. Oh, I got the pleasure of reeling or just holding the steering wheel in a Immokalee. It was great till it wasn't. I don't know, that's the first Bulldry ride I got to drive, actually. It ruined my Lululemon shorts. I was not happy. Try not to roll, though. Dan B, 29, take 13. Be 22 foul under. Fan 003, 1 above, 7. Locks out Bulldry by 9 foul. Jeremy Fan back in the show. Bill Hensley and Shannon Seals now. Hensley on the left side, 629 the dial. That is Bill Hensley. All right, confirmation successful. Shannon Seals the drive for EE.com, Two Worlds Garage. Benno. Out of Hamilton, Ohio, down 710. That is not an AMC. It's not a Mopar, so I didn't get confused. Was 14 and 34 foul over. Hensley had a chance, 32. Drove past him about 330 feet and kept on driving to be 9 foul under. Howard Westbury, Harleyville, South Carolina, left side. Westbury Steely Rector's ride, 550 on the scoreboard, and Taylor Bulldry, a.k.a. Maverick, took flight round number 1, let out of it while it was in flight. Came crashing down, and we got her tightened up now. However, taking flight might be in her head. 95, no good. 006. Woo. We needed to stop. We had a chance. Double breakout race goes to Westbury. 6, take 54. Taylor lights it up 5.5 hundredths under. We just need to Just needed to hit the brake pedal just a little bit. Jeff Sowers now. Got it through in the first entry and pulled over towards the wall. Hopefully got it fixed. Dialed 627 and Bubba Browning right side. 601 the dial for Bubba Browning. Red light Bubba Browning by 2 fouls. Sowers double 08 and 3 above. His win light comes on. Ed Sanders turns them both on. Dialed 8 flat, left side. Adam Klein, right side. 582. Ed Sanders having problems with the wagon. It did not launch, and Adam 30 again. And lets out early. Got a text message today that Roland Leong passed away. Roland, the driver of Nostalgia Nitro Hawaiian. Dude I was fortunate enough to meet as we were at the March meet. Jesus Alberto looked like he double clutched the trans brake, it rocked, and he just sat there. Joe Foley gets 2 Christmas gifts in 1 round, 25, and shuts it off early. Alan Rouse and David McCready now. 609 the dial left side in the S10. 605 for the Inco Clone Nova right side. Was 576 better, 001, and shuts it off early. Alan Rouse getting that entry back through as Jeff Miles rolls up in the wagon left side. Says Roy Hagedorn, but I don't think Roy Hagedorn hopped in Jeff Miles' wagon. There we go. There's Jeff's number. Lindsey Brand right side in the Camaro down 641. It looks like something Adam Davis built. I'm not sure if he did or not, but it's a good-looking race car. Lindsey, 22, 1 above, 1. 33 total. Jeff, 28, take 10. Had to take 5 or less. Lindsey going to move on. Joe Socek Jr. and Steve Canizzo. Socek out of Ohio, left side for Trick Flow and K&N and Bill Performance Transmissions. 6:54. The Triple All Firm scoreboard down there. It is out of Bradenton, Florida, right side. The 1967 Mustang down 6:15. Sunset drills it again. Oh boy. Oh, Joe Sobchak, 005, takes 32 foul to be 5 foul under. Canizzo 34 and 2 foul under. Wind light going his way. It's Darren Roten and Justin Snyder now. East Newmarket, Maryland left side for the 1968 vinyl top Chevelle. 563 his predicted ET. Justin Snyder right side. Vero Beach, Florida native down 674 in the four-door. Shout out Chuck Yeager. Oh boy. 5 foul separating the four-door. Viper 006 dead on 3. Lays down 9 total. Roden 11 and 2 above had no chance. A 9-pack for the four-door. Puts it in round number 2 as West Salem, Ohio goes nuts. Mike Stanek and Mark Horton now. Driver not on file right side. What we call him. He does a lot better whenever he doesn't turn the tech card in. 488 the right side for Horton. Fuel Tech and FTI, Mickey Thompson. Mike Stanek at a Lehigh, Ames, Florida. The Mustang wheels up in 25 red. Horton is 25 green and 3 over. Paul Skinger left-hand side out of New Jersey. Now 459 and Jeremy Wilson right side. The Race Tech ride down 452 out of Palm Harbor, Florida. For Paul Skinger turns on a wind light as Wilson 10, take 31 to be 9 foul under. Paul Skinger 005, 27 foul over, 32 total. Says Madison Ezel, looks like Johnny. I don't know if Johnny's recovered from surgery yet enough or not. That is Johnny. 448 the dial left side for JBR. Joey Cameron right side, 470. Knew it wasn't Madison. The burnout wasn't 9,000 RPM. Cameron puts it dead. 0, 22 total. Gets there 2 foul. JBR 008, 1 above, 6 to be 2 foul behind. Joey Cameron back in the show. Wayne Stewart and Ricky Whiting now. Wayne Stewart in the buggy, left-hand side, down 580. Ricky says 480 sounds a lot better. Second spot going to the center steer. 17 and 15 thou under. Wayne Stewart 51, take 87 to be a 10th and a half under, no good. Michael Carpenter down 476 left side. Looks like the former John Taylor ride. I'm not sure if it is or not. Elizabeth Salmon's right side, the drive for E.com, two girls garage ride. She's one of the two girls, down 477. Dead 9 gets their 12 fouls. Elizabeth 36 dead 2. Locked out. Michael Carpenter going to move on. Haley Hawkins left hand side out of now Florida. Rockledge to be exact. A race tech ride down 476. Jason Briggs right side. Briggs out of Kentucky down 490. Maybe Ohio, one of the two. I think it's Northern Kentucky if I'm not mistaken. Briggs, 10, take 6. 24 total, locks out Haley 32 and 2 thou under. Still 6 thou behind. Jason Briggs gets back in the show. All dragster re-entry, you have been called. All dragster re-entry, you have been called to lanes as Anderson Rich and Nicole Marquardt now. Anderson out of Tennessee left side for Rich Marine Service. 433 on his scoreboard. Nicole now 462 right side. Anderson's car was huffing a bunch of fuel out of it. So it looked like maybe fuel, maybe something else spraying out of Anderson Rich's ride, and it kind of looked like it chucked a blower belt or something flew off about 100 foot out. So Nicole 10 thou red and no good. Anderson 25 and shut itself off. So Gerard Hamlick looked like he double clutched the trans brake in round number 1. Tony Banks right side. Banks getting a 200s head start from Gerard. So juniors, you are on standby. Remember, it is a re-entry round. If you won round one, you will sit tight. Juniors, if you won round one, whenever we call you, you're going to hang out at the trailer. If you bought back, you're going to race other buyback vehicles. As this is my last pair. I'm letting Derek take back over. I'm already retiring again. My voice is starting to hurt. Nope, when you're retired, this is all it takes. I gotta save my voice to yell at my kid when he messes up later. Lord is led by 3 foul. Tony Banks, 007, 1 4, down 11 total. 11 pack for Tony Banks, puts him back in the show. 2-seater and Johnny Tolosano roll up now, and Derek Putnam rolls right back into this comfy chair. Or the uncomfy chair, probably. Yeah, the uncomfy chair.
Jake Hodge, thank you very much for coming upstairs and giving me a minute to breathe. I appreciate that. Doug Foley Jr. and Pave Coughlin coming up next. The Jegs ride right side, 466 Island, 451 for Doug Foley Jr. out of North Carolina left side in the Alloy backed ride. This might actually be Johnny Tolosano. Even though it says Page, could very well be Johnny T. Even though he has his red car out here too. And lights it up 52 thousandths under. That can't be Johnny Tolosano. He's only holding 8 thousandths. Can't be Johnny. He'll come tell me if I'm wrong. Next pair, Jason Preston and Katie Sloat. Sloat, who bakes sweets for a living. And she delivers them to the racetrack. Those are two really good things that sometimes might not result in good things, unless you like sugar highs, which I do. 465 Donald left side, Jason Preston right side, 472 in the white with black and green. What am I saying green for? Apparently I got green on the brain because I missed saying Joe's car because Jake Hodge was announcing it. With the white and orange and black accented dragster right side. Jason Preston gets to go first. Once again, I have called all dragsters re-entry round. All dragsters re-entry round. If you are not in the lanes, you're about to be late. All dragsters re-entry round. Double O's a pair of them. 005 and 008 man. 005 takes 002 to be one above 4, put 19 total together. Katie Sloat is 008, one above 3 for 21 total and comes up 2,000 short. Jason Preston to round number 2. Ashley Allen and Darian Bosch next. Bosch left side. The blown dragster, $435, and $451 for Ashley Allen on the right-hand side. Ashley goes first. Left side. Ashley 21 take 12 to be 1 now under. Needed to take 11 or less. Easy for me to say. Bosch is 22 green, 1 above 0 for 32 total. Ashley's 21 on the tree. That gives her 11 battle to win with it. She takes a foul too much. Again, easy for me to say in the tower. I do race, not well, but I will tell you that if you sit there and tell me, hey, you took 12, you need to take 11, I'd say, go ahead, you take the seat and show me. Drew Smith and Tyler Bohannon, although I'm not sure if this is Tyler in the seat, I do know it is his car. Drew Smith right side, 467 the dial, and actually that's the Instant Karma car. I might be wrong on that one, on the driver, but either way, the Instant Karma, one of the cars over on right side, 467 dial gets to go first over left side, dial 445. Left lane 48, green 1 under. And Drew Smith turned it 7th out, pink. Left lane to round 2. Jamie Summers and Justin James next. James in the not blown dragster. He's got a nice green nitrous bottle on it though for a little bit of extra oomph if he needs it. 476 dialing right side. Jamie Summers in the blown dragster dialing 485. Justin James 015, green 501 on the 476. I think Summers might have missed that one there. 499 on the 485. Kyle Cotrere and Brett Sloat next. Sloat out of Parish, Florida, the Mullis chassis dragster. He dials in 455, 449 for Kyle Cotrere, left side out of Maine, making the long toe. All right, attention in the bits, attention in the bits. Junior dragster re-entry round. Junior dragster re-entry round. I need age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragster re-entry round. Junior dragster re-entry round. I need age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Double breakout, Brett Sloat gets the win. 2 thou better on the reaction time and breaks out by 1 thou compared to 13 thousandths for Kyle Cotrere. Good race there. Kyle is 14, take 16, no good. Craig Serra and Chloe Heck. Chloe Heck right hand side, 544 the dial in for the all black dragster. Gets the big head start from Craig Serra. Craig, the recently relocated to Florida Serra. Actually, it's been a couple years, he said. 474 the dial in left side, so Chloe gets to go first by 7/10 of a second. Better reaction time to Heck. Will goes to Serra. Heck with the better reaction time and throttles away it by getting behind by 14 thou, and Serra takes advantage. 480 on the 474. Heck goes 11 hundredths above the 544 dial-in. The win. Willie's 022 green, one above the 486 dial-in for 36 total. That locks up Becky Mendenhall's 039 reaction time. Slick Willie to round 2. Once again, junior dragsters, re-entry round. Junior dragsters, re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Scott Douglas and Alan Glatt next. Glatt in the blown dragster out of Maryland, 2020 Miller chassis, 452 dial-in, 434 dial-in for Scott Douglas over on the right-hand side. The blown dragster gets to go first in this matchup. Once again, junior dragster re-entry round. Junior dragster re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Final call, dragsters re-entry round. Final call, dragsters re-entry round. Lanes 1 and 2. You're about to be late if you do not make it. Dragster re-entry round. Dragster re-entry round. Lanes 1 and 2. You're about to be late. And Scott Douglas gets away with one there with a 79 total. And you can look at the scoreboard and see that he's dead too, so you know where the rest came from. Alan Glad, a painful 001 red. Once again, do not forget that the RT Promotions New Year Nationals merchandise is available. It was on the west side of the racetrack at the T-shirt trailer. Go over and see Matt Milano and Tim Goolsby, the GRE/Treasure Coast embroidery deal. Go over and grab yourself some New Year National swag. Randy Banger and Spencer Markle. Markle, the $469 in right side out of Lakewood Ranch, Florida. Palmetto, Florida for Randy Banger, $45. Spencer gets a time run, and Randy Banger is going to be sick at that time slip. Spencer is 33 thou red and 18 hundredths above. Randy Banger under by 11 thousandths, but he turned the red light on, and that's what ended his day. Tim Castetter coming up next out of Pennsylvania, 448 the dial on the American chassis dragster. He will line up against Bradley B-Rad Snowball, the Florida to South Carolina relocated Ford driver. The wheel standing dragster will dial 448 on the left side. Yes, I did say Ford. It's got the big blue oval behind the driver's head. One of the first dragsters I ever saw that would pull both front wheels off the starting line. The 006 tree for 24 total. Snowball is 10 green and 3 above, dropping out at the finish line. 16 thou margin of victory goes to Castetter. Castetter. I think I said it correct the first time. Castetter. Hopefully I'm not butchering it. Tim, you could send somebody up here to just hit me on the back of the head until the parent says it correctly. Raul Meza and Eric Rawlings next. Rawlings out of North Carolina in the Shorty Race Tech chassis dragster left side. 439 dialing. He gives a big head start to Raul Meza. Meza on the conventional length dragster. He's got the upswept headers and the wing and all. 508 the dial in. Right side goes first by 69 hundredths of a second. On the reaction time, and he gets the win right here. Good on the 439 as Raul slows to a 556. You saw the car go deep off the starting line, and he obviously had some problems, and Eric Rawlings takes advantage. He'll take the Shorty dragster to round 2. Rick Needham Jr. and Corey Reen next. Needham, one of, I believe, 3 T-bucket style roadsters. Yeah, everybody sees the street style roadster with the left-hand steer, but this is a T-bucket, the center steer roadster. $627 on left side. Corey Reendahl, $466 in the dragster. So he gets to sit there and wait as Rick Needham is going to lead first by 1.61 seconds of handicap over one full Christmas tree. Once again, I have called junior dragsters. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4, please, for re-entry round. Corey goes dead on with a 1, but gave it away when he red lighted away his chances by 9,000. What does James Thompson say? Just squeeze harder or push harder, one or the other. Again, easy for me to say. Emily Salmon, or Salmons, one or the other. The 2010 Chevrolet Cobalt out of E&E Trucking. 562 Dylan will get the head start from W.R. Ketterman out of Maryland. 2006 Racetech Chassis Dragster. 451 Dylan, so the door car gets to go first by 1.11 seconds, and then W.R. Ketterman will play catch up. Once again, Junior Dragster re-entry round. Junior Dragster re-entry round. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Round 566 on the 562. Ketterman rolls across as a coasting 470. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragster re-entry round, age group 13 to 17, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster, age group 13 to 17 for re-entry round, lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, Junior Dragsters, re-entry round. Junior Dragsters, re-entry round. Age group 13 to 17, I need you to lanes 1 and 2 at this time. Again, Junior Dragster by run on the wait and see. Here's number 2010, 2010. Robert Keown and Chris Ferguson going down the racetrack right here. Winlight Ferguson. 20 green, 1 above 4, puts 34 pack together. Robert Campbell, 516 with a 6. Vanilla Main Tree puts 35 total together. 1 foul margin of victory goes to Chris Ferguson, left side. Once again, your wait and see buy run for Junior Dragsters is car 2010. Michael Needham and Tyler Gossett next. Needham in the drive for E, trucking-based ride, right-hand side. 503 the dial, and he gets the head start from the 462 of Tyler Gossett, left side. Junior Dragsters, I have called all 3 age groups. Junior Dragsters, I have called all 3 age groups. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 14 to lanes 1 and 2. Needham turns it 1 foul red. If he didn't, Gossett was going to do it behind him as he 407 red. 001 red, legs it out to go 300ths under. Jeremy Wilson and Wyatt Palmatier. Palmatier, they call him Big Papa. Doing triple duty between wheeling the S10 pickup truck, the dragster, and the junior here this weekend. He's got his hands full in a good way. 456 the dial-in, 452 the dial-in for Jeremy Wilson, so only 400 separate these two on their dial-ins. Palmatier on the left, Wilson on the right. We are clean and green, 6 miles action time advantage, right side, wheel right side. Big Papa gets there first by 13 and breaks it out by 2, trying to cover the reaction time difference. Wilson is 14, 1 above 7 for 31 total. That gave Palmatier 11th out of take, and he took 13 to break out by 2. Kayla Needham and Ricky Whiting next. Whiting in the accurate powder coating back 2002 undercover out of Orlando, $477 left side. He'll give the slight head start to Kaylin Needham. Needham in the two girls garage backed ride, $490 the dial in right side. Looks like we are down to our final few dragsters. And our wait and see Byron Mark Horton sitting patiently waiting. Once again, I have called all re-entry round for junior dragsters. All re-entry round for junior dragsters. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to 3 and 4. Age group 13 to 17 lanes 1 and 2. We are clean and green. Has the advantage right side. And the win light's going to go to Ricky Whiting as Kayla slows to a 5:13 on the 490. Whiting takes advantage and slides on by to go 494 on the 477. He gets the win. Joey Cameron and Johnny Ezel. Could be Johnny Bracker Racer right side. 436 dial and 469 for Joey Cameron out of Ohio. And he will go first left side. On the 469, taking 21 thou. Right hand side, our first sub 1 second 60 foot. .999 on the 60 foot for Johnny Bracket Racer and 200s above. Jason Briggs and Craig Sarah next. Craig driving the dragster that him and Sean put together a few years back and then sold it, and Craig said that he bought it back, and now behind the wheel of it on the left side of the racetrack, the Worthy chassis, 474 the dial and 490 for Jason Briggs in the multicolored dragster on the right hand side. Back together, dead on the dial with a 5 with a 008 tree. Sarah's 19 and mathematically locked out. Jason Briggs, 008 dead on 5, puts together 13 total for the W. Craig Sarah, 19 tree, mathematically ineligible. Darian Bosch and Michael Combs. I wonder if they found to fix their parts, but either that or they might have jumped on a second ride. Michael Combs, who was looking for a carburetor and some power glide transmission parts. 5 flat the dial in right side. Darian Bosch on the blown dragster dials 435 left side. Win light, Bosch, he got the crack of the throttle there. 437 on the 435 on the 23 tree, take 37 total. Michael Combs can only go 505 to the deck, and he's behind on the reaction time. That usually doesn't work out too well. Here's your legal Byron Mark Horton. He had the best losing package in round number 1. I believe he was, I think, sub 30 total, and that wasn't good enough for a win, but he got himself a buy run out of it, as well as the best losing package, and he'll take the buy run right here to go into round number 2. The Fuel Tech, Mickey Thompson, and FTI back dragster about 480. Horton, 18 green, and legs it to go 486 at 141, and that will wrap up the re-entry round in the box category. All right, we'll work our way into the junior dragster category now for the re-entry round. Just a $20 re-entry round fee. And they will make money too, as the good folks at Easy Life Motorsports doing best losing packages for us here. And they did them for the full fee, so drivers who got back in, especially in the case of Mark Hortney, actually ended up getting money to get into the buyback round because he had the buy run and actually used it. Tyler Biddle and Jackson Allen will get us started. Biddle on the right side, Allen on the left side. Much better reaction time going to Tyler Biddle. Way out in front, hopefully he can clamp it down. Unfortunately, he breaks out. So Tyler Biddle will break out by 11 hundredths of a second. Jackson Allen gets the win here, 13:47 on the 11:90. That'll bring up Peyton Duffett and Trey Collins next. Collins left side, 11:92 dial in. 11:90 dial in for Peyton Duffett on the right-hand side. Peyton turns on the red light right-hand side, so Trey Collins will get the win. 12:02 on the 11:92 dial-in. Bentley right and right are horsed. Horse right side dial 1190, 890 for Bentley right, left side as we mix the two age groups together. Win, light, Bentley. How about dead on the dial-in with a 9? Ryder goes dead on the dial-in with a 5. Good race right there. Bentley right turns on the win. Brody Snyder and Ben Short next. Short turns on the red light dial, 1060 right side. That'll give Brody Snyder the automatic win. 20 green and looking for 890. He goes 893. Grayson Edelman coming up next. The upper limit chassis, green race car dialed 890, 1147 right-hand side. No driver information on that one as of yet. Grayson turns on the red light, so the right-hand side will move on. 1154 on the 1147. Grayson legs it out to go 892 on the 890. Mason Summers and Lindsey Preston next. Preston in the Michigan-based half-scale right side, 890 the dial-in. Mason Summers out of Kentucky in the American chassis dragster dials 890 left side. We are clean and green 3,000. Separate them on reaction time. This is a good one. Advantage to Lindsey Preston by 3,000ths right side, but the win light will go to Summers left side. 9:12 just edging out of 9:15 by 30,000ths of a second. Good drag race between the two. Summers gets the win. Emma Sickler and Haley Becker next. Becker out of Tinley Park, Illinois, 2018 Mike Boss chassis right side, 892 dial-in. We'll find up against Emma Sickler. Sickler from my original hometown, Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, 890 dial-in on the half-scale dragster left side. Sickler and Becker ready to go. And Sickler turns it green, foul, red. Becker, double 04 green on the right side. And goes 903. Sickler goes 891 on the 890. Both of them glued to that Christmas tree. Sickler left just a mere 3,000ths too soon. Sierra Height and Caden Holdaway. A couple of regulars that we see in the Gainesville, South Georgia Motorsports Park area. Height out of Keystone Heights, Florida, right-hand side, 908 the dial-in. 891 the dial-in for Caden Holdaway on the left-hand side of the racetrack. thousandths. That'll swing the win light to Caden Holdaway. Holdaway goes 892 on the 891, 100th above. Sierra goes 909 on the 908, 100th above. So both of them had the dial-ins down right. Reagan Nave coming up next out of Kentucky, right side, 923 dial-in. Look at that start from Branson Jackman. Jackman out of Clewiston, Florida, 891 dial-in left-hand side. Reagan turns it red, and that'll give the win light to Branson Jackman. 911 on the 915 dial-in. Aaron Kennedy and Stephen Shelton. Shelton left side out of Cleveland, Georgia, 805 dial-in. Aaron Kennedy out of the Gainesville, Florida area, 890 dial-in for him on the right-hand side. He gets to go first. Win light, Shelton, 806 on the 805. Aaron Kennedy matches the dial-in, but unfortunately turns on the red light. Stephen Shelton to round two. Shelby Thurman and Nick Kaysen next. Kaysen on the Michigan right-hand side, 790 the dial-in. Thurman on the left-hand side, dial 795. Shelby Thurman will get the win. Looking for 795 on the left side. And he goes 791, goes under by a little bit. Nick matches the dial in 790 with a 3, but unfortunately turns on the red light. Brooke Becker and Nathan Lopez next. Lopez right side down 8 flat, 790 for the Illinois-based ride of Brooke Becker left side. And Becker will get the win here as Nathan turns it 3-1 red. And both drivers leg it out. 788 on a 790 for Becker. 806 on the 8 flat for Nathan Lopez. Mallory Stewart and Haley Peterson next. West Virginia based for Mallory Stewart, left side 791 the dial in, 794 for Haley Peterson, based right here in North Fort Myers, Florida. The Peterson right side, Stewart left side. Peterson gets to go first on that island, difference by 0.03 of a second right side. Time win light Peterson 797 on the 794, 0.03 above. 797 also for Mallory Stewart, but it's 0.06 above. Peterson with the better reaction time and closer to the dial-in, so Peterson gets the win here. Anthony Augustine and Jake Sickler come up next. Bonita Springs, Florida, home base for Anthony Augustine right side, 804 dial-in, 790 the dial-in for Jake Sickler left side. As well. 792 on the 790 for Jake Sickler with a better reaction time. Take 0.04 of stripe. Anthony Augustine is 1/100th above. Good tight drag race right there. 3 thou margin of victory. Kalen Fargo and Colton Brandon next. The Sarasota transmission back junior dragster of Kalen Fargo, left side 8 flat the dial in, 790 the dial in for Colton Brandon on the right hand side. Side for Kalen Fargo. 801 on the 8 flat with an 015 tree. Colton gets there first by 21 thou and breaks out by 4 thousandths on an 017 tree. Need to take 17 or less. Good race there. Win light to Fargo left side. Haley Shook and Autumn Gibson next. Shook in the toxic burst car out of Northport, Florida, 795 dial in. Gets the slight head start from Autumn Gibson out of Michigan, 790 the dial in. Double 04, take 51 to be 3 above. Haley Shook is 1 above. Autumn Gibson, double 04. Haley Shook 074. Autumn Gibson gets the win. Tyler Vanaco and Hayden James next. James out of Cartersville, Georgia, 804 dial in right side, 810 the dial in for Tyler Vanaco out of Port Charlotte, Florida, left side. Only 600 separate him on dial-ins. Left side gets to go first for the DK Corporation dragster. double breakout. 801 with a 9 under by 21 thousandths. Monaco goes 804 with a 3 on an 810 is under by 57 thousandths. 36 thousandths margin of victory goes to Hayden James, and the Georgia-based Boss Chassis will go to round 2. Matthew Peterson and Ian Burt next. Burt out of Grove City, Ohio, left side, 805 dialing, 790 dialing for Matthew Peterson, right side. Difference on reaction time, and Ian Burt gets the win. 805 with a 3 on an 805 with a 14 tree, puts a 17 pack together. Matthew Peterson is 015 green and 400ths above. Good lap, just wrong place, wrong time. 17 total, left side. Ian Burt moves on. Matt Atrobius and Parker DeWeese. DeWeese out of Franklin, Kentucky, right side, 813 at Island. Matt Atrobius, left side, out of Ohio. Yes, win light goes to Parker. 817 on the 813 with a 001 tree. Take pretty good amount as Kelman falls off. 809 to on a 796, 1300ths above Parker. Near perfect 001 on the Christmas tree. Good job for DeWeese. He'll go to round number 2. Cameron Rich and Madison Stutler. Stutler out of Winchester, Virginia, 790 dialing right side. Cameron Rich relocated from Daytona to Bradenton, Florida, 790 left side. It out to go dead on 8 for 35 total. Tough break there for Cameron Rich. Turns it red and goes 2 above. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This one as Bobby Starr turns it red. Goes 840 on the 845, but that's okay when Bobby turned it red and then goes 797 on the 790. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take for round number 2. No box doubles, no box doubles. I need you to the lanes, please. No box doubles, no box doubles. I need you to the lanes, please, for round number 2. No box doubles. No box doubles. I need you to the lanes for round number 2, please. Your wait and see buy run for round number 2 is car 2076 Gage Birch. Once again, no box doubles, no box doubles. I need you back to lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. No box doubles, no box doubles, lanes 5 and 6, please. No box doubles, no box doubles, lanes 5 and 6. No box doubles, lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. No box doubles, no box doubles. For round number 2, lanes 5 and 6, please. No box doubles. No box doubles. Round number 2. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Brooklyn Bunch and Gavin Giddens coming up next. Brooklyn Bunch right side, $792 dialing, $890 dialing for Gavin Gibbons left side. Again, no box doubles, round 2, no box doubles, round 2, lanes 5 and 6, no box doubles, no box doubles, round 2, lanes 5 and 6. Gavin Giddens with a better reaction time. Brooklyn Bunch, though, gets the win. 8:14 on the 792 as Giddens slows to a 9:49 on the 890 dial-in. Lucas Sars coming up next, left side. 790 to dial-in. Hunter Dowling also dialing 790 on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Once again, no box doubles, no box doubles. Lanes 5 and 6, please. No box doubles. No box doubles. Lanes 5 and 6, please. So an all 790 dial-in matchup between Lucas Sars and Hunter Dowling. Now staged and ready. We are clean and green. We're leaving within 16 thousandths of a second of each other, so this one will be good at the finish line. Win, light will go to Lucas. 796 on the 790, just getting around the 795 of Hunter. 3 thousandths margin of victory. Good drag race right there. Lucas takes the win. Once again, no box doubles, round 2. No box doubles, round 2. Lanes 5 and 6, please. No box doubles, round 2. No box doubles, round 2. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Jimmy Cavanaugh getting the win here as Josh Roby turned it red. Goes 8:07 on the 8:15, but that's okay because Josh Roby turned it red on his 790 dial-in. Kylie Needham and Brooks McMath next. McMath out of Virginia, right side, 790 dial-in in the Boss chassis. Left side, the E&E trucking-based operation out of Ohio for Kylie Needham, 790 dial-in as well. At this time, I will take foot brake, lanes 5 and 6, foot brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Foot brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Brooks McMath with a better reaction time right side, double breakout, and Brooks McMath gets the win. 788 with a 5 on the 790, under by 15 thousandths. Kylie goes under by 57 thousandths. Difference is 42 thousandths of a second, and Brooks McMath gets the win. Jordan Denny next, 8:05 dial-in right side, 793 the dial-in for Kimberly Van Cisa on the left-hand side. Van Sika goes 794 with a 2 on the 793, puts a 26 back together. Jordan goes 8:07 with a 5 on an 8:05, puts together 38 total. Good race by both of them. Kimberly gets the win by 12 thousandths. Caden Socek coming up next out of Ohio, 790 dial in right side. Peyton Rawlingstyles 820 left side out of North Carolina. Once again, I have called foot brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6, please. Foot brake drivers, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here comes your buy run. The Casey's Automotive ride had the best losing package in round number 1, so gets the odd number single here in the re-entry round. The dial-in, 037 tree, and legs it out to go 860 on the 843. You can adjust that dial-in for round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, that will wrap up the re-entry round for all 3 categories. I do have best losing packages On the second floor of the tower, car number 2972, Jeremy West, car number 229, Mark Horton, and car 2010. If those are your entries, I have best losing packages for you in round number 1. On the top floor of the tower, you can come up and collect your payout thanks to our friends at Easy Life Motorsports.
Weldon pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Once again, my foot brake drivers, lanes 1 and 2, foot brake drivers 1 and 2, no box doubles and no box, lanes 5 and 6, no box doubles and no box, lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, final call on the concession stand for the day. Final call on the concession stand for the day. So if you would like to get yourself something good to eat or drink, Tower Side concession stand is still open, but only for a little while longer. If you would like to get yourself something good.
Maybe it's a new beginning. Maybe it's the start of where it ends. I know. It comes down to all or nothing. This time it's for real, we can't pretend. You know. They're closing in, and I don't wanna miss a shot. Adrenaline, so give it everything that you got. Don't stop. In your eyes, I see a
Also keep in mind on the west side of the racetrack, we do have the food trucks open. The New York Italian Sausage and Lemonade Express are over on the west side of the racetrack if you would like to go visit them.
I can hear my every heartbeat. I can feel the blood rush through my veins. You know. Somewhere in the distance, the sun's coming up. Everything is blurry, the trees flashing by my side.
All right, here we go into round number 2 of the no-box class. This is where 2 go down and only 1 comes back. Daryl Going and Tommy Borgia coming up first. Borgia out of Kentucky in the stick shift Mustang with Kentucky Gears as the backer. 756 dial-in, 777 dial-in for Daryl Going in the Tesla. Out of Kansas, he will go first left side on the dial-in difference. We are clean and green. The Tesla possibly pulling back around the Mustang and gets it done. 777 dead on the dial-in as Tommy is 005 and under. Daryl going to round 3. Borgia 005 and no win light. Aaron Reynolds up next. Right-hand side, 614 in the revamped House Car S10. James Paler in the 2002 Sunset Orange Metallic Camaro dials in 688. He gets to go first. Clean and green, 9,000. Reaction time and Barron's Reynolds win. Light Reynolds. 617 on the 614. Take 10 thou of stripe. Paler is 691 on the 688, so both drivers are 3 above. That comes down to the 9,000ths difference on reaction time. Win Light Reynolds. Macy Stewart and Taylor Bofall. Bofall in the multicolored Duster, dial 624, right side 615 for Macy Stewart, the 85 Big Tire Cutlass. Once again, I have called all no box entries, foot brake and no box, to the lanes for round number 2. If you are not in the lanes, you need to get there. Stewart left side, Bofall right side. And Bofall will get the automatic win as Stewart turns at 22 thou red. Bofall 23 green and legs it out to be 9,000ths under. Stewart is 3,000ths under after the red light. Possible big wheelie contest coming up in both sides of the racetrack. Taylor Bofall, Goodlettsville, Tennessee-based 1983 wheel standing S10 pick-em-up truck, 620 dial-in left side. Amy Ferrante out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, in the Fox Hatch Mustang, dial 610 right side. Both of these cars have gone wheels up big time today. Let's see how they're set up right now. Truck goes first. Control on the truck, it's saying they drug the bumper on it earlier. Better reaction time left side. Red light left side for Taylor. 623 on the 620, 300ths above. Amy is also 300ths above the vine on the Christmas tree by 300, so that gives the win to Taylor, and the S10 will come back for round number 3. Zach Combs, the animal. Dial 622 next, left-hand side. Douglas Hoven out of New Jersey in the 69 Chevy Camaro. I believe they called that Hunter Green. I can't remember off the top of my head. I know what the 1970 color was called. It was called Forest Green. 624. Almost out exactly the same. Just 200ths of a second separate the two. Right side first based on the dial-in. Animal getting bumped in. And we are clean and green, and someone is 15 on the tree and 15 foul behind. Winlight, Hoven dead on 5, but a 5 back together. Trips it perfect, 624 with a 5 on a 624 to put a 5 back together. Zach Combs is 15 green and has no chance. Is wasting fuel. John Smith Jr., LS-powered 1967 Chevy Nova out of Kentucky up next. 558 the dial-in right side. He will give the head start to Nasty Nick Hastings. Helsing the Shelby, Ohio-based T1000 Pontiac. Don't call it a Chevette. 614 dial-in left side for Nasty Nick. 615 with a 5 on a 614, puts together 30 total. Smith is 3 hundredths above to get 21 thou behind Nasty Nick Hastings to round 3. The $1 Million Man himself, the first guy to ever win the $1 Million drag race off the bottom. Donnie Hager comes up next, left side, $629, $669 for Michael Sweeney, right side. And Sweeney turns red right on by a bunch, and Donnie was ready for him. 004, same color as the car, and legs it out to go 100th under. Donnie Hagar will keep the win streak going, round number 3. Couple classic Chevy products come up next. Carly Bryan and GJ Cruz. Cruz with the small tire wheel standing 67, Camaro dials 587, 663 for the Duet Poolsback 1970 Big Block Nova, Carly Bryan. Yeah, I used to call her Carly Holbrook. She's gotten married now. I have to remember it. It's no longer Carly Holbrook. I wonder if they changed. Nope, it looks like they still haven't changed it on the door, though. It still says Carly Holbrook. For Carly Bryan, 665 on the 663, better reaction time. GJ is 3 above in the wheel standing Camaro. It looked good, but it didn't get him there first. Carly takes the win by 26 thousandths of a second. Stewart, 10, take 37 to break out by 100, needed to take 27 or less. Gavin takes advantage. 025 tree, 1 above the 653. Dial in the S-Dime will come back for the next round. Mike Tell from the former racetrack, Adco, New Jersey. 696 to dial in on the 5th gen Camaro. He will race Jerry Vizzo. Vizzo, a regular here at BMP from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Small block Chevy powered Chevy 2 Nova, 625 dial in right side. Time to Mike Tell, win light to Mike Tell, 697 on the 696 with an 025 tree, put together 44 total. That locks out Jerry Vizzo's reaction time. He breaks it out by 22 thousandths and didn't have the room. So Jerry Vizzo going down swinging in round number 2. Here comes his son Paul Vizzo and the former Jerry Vizzo, 2-time NMCA championship winning 66 Chevy Nova. Dial 626 right side, 673 left side for Brian Reber Jr. in the Mustang. Turning the red line on by 10 thousandths of a second. Vizzo will move on 37 green and legs it out to be 23 thousandths under. Curtis Meek in the S-Dime right side, 688 dialing, 648 dialing for Michael Nobles in the wheel standing Charger. He'll get Peak 4/10 of a second. Handicap on the Christmas tree. He's going wheels up in pursuit on 11 thousandths better reaction time. Win right Nobles. 649 on the 648 with a 25 tree, putting together a 44 pack. Curtis Peak can only go 3 above the dial-in, and he gets 26 thou behind. John Viana coming up next in the Tequesta, the new favorite city of Jake Hodge, because never heard it requested before. And John just ran a 4-leaf clover. His reaction time was 19 thousandths of a second from starting with a 2, but he gets the win light when Brandon Williams turns it 5 thou red. Somebody hide the sharp objects from Brandon Williams. John Singleton and Troy Stafford. Stafford buying the ride that he just picked up his Pro ET Track Championship from Orlando this year. Has picked up a lot of wins with this car. This is the former Cleve Edgerton ride. $75 outside out of Lionville, Tennessee for John Singleton. Singleton's got some work to do to get around Troy Stafford. And as Jake would say, the big dummy doesn't mess those up too much. 709 on the 705 for Stafford. Although John Singleton had room, took 30 to break out by 3,000. So Stafford might shake his head and might say, I need to do better closing up the stripe next time. D-Ray Litney, thank you for giving me the update on British Racing Green. Thank you, sir. John Schaefer the second. The Mercury Capri, don't call it a Mustang left side. $633 dialing, $675 dialing for Brian Shook in the Blazer. And the Blazer will move on to the next round when Schaefer turns it a painful 3 thou red. Shook legs it out to be 6 thousandths under. Schaefer is 200ths above the dial-in. Danny Pillon coming up next in the 78 Camaro right side. 588 dial-in, 607 the dial-in for Phil Combs. This is Phil Billy Combs. Phil Sr. Phil Billy behind on the reaction time, but gets the win anyway. 608 with a 6 on a 607, puts together a 31 pack. Danny is 007 on the tree, but can only go 4 above the dial-in. Phil Billy gets the win by 16 thousandths of a second. Trey Bunner, technically James Bunner the third, but he goes by Trey. Bushnell Florida base 1987 model Camaro, 621 dial-in, 606 a dial-in for Bob Walsh in the wheel standing Mustang on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of the Bouldry SRQ Racing Camp. Thankfully, he gave me a cheat sheet. It says, Mustang, no box, Bob Walsh. I would have been lost without you, Dan. Thank you. Bob Walsh trying to earn his keep 006 on the tree. Win like Walsh. 607 on the 6 on a 606 puts the 22 back together. Trey Bunner's 048 on the tree and 2 above. That's no good. He's going to come up 49 thou short. Richard Shipp and Tim Butler next. Shipp in the Mustang dialed 718 right side. Tim Butler 594 the dial in the very well traveled and storied 1979 Camaro. This one is all Tim Butler. All Tim Butler. Yes, that's the win light. 602 on a 594. He's 800ths above. Shipp misses the tree and goes 200ths above, and Butler doesn't mess those up too often. Here's a good matchup. Paul Allen and Danielle Mockney. Mockney in the Chevy Bauer Mustang 619, 685 for Paul Allen. While Danielle Mockney's got some work to do. Paul Allen's got her on the ropes on reaction time. Win right 688 on the 685 with a 10 tree. That locks out Danielle Mockney's 045 reaction time. And normally I do not see Danielle cut that kind of tree. Normally she's pretty good. At least against me she has been. I don't think she's been worse than 20 against me. Now watch, she'll come upstairs and she'll read me the riot act about giving her a hard time. Standing up here with Rob Reynolds. Rob, isn't that the way it always works? Is you sit here and talk about how good you used to be and then the driver will come up and correct you? Megan Chestnut and Kurt Sandry. Sandry in the Parish, Florida-based 1968 Chevy Nova. That's the first year of the third generation design. 640 the dial, and he gets the big head start from Megan Chestnut's Kentucky-based S-Dime, the S10 pickup truck, down 558. Red light by Kurt by a little bit. He wasn't close. It wasn't 00. Megan Chestnut gets the win 014 green and is holding 0600s. Megan wanted to make sure she could get there. Morgan Carroll, South Carolina-based Camaro right side, 607 dialing, 608 dialing for Kevin Mendenhall in the Chevy 2. The Deuce gets to go first by 100th. You won't see it in the Christmas tree, though. This one is all Kevin Mendenhall. 612 on the 608 with the 006 tree, take 10. Morgan is 2 above, not slow on the reaction time by any stretch, but Kevin is 006 and Morgan was not. Bob Giles, the Virginia-based, really cool-looking SRT Challenger. How about a 573 dial-in for the big-tired modern hot rod? I'm sure the S10 driver is not going to look at that time slip. 580 on the 573, and the driver was a little red. Dan Sayers, the plush money Carlo 845 dial-in, 730 the dial-in for Michael Van Zyl in the pickup truck. A couple of streetcars going at it here in round number 2. Better reaction time goes to Dan Sayers, but win light goes to Michael Van Zyl. Dead on the dial-in with a 3. Gets around Dan Sayers 5 above. JP Britt, show quality worthy from the tower anyway. Chevy Malibu right side. 624 the dial, and look at the handicap difference here. Josh Sutton Jr., the Soul Snatcher, out of Hendersonville, Indiana. Actually, I believe he's relocated to Kentucky. Yeah, 11:23 the dial in for the Soul Snatcher left side. I think he gets to go first by about 5 seconds. Technically 4.99 seconds. And he turned it red. So now JP doesn't have to wait anymore. He can wait, but he knows he's got it. 36,000's green. 6 thou under. He was dialed relatively honest for Sutton, who goes 2 above. I have to wonder, does Josh Sutton race better angry or not? I might have to consult with Jake Hodge on that one. I think he knows how well he runs, but Sutton's a pretty good driver. Johnny Pocket Square Tolosano coming up next, left-hand side. 6:30 the dialer for the Jake's back Mustang left side. Leanne Eatman out of Clayton, North Carolina, 1969 model Stealth Black Chevy Nova, 608 dial in right side. Control on this one, and he doesn't screw those up too often. Tolosano with the win. 6:32 on the 6:30 with the 19. Tree locks out Leanne Eatman's 0:44 reaction time. She gets there first by 1,000th and had no room. This one could be interesting. Gage Birch and Chris Stevenson. Stevenson in the Stalker converted to a bracket car from Alabama. It's a 74 Buick Apollo. Don't you call it a Nova. 6:26 dialing. He gets to go first over Gage Birch, the revamped and much quicker Mustang hatch. This car used to run like 630, 640 all the time, and then he decided to put together, he had a motor put together that started with a 4 in the cubic inch department. It gets jiggy with it. 601 the dial-in for the TBM Brakes employee. Stevenson turns it way red. I'm a little surprised at that one. Gage was ready, 11 green, and gets out of it. So Gage gets one entry through. He's sitting on the wait-and-see buy run on the other one, so we'll see him back here in just a little bit. Stevenson legs it out to go a 10th above. This is Little Phil Combs. Thankfully, Jake Hodge gave me the instruction manual. It has no X in the number, so that's how I know it's Little Phil. 613 dial in left side. Jennifer Vignola dial in 6 flat. The big tire Camaro right side. Off the foot, Philly gets the W. 013 green and is holding a little bit. Jennifer goes 6 flat with a 5, but left yesterday. Tony Gambardella. The Camaro on the right-hand side, 618 dial. He's got a tough customer in the opposite lane, Austin Logan. 1986 model Camaro dot 603. And gets away with one here as Austin turns it 2 thou red. And both of them will coast across the finish line. I believe Austin still has an entry in box eliminator. Both Austin and his brother, Travis, making it deep in eliminations at Rob Reynolds' Fall Brawl race up at Gainesville not too long ago. So we'll see how they do when they come back around for the next eliminator. Daniel Young and Shauna Fifield Whitaker next. Daniel Young in the X-Stock Eliminator 96 Firebird 406 small block Chevy for power. 630 the dial in. Shauna Fifield Whitaker dials the Vega in at 641. 007 dead on 0. Daniel Young just put a 7-pack on the window. He was ready. 007 dead on 0, the 630 dial-in. Chris Bunch and Robert Kemp next. Kemp in the Sonoma left side, 732 dial-in, 768 the dial-in for the 69 Camaro of Chris Bunch out of Virginia, right side. And the red light on for Robert Kemp. Bunch was ready. 006 green. And 2 above the dial-in for 27 total. Robert Kemp goes 3 above the 732 dial-in on the time run. Nicky Pierce up next, left side. 82 Camaro down in 710, 647 for Tim House. And the 83 Camaro right side, and he gets the win as Nicky Pierce starts at 10,000 red. Tim is 014 green and 2 thou under the dial-in. He is ready for round number 3. Kobe Tolliver and J.D. Anderson. Anderson in the Tesla right side, Tolliver in the S10 left side. Advantage left side, win light left side, 621 in the 618 with a 12 tree for Tolliver. Anderson matches the dial-in with a 0 that comes up 4,000 short at the finish line. Daryl Goheen and Joe Foley next. Foley in the Bouldery Racing S10 pickup truck. 636 dial-in right side, 777 for Daryl Goheen left side. Red light by 12 thousandths by Joe Foley. Daryl Goheen was ready, 021 green and 1 above the dial-in for 33 total. Keith Paler and Layla Gromley. Gromley out of Pennsylvania, 92 S10 right side, dialed 716, 690. Left-hand side for the Camaro. Keith Paler left side, Layla Gromley right-hand side, win light Paler. Paler goes 698 on the 690, had a huge reaction time advantage, and Layla Also going 1200s above the dial-in, and you can't be behind that far on the Christmas tree and then not be able to run your dial-in. That doesn't work. Attention in the bits at this time. Round 2, box door car doubles. Round 2, box door car doubles. I will take you to the lanes, please. Round 2, box door car doubles. Round 2, box door car doubles. Attention in the bits, box door car doubles. Round 2, box door car doubles. Round 2, lanes 5 and 6. William Pappas and Mark Ketterer. Pappas with a big reaction time advantage in the Camaro win. Pappas. Plenty of room here. 634 on the 626 with a 002 tree. Mark goes 3 above the 726 dial-in, but missed the reaction time a little bit. And that will end his day. Here's an interesting matchup. Dan Baldry and Nasty Nick Hastings in round 2. Hastings, who has pretty much tasted victory at almost anywhere he goes, and he's won a race here for $50,000 a couple weeks ago. He's going to race a guy who has won here at BMP plenty. One of them going to go on the trailer a little earlier than expected in an entry. Let's put it that way. Nick already has an entry through. I don't know if I believe Dan is also running box with a different car. I think he's running his white car over there. Dan Boulder dialed 606 right side. Nasty Nick off the foot dialed 614 left side in the T1000. And Dan Baldry, uncharacteristically red. Nasty Nick, 12, green, dead on 5 for 17 total. Just what you would expect from Nasty Nick Hastings, 12, dead, 5 for 17 total. And Dan Baldry was a little bit red. Once again, box door car doubles for round number 2. Box door car doubles. Round number 2, lanes 5 and 6, please. Box door car doubles. Box door car doubles. Round number 2, lanes 5 and 6 at this time, please. Dustin Carroll and Zach Combs next. Combs, the animal, in the Monza left-hand side. Actually, it could be an old Starfire, I believe you said. Okay. I don't have any information on the car. I just know it could be one or the other. 623 dial in left side, 607 for Dustin Carroll in the Chevy twice. And an 8-hour red light for Carroll. The animal to round 3. 3 above the dial in. Dustin is 2 above after the red light. Our next pair, Ryan Snipes and Kevin Mendenhall. Mendenhall out of Pennsylvania in the 1966 Chevy 2. Some people call it a deuce, some people say Chevy twice. It was the years that you could actually get it where it would say Chevy 2 and Nova on the car. So we have a pair of 66 Chevy Novas on the starting line. One of them is a little bit more serious looking than the other, as Ryan Snipes has got the big tire car on the right side, dialed 577. Kevin Mendenhall got the small tire car left side, dialed 608. Left side gets to go first by 31 hundredths. 100th of a second separate him on reaction time. Advantage Mendenhall. Win light. Mendenhall. 610 on the 608, taking 12 as Ryan Snipes is 3 above the dial-in. Mendenhall to round 3. Nathan Mendenhall. Nathan Mendenhall, this is the younger one, trying to follow in father's footsteps, who just turned on the wind light right in front of him. 614 dialing on the S10, 624 dialing on the Duster right side. Nathan, 1 above the dial-in, 2 thousandths margin of victory as Nathan puts together 40 total and gets outshined by 38 total. Good drag race right there. The big tire SRT Challenger 576 dial and 630 dial for Jeff Sawyers and the small tire Nova. Champion control on reaction time left side, win light Nova. 634 on the 630 with the brake lights on. Taking 30 a stripe as Bob missed the tree and goes one above. It's a whole shot victory for Jeff Sawyer. Rene Meyerhofer used to make his home in Switzerland. I believe he is now permanently relocated to Florida, as much as he races here anyway, unless he's got some kind of really good remote job. An LS-powered 1968 Dodge Dart, 561 the dial-in, 607 the dial-in for Matt Daddis and his recently acquired Olds Achieva X Superstocker. Yeah, one of those things you say about Matt Daddis. Matt Daddis is slowly comprising the biggest collection of X Superstockers. The Ohio-based Olds Achieva will go first on the dial-in difference of 46 hundredths of a second. Daddis with a big wheel stand, and he's got Rene Meyerhofer on the ropes. Win right Daddis. 608 on the 607, the 028 tree locks out Rene Meyerhofer with an 076 tree. Daddis to round 3. Once again, box, door, car doubles, box, door, car doubles. I need you to lanes 5 and 6. Box, door, car doubles, box, door, car doubles. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Bob Benzinger and Jeremy West. Bob is in deep, deep trouble. West does not screw these up too often. A tenth above the dial-in. Taking 3 foul. He might have, as Jake Hodge said just a little while ago, he might have trimmed the nose hairs a little close on that one. 3 foul stripe at a tenth above. Okay, we need to fire whoever is in charge of parking these two. Aaron Reynolds and Ken Grant. They're pit neighbors. Aaron Reynolds in his second entry dialed 612 in the house pickup truck. No, I'm not going to say it. Ken Grant, the tie Georgia-based two-face Nova, 565 dial. Both of them came to play, and here we go. Aaron Reynolds got Ken Grant and half on the reaction time win like Reynolds. In a double breakout. Both of them wanted to get there first. Ken Grant is 0-15 55 thousandths under. Aaron's only under by 14 thousandths after the better reaction time. I think Ken Grant was worried about whether it was going to hit the bumper or not. We'll see Ken Grant back in his dragster. Yeah, that's true. And we will see the. I'll wait. Hopefully, I get to use it on at a correct moment. I have to say it at least once every race that Aaron is at. I have to get it out at least once, and he already knows what I'm talking about. Jesus Alberto turns at 9th thou red, breaks it out by 6th thou right after it. Amy goes 6:10 on the 6:13. She was a little more red, I guess is the way of calling it. But Macy Stewart coming back in her second entry. The 85 colorist out of West Virginia, 6:15 dial and right side. 6:43 for the Todd Burks Camaro being wheeled this weekend by Tom Artakis Jr. out of Michigan. So a little bit of fluid down on the left-hand side, so we're going to take just a minute, clean that up before we send the next pair down. The BMP crew catching it early, and we do appreciate that, as again, the darkness has set in, so it can become a little bit harder to see some of this, even though BMP is much better lit up than it used to be. I think Law would agree with me on that. Red. Tom is 300ths above the dialing. We'll bring up Carlos Arroyo Jr. and Carly Bryan on her second entry. The Duet Pools Big Block Nova, the family Nova right side, dial 665. 592 the dial in for the wheel-standing Camaro of Carlos Arroyo Jr. Got 14,000 on the reaction time advantage. Camaro win light. Carly Bryan. Carlos 47, take 46 to break out by 15 thousandths. Needed to take 31 or less. Carly gets away with one there as she goes one above her 665 dial-in. Donnie Hagar, the WDRA No Box National Champion this year. 629 the dial-in on the Vega right-hand side. He will line up with Keith Collins Sr. The Casey's Automotive back, big block Nova left side, 575 dial-in. Once again, I have called box door car doubles, box door car doubles. I need you now. Box door car doubles, box door car doubles. And as a matter of fact, I will make that all box door cars for round two. All box door cars for round two. I need you to the lanes, please. All box door cars. All box door cars for round number two. I need you to the lanes, please. Keith Collins red lights away his chances. Donnie Hagar 003 green and legs out of it to coast across the finish line at 666. Jeff Stewart and Mike Tell on the starting line. Tell in the fifth-gen Camaro. Stewart in the Oldsmobile. Big reaction time advantage. Right side win light for Stewart. 727 on the 722. Mike Tell is 2 above, but missed the Christmas tree a little bit, and it cost him dearly. Here's another good race right here. Troy Stafford and Paul Allen. Stafford in the Mopar right side, 707 dial and 685 for the Two Girls Garage Back Maverick and Paul Allen left side. Troy Stafford a little bit late. That doesn't happen normally, and Paul Allen can make him pay for it. Win right Stafford. As Paul Allen goes 5 above, looks like to the wood in my opinion, and that's uncommon. Troy Stafford slides around and gets away with one there by 16 thousandths of a second. Tommy Borgia coming back around on his second entry, the Kentucky Gear stick shift Mustang out of Lawrenceburg. 754 dial and 628 for the drop top Mustang of Corbin Fleming at Dittenberg. Control in the reaction time, win light, drop top Mustang left side, 632 on the 628. Tommy missed the tree a little bit, broke it out by 100th, had some room, took 24, needed to take 14 or less. That's like saying, sorry, you took 3.5 feet and I need you to take 2.5 feet. Easier said than done. Dusty Carroll and Morgan Carroll. I have a feeling they didn't plan this one. South Carolina, a pair of them, 1967 Chevy 2 left side, 1968 model Camaro right side. So father and daughter on the starting line right here in round number 2. Bragging rights on the line right here. Daughter and father the same, and one foul red for Morgan. She wanted to show Dustin Carroll the whole ropes. And based on the run out, they would have gotten it taken care of if she was green. Dusty gets away with one. 035 green, 614 on the 609. Morgan, one foul red, 2 above. Here comes your legal buy run for round number 2. This is Gage Birch, the guy who legitimately does not need a buy run because he's that good. Now working at TBM Brakes, the man who won the $525,000 race up in Michigan several years ago and is still doing quite well here at his home track at BMP. 596 to dial in for the small tire Mustang. Actually, Gage didn't need the buy run. He went after the Christmas tree. And he legs it out to go dead on the dial-in with a 1. But he would have been red if he would have staged up with somebody else. So there's a case where Gage decided to press his luck and see where the red light was, and he just found it. Now we'll wrap up round number 2 of No Box and move us into round number 2 of Box Eliminator. Once again, I have called all box door cars, all box door cars. I need you now, please. All box door cars, all box door cars. I need you now, please. Short, Mike Stout. Stout turns it 12 foul red. Colton Short, 006, 1 above 3 for a 19 pack. That'll move Colton on to round number 3. Mike Stout legs it out to be 100th under after turning it 12 thousandths red in the Roadrunner. Doug Milner, the only Pontiac Astor on the property, I guarantee it. Delaware-based 1973 small block powered Pontiac Astor. 543 dial on the left side, 614 dial for Garrett Browning in the 87 S10. Reaction time advantage. Browning, win, light, squirrel. 618 on the 614 with a 13 tree. Takes 16 of stripe. That's a whole lot of teens. I'm out of teens. Doug Milner's 400ths above. Once again, all box door cars, all box door cars. I need you for round number 2. All box door cars. All box door cars. I need you for round number 2. Jeremy Fan and Mike White next. White in the Barretta right side. $506 for the Mike White gets the automatic win. The Barretta 506 is what he's looking for. And he goes 506 with a 1 with a 24 treat, but a 25 back together. Jeremy Fan legs it out to go dead on 6, but he's going to look at the times up and say I was 6th hour away from possibly a win light. Wonder if he would thumb some in the box just to make it, not happen tomorrow morning. I need a COVID test because I left my home state, Zach Hitchcock, according to Jake Hodge, so blame Jake Hodge for that. 592 for the clean Chevy 2 on the left side. Robert Gregory in the Malibu on the right side, 602 the dial, and he gets to go first by a 1/10 of a second. Wheels up launch and 9 ball separating Zach in control and reaction time win light Gregory. 604 and a 602 with a 29 tree. Get there first by 2 thou. Hitchcock might have let him back around him on that one. 595 on the 592. His mile an hour is down just a hair, and he might have given that one back. Charles Denny, car that I saw at PBIR when the New Year Nationals was there, a roof rack equipped Chevy Vega station wagon. Very clean looking one too. 653 dialing right side, 565 dialing for Mike Singan in the Lakeland, Florida based 1970 big block Nova. Charles Denny takes the roof rack car down the track first. And it does wheel stands too. I like that as well. Charles Denny in complete control and reaction time. Win like Vega. 2 above the dial into the 009 tree. That locks out Mark Singens. 059 reaction time. He breaks it out. Still doesn't get there first. Charles Denny to round 3. How about a couple of wheel standing pickup trucks? No, they're not S10s on both sides. Left side is a GMC Sonoma. That's Alan Rouse out of Jacksonville, Florida. 607 dialing on the multicolored Sonoma. He'll race Jeremy Bargo. Bargo, a multi-time big dollar winner out of Kentucky. He dials in 603. Bargo. 7 takes 16 to be 5 above. Alan Rouse is 3 above, but the reaction time cost him on that one. Bargo gets the win. As far as I'm concerned, Bargo gets the win just by leaving that way every single time. That's got to be fun when you let go of the brake. Rick Triana and Bill Powell next. And Powell sitting in the water box, and it looks like the car might be pushed back. That is uncommon, as Bill Powell, a longtime runner here in the state of Florida, and I don't think I've seen him ever break his car before, so Rick Triana getting the benefit of an opponent broke single here. .591 at 116 on the 589 for Rick. He gets the win light, and a tough break there for Bill Powell, as apparently having problems with the Mustang in the water box. Is 400ths above and not 16 on the tree. Jessica had plenty of room to stretch the throttle cable on that one. Win light, Jessica. Away with one. 631 at 98 miles an hour. He apparently realized he was in front and he clamped him almost too hard. 11 take 6. to be 3 above. Almost gave that one back. Terrell Biddle and Shannon Seals. Seals in the Two Girls Garage Bag Ford Pinto. 710 the dial-in on the Ohio base ride. 670 the dial-in for Terrell Biddle in the 1970 and a half, even though they never said that. They just called them 1970s. Model Chevy Camaro. In case anybody wants to know, the reason they called them 70 and a halves, they didn't start building them until February of 1970. They only made them for half a year. Shannon Seals got 11 down in her pocket as she leaves the starting line. Win, right, Pinto. I have nothing against Biddle, but it's cool to see an old school Pinto actually continue to make rounds. 7-11 with an 8 out of 7, 10 with a 16 tree, put a 34 back together. Biddle close, but came up just a little bit short. Pete DeNovo next. 563 for the Chevy Nova right side. Junior Bunner, James Bunner Jr. in the 91 Camaro, about 572 left side. Time win like DeNovo. How about this race? 16 take 5 to be dead on 2, put an 18 back together. Bunner was right there, 11, 12 thou above to be 23 total and 5 thou behind. DeNovo, 16 take 5 for the W. Adam Klein, 582 the dial in next on the right-hand side. As Jake Hodge would say, let's see if he screws it up or not. Actually, I think Jake Hodge said he will screw it up and then he won, so Adam, you'll screw it up. G.J. Cruz of the wheel standing small tire 1967 Camaro, about 585. There you go, Jake. You set the precedent. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Somebody, yeah. Jake, Adam tried to screw it up, but G.J. wouldn't let him do it. Somebody hired the sharp objects from G.J. 9 thou red, 300ths above. Adam is 1600ths above to the deck, and his reaction time did not start with a 0. Michael Carpenter and DJ Coventry next. Michael and his father Marty in the wagon. 606 dial in left side. 671 for DJ Coventry in the 68 Camaro right side. He gets to go first. Time win like Coventry. 007 take 006 to be 2 above for the W. Carpenter 008 3 above and 6 thousandths behind. Look at this race right here. Roy Hagedorn and Gary Williams. Both of them very accomplished racers right here at Bradenton Motorsports Park. Actually, both of them have history here when it used to be called DeSoto Memorial Dragway. Gary Williams, the FTI on-site, Mickey Thompson backed, Pray for Harper, Scott Rod, 68 Camaro, 522 dial-in, 560 for Roy Hagedorn on the two-wheeler. Williams, as Roy Hagedorn goes 9 above the dial-in, he was right there on reaction time, but you heard Gary crack it early. That one had all the makings of being good. 8 thou separated him on the reaction time, but Roy Hagedorn slows to go 900ths above the dial-in. Jordan Arnold and Raymond Keown. Keown out of Pennsylvania, 1962 model Chevy 2, the second year they built them. 622 the dial-in for him, 619 for Jordan Arnold in the S10. 624 on a 622, taking 22 thou a stripe as Jordan goes 3 above the dial in and behind a little bit on the reaction time. Bill Hensley and Danielle Mockney. Mockney in the now Chevy-powered Mustang. That's why it's fast. 618 dial in. I know B-Rad is like, Snowball's literally probably going, he did not just say that. Bill Hensley in the S10 pickup truck dialed 628 right side. He'll go first by 1/10 of a second. And I'm just kidding. I know a lot of fast forwards. A lot of them way quicker than my car. Bill Hensley in control, win light. Hensley, 632 on the 628, 4 above. Danielle is 3 above. Richard Shipp and Bubba Browning next. Browning in the Chevy 2 Nova, $601 and $701 for Shipp. Shipp turns a 2 foul leg. Browning dead on the dial in with a 9. You get a chance to go look at that car in the staging lanes. I'll tell you, I have never seen a nicer white, literally race car or street car in that matter. It's got a Cadillac pearl white metallic color on it. It is beautiful. And the underhood is just as nice. Austin Logan and J.P. Britt next. A couple classic Chevys on the starting line. J.P. Britt in the Malibu dial 625. 601 for Austin Logan in the 86 model Camaro. Logan throwing a 5-pack together. 001 dead on 4, locking out J.P. Britt's 038 reaction time. He had no chance. Could be another good matchup right here on the starting line. Mike Ledford and Matt Dattis. Dattis, the Ohio-based Grand Am, dialed in 602. 618 for Mike Ledford, the Michigan-based 95 model S10 pickup truck. Take 18 to be 2 above. Ledford. Uncharacteristically 400s above, but 007 on the tree. That one was as expected off the starting line, but Ledford gave Dattis just enough room to get inside, and Dattis took the win. Jeff Miles and Lindsey Brand next. Brand in the soft top, as Jake calls it, although soft top I've always been told is convertible, but Jake says it's soft because on a vinyl top you can push on it and it actually gives, so it's soft, so I can't argue with him. 641 dialing for the stocker type Camaro right side. 583 for the house car wagon left side. When I say house, I mean from Darlington Dragway. Red light for Miles by 1 foul. Brand 11, 3 above. Oh, Jeff Miles is not going to want to see that. Dead on the dial-in with a 4, but he ripped the button by 1 foul too soon. Hide the sharp objects, please. Here comes an all Pontiac battle. Daniel Young and Robert Ledbetter. Yeah, these are both Pontiac Firebirds. Here's a little history lesson for you. Right side is a 69 Firebird. That's the end of the first generation. Daniel Young in the 96 Firebird. That's the 4th generation. You're like, I don't care. Just tell me the incrementals, please. 589 for Robert Ledbetter, right side. Daniel Young in the 96 Firebird dialed 632. Daniel Young goes first off the foot on top bulb left side. 25 to be 2 above Robert Ledbetter. 2 above the dial-in as well, but an 031 tree left him 25,000 short. Patrick McMath and Brandon Holder next. Holder in the green Chevy 2. Sorry, that was Shelby Thurman in the S10. 676 left side, 553 for the Nova right side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. At this time, I will take double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters for round 2 lanes 5 and 6. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters for round 2 lanes 5 and 6. Shelby in trouble. Brandon's got a 007 reaction time, and he will get the win. 555 on a 553 with a 007. Puts together 34 total. Shelby is 30 on the tree and 2 above to come up 24,000 short. Here's an all third-generation Camaro battle, Travis Logan and Trey Bunner. A couple of guys who also know how to win here at BMP, and this race could happen on any Saturday night bracket race. Travis Logan left side out of Port Charlotte, 1987 model Camaro, 611 the dial-in, 621 for the 87 Camaro of Trey Bunner. So a pair of 87 Camaros on the starting line. Trey Bunner out of Bushnell, Travis Logan out of Port Charlotte. Right side goes first by 1/10 of a second. Once again, double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Round number 2, I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. Round number 2 to lanes 5 and 6. Logan, 7 red. Bunner matches the dial-in with a 4. And got a little bit lucky. Dustin Chestnut comes up next in the S10 pickup truck. 556 dial-in right side, 630 the dial-in for the clean Chevy Nova of Jeff Sawyers over on the left-hand side. Brandon Heberlin and Paige Sosa next. Sosa in the S10 dials, 592 right side, 628 8 for the S10 right side. And Paige will get the automatic win as Brayton turns at 9 foul red. Paige, 592 with a 4 on the 592. She's ready for round number 3. Scotty Davis and Chloe Heck next. Big handicap difference on this one. Heck in the small tired S10 left side, 691 the dial-in, 524 the dial-in for the Street Roadster. So Chloe Heck left side will get the big handicap advantage, 1.67 seconds of handicap. Actually, it looks like we have a little bit of work to do on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Should only take a minute or two. Once again, I have called double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Scotty Davis and Chloe Heck in the beams and ready to go. And we are all green. Chloe Heck cuts Scotty Davis and goes to the roadster as Chloe, 22, takes 69 to break out by 16 thou. Needed to take 53 or less, but when you're getting closed on by 30 miles an hour, it does make a little bit of difference. Street roadster to round 3. Dan Dishon in the Street Roadster right side. 532 Dialing, 547 for Howard Westbury in the 67 Chevy Tail. 6 now, green for the Nova. 001 red for the Roadster. Westbury holding a little bit in the pocket. 543 on the 547. The Roadster also a little bit to scrub. 529 on the 532 after being 1 foul red. Steve Canizzo and Charlie Simino next. Simino, a longtime East Coast runner out of PBIR in Moroso. 65 GTO, 610 the dial-in, 614 the dial-in for Steve Canizzo in the 67 Mustang. Canizzo, 15 foul red, puts him out of contention. Simino is ready, 025 green, dead on 2 for a 27 pack. Shannon Heberlin comes up next, and Dan Ferraro will provide competition. Brought out of Northport for a 1980 model Chevy Monza, 634 dial-in for the Mighty Mouse right side. We'll get the head start from Heberlin's pickup truck. 588 the dial-in left side. Time. Shannon's 005 take 48 to break out by 33 thousandths. Needed to take 15 or less. Dan puts together a good run. 100th above with a 4 with a 006 tree. Puts a 20 back on the window. This is the Gavin Hamby S10 on the right side. Not sure if it's him on this entry. 653 dial-in for the pickup. 589 for Carlos Arroyo Jr. Puerto Rican-based 1970 model Chevy Camaro. To be dead on 5, puts a 7 back together. That cuts Gavin in half, and he's 14 on the tree and wasting fuel. Has no chance being 14 green on the Christmas tree. Justin Snyder and Robert Treadwell next. A couple of second-generation racers here following in the footsteps of their dads. Robert Treadwell, left-hand side, 1985 model Chevy Camaro, 660 dial-in left side. 81 Malibu for Justin Snyder, the 4-door, dials in 671 out of Vero Beach, Florida. He gets to go first, and Robert Treadwell will play chase. To be 200ths above. Snyder slows to 6 above. Snyder slows to 6 above. Don't say it too fast or you'll trip over it like I did. Treadwell to round 3. Keith Collins Jr. comes up next. The Keystone Heights KC Automotive backed small block S10 pick-em-up truck. Actually, it's a big block now. Excuse me. 564 the dial-in. 547 the dial-in for Sean Lingerfeld. Clean-looking Beretta on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He will play chase, and Keith Collins Jr. goes first. We are clean and green. Keith Collins in control of the reaction time. Green light. Beretta. 54 take 5 to be dead on 9. Collins goes 5 above the dial-in after being ahead on the reaction time to get 5 thou behind. Winlight, Lingerfeld, Beretta to round 3. Mike Juicy Minnick. Green Coast Race, Florida-based 95 small block S10 left side, 694 dial-in. 592 the dial-in for Darwin Garcia in the Mustang Notch. He will give the head start to Mike Minnick by about a second. Once again, I have called double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters, lanes 5 and 6, please. Double enter dragsters. win light, Mike Minnick. 18, take 18 to be dead on 8 for a 26-pack. Darwin is 017 green, 2 above on the Mustang to come up 18 thou short. Good drag race there. Minnick puts a 26-pack on the window to go to round 3. This is Little Phil Combs next. Wheel standing S10 pickup truck left-hand side, 613 dialing. He'll give the head start to the 637 of Brett Martin. Martin out of Ellington, Florida, the S10 pickup truck right side. He's down 637, and it looks like we've got our hands up. May have some cars still sitting on the racetrack.
Weldon Pumps, Regulators, Filters, fueling champions.
We'll run as much as we can tonight to be able to continue to run the 10,000 to win races for the next 2.5 days. Once again, the crew here at BMP once again doing a great job, as I mentioned earlier. For those of you that are on the Motor Mania stream or may not have heard me mention this, they were here all night. They never went to sleep. Tyler and Wade literally stayed up the entire time, scraping the entire racetrack after several inches of rain between, Wednesday night and Thursday, to where we never sent a car down the racetrack on Thursday because it was just too unsafe. And then it started to drizzle again for about 2 more hours on Thursday afternoon/evening. And then Wade literally was up scraping the racetrack. When I went to sleep at 2:30 in the morning, he was still up at the 8th mile in one lane scraping the racetrack. And when I woke up at 7:30 this morning, he was on the tractor. Him and Tyler both were on the tractors dragging the racetrack to get everything ready for round number 1. And we started about 9:24, not too far away from our original intended target. So once again, the BMP staff doing a great job to get the surface back in optimum condition. You've seen lots of wheels up launches here over the course of the day today. And once again, we appreciate their hard work to help us get the 9th annual New Year Nationals all 3 days in. And we can't do it alone. It takes a joint effort between a lot of great crews, and we appreciate everybody's hard work. And once again, to all the racers that are here, we thank you so much for coming and spend the remainder of your 2023 with us here in Florida. All right, so it looks like we have the top end clear. Red lights are off, so we are going to go back to drag racing. The all S10 battle. Little Phil Combs left side, $613 in the white S10. Brett Martin out of Allington, $637 in the black S10. Right side goes first by about half a light bulb on the Christmas tree. Wheels up and Phil Combs got a couple hundreds in his pocket as he heads towards the finish line. Win like Combs. 7 take 24 to be 300ths above. Brett Martin also 300ths above, but the 007 to 028 reaction time advantage got Phil Combs the win. Little Phil to round 3. It'll bring up an all Vega battle next. Chris Dubbin and Scott Travers. Dubbin left side in the yellow with orange accented Wesley Chapel, Florida-based Vega. Small block Chevy for power, $569, and he'll give the head start to Scott Travers. Travers based right here in Bradenton, Florida. 71 Vega with a 406 small block on board. 612 the dial in. He'll get to go first right side by almost one bulb on the Christmas tree. Wheels up on both sides. Scott Travers. Incomplete control on reaction time. Win light Travers. 23, take 28 to be 400ths above. Duffett is 200ths above, but an 065 tree left him 28,000 short. Scott Travers to round 3. Here comes Luke David next. The two-wheeler, dial 580 left side. He'll get the head start from Carl Burney. Burney, the Fillmore Racing Engines back, 1990 model Chevy Beretta. Yeah, he put the drive wheels in the correct location at the rear instead of where Chevy put them originally in the front. Name is Florida-based Beretta, dials 527. Scooter goes first left side. To be 2 above and put a 26 pack on the window. Bernie, 002, 2 above 8. 25 total, beating 29 total on the opposite side. Win light, Luke David on the scooter. Joe Foley, or as Dan Boldry put it, Joe Bob Foley, in the Hannah Boldry normally wheeled S10 pickup truck. 637 dial-in. TJ Luther dialing 618 in the North Carolina-based pickup truck left side. Joe Bob goes first. Joe Foley in complete control of this race right here. Win light Foley. 3, take 143 to be dead on 4 for a 7-pack. Not quite a Walmart parking lot, but Foley took a little more than he probably needed to, but he put 7 total on the window, so it looks good on the time slip. Mark Seigan and Tony Johnson next. The older brother of Ron Johnson. Tony. The 87 Monte Carlo, 603. Tony in control of this one with a 003 tree. Win light, Monte Carlo. 3, take 24 to be dead on 4, puts a 7 back together. Mark Simon also matching the dial in with a 3, but a 028 tree leaves him 24,000 short. Tony Johnson with a 7-pack. takes the Monte Carlo to round 3. Paul Rebus and Donnie Gibbs next. Gibbs in the Flamin' 1966 model Chevy 2 Nova out of North Carolina, 608 dialing. He gets a head start from Paul Rebus. Rebus out of Thornasassa, Florida. Rebus Racing Engines and a painter by trade. 1970 model Chevy Nova, small block Chevy for power, 565 dialing. Donnie Gibbs goes first right side. Is 3 above the dial-in, but the reaction time difference left him 9 thou short at the finish line. Rebus, who has done quite well behind the wheel of his dragster, back behind the wheel of the door car and going to round number 3. Colt Short comes up next in the two-tone Chevy S10 pickup truck. 599 dial-in, right side 564 the dial-in for the E&E trucking-based Cobalt of Emily Salmons. The Ohio-based Cobalt will give chase. Colt Short gets to go first in the pickup truck. Once again, double enter dragsters, double enter dragsters. I need you to the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. To the lanes, please. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. To the lanes, please. Eric. Oh, Eric. Somebody hide the sharp objects. Eric is 2 thou red, 16 thou under. Emily is 100th above and missed the Christmas tree just a little bit. Somebody cut the time slip in half, or please give Eric a hug when he gets back to the pit area. This is not Ken Grant. This is his hired gun, as Ken is standing behind the car. I forget what the hired gun's name is. I apologize, Ken. 5 of the 8th dial-in for the two-faced Nova out on the right-hand side. J.P. Schuster behind the wheel of the Ohio-based S10 pickup truck, left side, 605 dial-in. And this time the Nova a little bit more control on the wheel stand. He's got 8,000 better reaction time. Win light, Schuster. 23 get behind 29 to go 1 above. 15 take 29 to break out by 4th down. Needed to take 25 or less. Joe Sutek Jr. The Chevy Nova left side. 653 dial-in. 653 also the dial-in for Charlie Denny in the Vegas station wagon. It's a heads-up race based on the dial-ins. Suchek, 655 with a 7. Double a 1 on the tree, puts himself 28 total together. Charlie is above by 3. All right, we were on hold there for just a minute. We're going to get him fired right back up. DJ Coventry and Michael Bossy. Bossy out of Jacksonville, Florida, the drop-top 63 model Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side. He dials 569. 672 for DJ Coventry in the Chevy Camaro right-hand side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so the original report that we got was we had a tiny little bit of drizzle at the top end, but then it stopped. But then we started to get a little bit on the starting line. Looking at the radar, there is a small blip, so that's why we're on hold right now. So it may be light enough. Well, I can't see it from the tower, but very might be easy to see on the live feed or also from downstairs. So that is why we are currently on hold. So obviously we don't want to send anybody down an unsafe racetrack. So we're going to be on hold until we make sure that everything is good to go, and then we will fire them back up. So we'll be on hold here for just a little bit.
I've been running on empty, just biding my time. I've been a rambling man for all my life.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I have a parts call. Bob Giles with the red Challenger is looking for a brake line flaring tool. If you have one or have access to one, let us know in the top floor of the timing tower, as we have got him fired and getting back underway. Michael Bossy, the Corvette left side, 569 dial, 672 dial for DJ Country in the Camaro right side. We are clean and green, 2 dial, separated on reaction time. Green light will go to Mike Bossy, 573 on the 569, take 2 thou of stripe at the finish line. As DJ, I believe, is hammered down on that one, 676 at 101. Marty Carpenter in the St. Petersburg, Florida-based 75 Chevy Vega station wagon. 603 dial, and he gets a big head start from the 469 dial on the Pontiac Firebird left-hand side. Carpenter first. Tim Baldnich. Whoa, as he rolls over the cone and almost hits, and he's going to hit the wall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody please clear the starting line. Everybody please clear the starting line. We need to get the emergency crews down to the top end of the racetrack. Once again, everybody please stay back. We do not need anybody on the racetrack, as the Firebird going across the cone at the middle of the racetrack and spun around and hit the left side retaining wall. So we're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we wait for the update on the driver condition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we just got the word. Driver is out of the car and okay. You put your hands together. The safety equipment doing its job. Thankfully, driver out of the car and okay. We're going to be on hold here for just a minute while we get everything cleaned up. You can tune into Motormania TV and watch the replay. As the car came across the racetrack, he fought to try to get it back in his lane after going across the center line, and the car came over and just nudged the retaining wall.
vision can get delirious. Fall in love with the game and then you marry it. I think I married it. This the anthem. If you rockin' with it, put your hands up. Yeah, this the anthem. If you get up and get it, put your hands up. This one for the winners if you with me.
So once again, looking at the replay on Motor Mania, it looks like when the Pontiac left the starting line, the car was immediately heading to the right, and the driver trying to correct out of it, but goes across the center line, gets pretty close to Carpenter's Vega wagon, and then wrestled it back over. I mean, they were literally within less than 2 car lengths of each other, and when he went back across on the opposite side, the car just got a little bit loose and just tapped the left side wall. But like I said, thankfully the driver is out of the car and okay. We're just double checking on everything before we get back underway, and the 330-foot cone needs to be replaced. But once again, thankfully everybody is okay. right, so a little bit of a racetrack touch-up. Wade putting another blast of VHT on it. We're ready to go racing again. Mike White in the Beretta dialed 506 right side. Jeremy Fan in the Nova dialed 627 left side. He gets to go first. On a 506 with an 8 on the end of it, putting together a 32 pack. That locks out Jeremy Fan's 038 tree and dead on 5 by 11 thousandths of a second. Renee Meyerhofer and Gary Williams up next. The Scott Rod 1968 model Chevy Camaro backed by FTI and Mickey Thompson. 521 dialing for the wheel stand to right side. Renee Meyerhofer, the Switzerland transplant, 1968 model Dodge Dart, 561 dialing left side. He gets to go first by 0.4 of a second. Gary Williams will play chase. Dead on 6 for 10 total on Gary Williams, 521.6 on the 521. Renee is 009 as a thousandth to take and takes 28 to break out by 27. Needed to go dead 0 or dead on 1 to have a chance. Gary Williams in the wheel standing 520 Camaro to round 3. Shannon Seals and Doug Milner next. Milner in the Pontiac Astra out of Delaware left side, 543 dialing. He gives a big head start to Shannon Seals in the Pinto. The Two Girls Garage back Pinto, 710 to dial in right side. Milner, 10, take 32 to be above by 100th. Puts together a 23 total. That locks out Shannon Seals, 044 reaction time and 1 above. Robert Gregory and Jessica Cameron next. Cameron, the clean Oldsmobile Cutlass on the right-hand side out of Ohio. 628 the dial-in, 602 the dial-in for Robert Gregory and the green Chevy Malibu on the left-hand side. Jessica Cameron gets to go first by half a light bulb. Jessica drops him off at the finish line to go 4 above. Another all S10 battle coming up next. Says this is Joey Cameron. I believe this was this was Jordan Arnold the last time, but it could be Joey behind the wheel on this one. 620 the dial-in on the black S10 right-hand side will face Jeremy Bargo. Bargo in the wheel standing Kentucky-based S10, the blue one on the left side, 605 the dial-in. To be 13 total. Bargo, 37, 16th thou under and still doesn't get there first. Joey, 6 take 8 to be 13 total, and he goes to round number 3. Zach Hitchcock and Ryan Henry next. Henry in the 2002 Camaro out of Pennsylvania, right side, 561 the dial, and 595 for Zach Hitchcock in the Chevy 2 left side. Hitchcock under by 7th thou. Winlight goes right side by 5 thousandths on the double breakout. Good race right there. Rick Triana and Matt Daddis next. Couple of wheel standers on the starting line right here. Triana and the Vega left-hand side. 589 the dial-in, 602 the dial-in for Matt Daddis and the ex-Tony DeFrank Super Stalker. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All dragsters for round 2 lanes, please. All dragsters for round 2. I will take the lanes. Matt Daddis, 5, take 29 to be 3 above. That rocks out Rick Triana's 0:55 reaction time at dead on 9. Matt Daddis will go to round number 3. Alan Rouse and Kenny Underwood. Skinny Kenny Underwood and the Rattler. This used to be his blue small tire Camaro that he used to wreak havoc with at Sunshine Dragway, and then right here at DeSoto Memorial Speedway, or DeSoto Memorial Dragway, what used to be called before it became Bradenton Motorsports Park. Delaware, Ohio, but when relocated back to Florida, 582 the dial-in for the white car right side. Alan Rouse of the GMC Sonoma. Yeah, it's not an S10, it's a GMC Sonoma. 610 the dial-in, left-hand side for Rouse. He will get to go first. Skinny Kenny will play chase. Is 16, take 6 to break out 6 thousandths more. When you're even on the tree, whoever gets there first is going to break out worse in a double breakout, and that was Kenny Underwood. He needed to get behind in the double breakout. Alan Rouse will get the win. He's 23 thousandths under. Kenny was 29 thousandths under. Emily Salmons and Adam Klein next. Klein in the Chevy Nova, 581 the dial-in right side, 564 the dial-in for the E&E trucking-based Cobalt out of Ohio for Emily Salmons. Salmons will play chase. Adam Klein goes first right side. Klein rebounded from his last time double 01 green win light Nova. 1 take 35 to be 4 above. Emily matches her dial in 564, but an 077 tree left to 35,000 short. Winlight Nova. Pete DeNovo and Mark Horton. O'Gross Dragster. Standing Nova right-hand side down 563. Horton down 487. Winlight door car. 565 on the 563. 4 take 38 as Horton slows to 5 above the dial-in. And Pete DeNovo will get the win. As we move to the open-wheeled variety. John Platt Jr. and Rick Needham Jr. Needham in the roadster. Platt and chasing the dragster. And reaction time by 2 thousandths goes to Platt. Winlight Platt. 29 get behind by 90 to go 700ths above. Needham 31 break 90 to 17 thousandths under. They needed to take 73 or less. Winlight to the dragster. Tim Costetter coming up out of Pennsylvania, right side with the American chassis, $449, $469. Winlight goes to Tim. 22 get behind 4 to go dead on 8, but 30 total on the window. That locks out the 032 reaction time left-hand side. Scott Sanders and Brett Sloat next. Brett and Katie Sloat Racing Operation. They both have dragsters. 455 the Darwin for the Mullis chassis right-hand side. Sanders with the American chassis left side. Dials 455 as well. So this is reaction time. Winlight Sloat. 1 take 20 to be 1 above 6 to put a 17 back together. Scott Sanders not 17 total on the tree. And breaks it out by 37 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. That one was all Brett Sloat. 17 total to round 3. Anderson Rich and Jason Briggs next. Anderson Rich in the supercharged hot rod left side. 430 the Darwin, 490 the Darwin for Jason Briggs in the red dragster right side. He gets to go first by 0.6 of a second. And the dragster, just like last time, sounding like either the blower belt came off it or he lost it. Jason Briggs gets away with one here. 009 take a Walmart parking lot to be dead on 4 for 13 total. Jason Briggs, 009 take 2.81 seconds to be dead on 4. Almost a driving into the sandbox moment. Problems continuing for Anderson Rich, unfortunately, as he had problems with the car shutting off early last time, but he had a red light in the opposite lane. Darian Bosch and Jeremy Wilson. Bosch left side, the supercharged dragster down 434, 450 the Darwin for Jeremy Wilson, right-hand side. He gets to go first. Was about to be nasty. Darian Bosch dead on 321 pack. Wilson dead on 8-1 red. That one could have been very interesting. Tyler Bohannon, not sure if it's him driving, as I know he has two dragsters here, as does Steve Witherow. But we'll announce it as it is on the screen. Tyler Bohannon left-hand side, 445 dial-in, 470 the dial-in for Steve Witherow right-hand side. Witherow gets to go first out of West Virginia. Bohannon will give chase. Once again, I have called all dragsters for round number 2 to the lanes, please. All dragsters. For round number 2 needs to the lanes, please. All dragsters. Round number 2 to the lanes, please. Tower side. By 3, Tyler goes under by 11. 8 take 13 to break out 8 thousandths worse. Steve Witherow gets the better of the double breakout. Witherow takes that entry to round number 3. Michael Carpenter and Corky Marquardt next. Michael Carpenter left-hand side, 476 dial-in. Corky Marquardt right side, 491 dial-in. Is 007, take 24 to break out by 8. Needed to take 16 or less. Corky will take one of his entries to round number 3. I believe he still has one more left in to run. JP Schuster coming up next. Ohio-based dragster left side. 459 dial-in, 476 dial-in for Ricky Whiting, the 2002 undercover chassis right side. He gets to go first. To be dead on 2, 16 total. That locks out Schuster's 022 tree and 5 thou under. Ricky 16 pack, Schuster 22 tree. Ricky Whiting to round 3. Colton Aragon and Paul Skinger next. Skinger left hand side, 459 dial-in, 467 dial-in for Colton Aragon on the right hand side in the all gray dragster. Colton under by 7 thousandths as well after the red light. Doug Foley Jr. and James Kavanaugh next. Kavanaugh on the white dragster, 462 down. Doug Foley Jr. Foley is down the tree and 9 foul behind Wainwright. Foley, 10 takes 53 to be dead on 8 to put 18 total together. James Kavanaugh didn't like the way it looked and dropped hard at the finish line to be 7/100ths above after a double 0-1 tree. 469 at 129. He committed. Here's an interesting matchup in round number 2. A couple of racers that have run each other at multiple tracks in the state of Florida. Nick Ferraro and Johnny Tolosano. J&J Racing Engines operation right side, 445 dialing. Ferraro dials 457 left side. Ferraro 35 red. That's uncharacteristic indeed. Tolosano 25 red. Tolosano to round 3 in 2 entries. 1 dragster, 1 door car. Jeff Serra and Tony Banks coming up next. Banks in the anchor at powder coating Orlando-based dragster right side. 476 dial, and he gets to stage up with Jeff Serra. Serra out of Summer Duck, Virginia. One of the $1 million drag race winners, the one that actually paid $1 million. The Great American Bracket Race $1 million in a door car. 447 the dial for Jeff Serra. Win like Tony Banks. 26 take a foul to be 1 above 3. I think Sarah gave that one back. Sarah is 10, 3 above 0 at 142 miles an hour. Tried to make it close, and I think he accidentally gave it back. Banks by 1,000th goes to round number 3. Alec Balls and Elizabeth Salmons. I think this is Jake from State Farm left side. I think he said he has 2 entries here. This is the Canadians dragster. I'm not 100% sure if he's doubling with somebody, but he did say they have 2 entries, so this could be Jake Hodge. 470 the dial in left side. Elizabeth dials 477 in the E&E trucking base dragster right side. She gets to go first. Elizabeth turns on the red light as she thinks and Alec Balls is going to. Alec 005 red, 65 thousandths under. Elizabeth lights the board dead on the dial in 7, but 027 red light puts her on the trailer. Brooks McMath and Tyler Gossett. Right side, Brooks McMath, left side, Brooks in complete control on this one. Win like Brooks. 6, take 11 to be 3 above 5. Tyler Gossett is 34 on the tree and has no chance. Drew Smith and the two-wheeled wonder now behind the wheel of a dragster, Roy Hagedorn. Drew Smith right side, 481 the dial-in, 487 the dial-in for Roy Hagedorn behind the wheel of Mike Mockney's dragster. Yes, I did actually say Roy Hagedorn in a dragster. And Roy is in control by about 100% on this one. Win, Hagedorn. I'll tell you what, man, Hagedorn does some great stuff on a two-wheeler, but has shown that he can also wheel something with 4. 27, take 23 to be 3 above. Drew Smith is above by 400ths, and that will get the win light for Roy Hagedorn. And it looks like we have a little bit of fluid on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Could be condensation, maybe a little bit of oil mist. We're going to take just a minute to clean that up. Michael Scott and Nathan Nave. Nave in the Instant Karma car right side, 466 dial-in, 454 the dial-in for Michael Scott in the right trailer's back dragster left side. Nave will take the Instant Karma car to round 3. Our next pair on the starting line, Chris Ferguson and Michael Needham. Needham in the A&E Trucking backed Hamilton, Ohio-based 503 dial-in for the dragster right side. A little bit of nitrous purge for Chris Ferguson in the Miller chassis left side. Apparently he likes to party. 445 the dial-in. Needham. 12, take 11 to be dead on 0. Ferguson, 006, one above 7, and get behind by 11 foul. Nina got rid of some mile an hour right at the cone, and it was just enough to go dead zero. Becky Mendenhall and William Carroll next. Carroll in the Cajun Spice, Pennsylvania-based M&M chassis dragster, $489 left side, $480 the dial in for Becky Mendenhall, the colorful dragster over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Carroll will go first left side. It out to go 16 thousandths under. William Carroll will coast to a 690 after the red light. Once again, I've called all dragsters to the staging lanes, please. All dragsters to the staging lanes, please. All dragsters for round 2. I need you now. All dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Brandon Williams coming up next, and Frank Bellinger left side. Williams of the Randy Banger car, $477 on the right side. Bellinger dials 522 left side. Bellinger goes first. Brandon Williams cuts the reaction time in half. Wins right. Goes left side. 18 to 2 to be 5 above. Brandon Williams slows to 6 above after being 009 on the Christmas tree. Frank Bellinger got away with one there. 18 take 2 foul to be 5 above. Tim Butler up next, the Sarasota, Florida-based 2012 American chassis dragster left side, $41, $450 right-hand side. Now he breaks it out. 3 to 13 to break out by 5. Right side, 11 dead 0. Don't know who it is, but 11, 450 with a 0 and a 450. Butler is 3, take 13, no good. Justin James and Katie Sloat comes up next. James right-hand side, $478 and $466 for Katie Sloat left side. To be 2 above, 28 total. Katie Sloat, 19 take 22 to be under by 13. She only had 9 thousandths to work with. Justin James, 008 to 019 reaction time advantage, and that gave him the win light. Forced Katie Sloat into a little bit of a breakout. Michelle Van Sika. Van Sika left side, 450 the dial in, 430 the dial in for Patrick McMath, and the blown dragster on the right-hand side. Actually, both of these dragsters sporting the compressor of air and fuel above the intake, so both of them got the big belt spinning on the front of them. Should be an interesting one going down. And both of them using zoomies. So it should make for an interesting one if one of them gets a throttle crack or 2 in. Michelle gets to go first by 0.2 of a second left-hand side. Patrick McMath, 0013 above for the W. Michelle misses the tree and breaks out by 7 thousandths. Spencer Markle and Cameron Fredrickson next. Fredrickson in the blown dragster left side, 437 dialing, 469 the dialing for the Spencer Markle dragster right side. He gets to go first by 32 hundredths of a second. This one in hand, and he does. 13 take 2/10 to be 7 hundredths above. Spencer missed it and is 21 hundredths above the dial-in. Cameron Fredrickson to round 3. Jason Preston and John Edwards III. Edwards in the Race Tech dragster out of Virginia left side, 469 the dial-in, 474 the dial-in for Jason Preston right side. Puts a 25 back together. Preston is 18, take 13 to break out by 6. Need to take 7 or less. Close drag race right there, separated by a foul in the reaction time. Dirk Folks coming up next. The Loxahatchee, Florida-based dragster right side. 535 the dot. Gerald Hamlick left side. The door car to converted to dragster driver. 478 dial-in for Gerald. That means Dirk Folks will go first, right-hand side. Put a 15 back together. That locks out Dirk Folks, 032 reaction time. Tim Miller and Blake Combs next. Combs right side, 507 the dial, and 484 for Miller in the SMW chassis dragster left side. Trip zip for Combs, take 41 to break out 1,000. Needed to take 40 or less. Miller takes advantage. 026 green, one above, 4 for 40 total. Combs, trip, zip, take 41. Needed to take 40 or less. Eric Rawlings and Corey Ream up next. Ream right-hand side, 466 dialing, 441 dialing for the shorty dragster of Eric Rawlings out of North Carolina, left side. Scott Douglas and Kyle Cotrera coming up next. Cotrera making the tow from Maine, and let's be honest, it's a lot nicer down here than it is up there. 446 to the island left side, 433 for Scott Douglas over on the right-hand side. So Kyle gets to go first by 0.13 of a second. Final call for dragsters. Final call for dragsters. Round number 2. If you have not made it to the lanes, you're about to be late. Final call for dragsters. Final call for dragsters. I need you to the lanes, please. Final call, dragsters. Final call, dragsters. I need you to the lanes, please. Douglas spins the tires a little bit off the starting line, and Kyle Cotrera takes advantage. 454 on the 446. With an 017 tree. Douglas was 016 on the tree, and the car just got out of shape on him. Cotrera, 454 on the 446 dial-in with a one flat 60-foot. Interesting. Tim Castetter out of Pennsylvania coming up next against Jonathan DeApril, left side. Castetter in the American chassis impact dragster. He's dialed in at 449. 449 also the dial-in for Jonathan DeApril in the right trailer's back ride, left side. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9, the lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9. I need that age group 6 to 9, the lanes 5 and 6, please. Age group 10 to 12, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragsters, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Tim Casteller is behind Jonathan DeApril. Perfect, dead 8 for an 8-pack. Tim, 008, take 14 to break out by 14. He needed to go dead on 0 to have a chance and hope the 10,000ths of a second worked out. Left lane 8-pack, right lane 008 on the Christmas tree. Some good drag racing here at BMP. Ken Grant left side, $466. Jason Briggs, $490 right side. Winlight goes to Briggs. 11 get behind, 6 to go, 1 above 2 to put 23 total together. That goes Ken Grant, 2 thousandths to work with. He's 21, takes 6 to break out 4. Needed to take 2 or less, and that's not easy to talk about. Haley Hawkins and Brett Sloat back around on their second entries. Sloat, $456 in right side. Haley Hawkins in the colorful dragster out of Rockledge, Florida, $474 in left side. She gets to go first. Once again, junior dragster drivers, age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6, please. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Age group 10 to 12 junior dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Age group 13 to 17, hang tight. We're going to get 2 more lanes open, and then we will call you. I have called age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Haley Hawkins, 1 get behind 2 to go 5 above. Brett Sloat, 059 take 2 to break out by 100th. Brett uncharacteristically late, and it cost him. Haley Hawkins to round 3. Dylan Witherow and Rick Needham Jr. up in our next battle. Needham in his second entry in the T-Bucket Roadster, 627 the dial in. They're actually an altered, pardon me. Dylan Witherow, right-hand side in the, I believe this is the West Virginia-based hot rod, 449 dial in. Gives the big head start to Rick Needham Jr. Jr. in the altered will go first by 1.78 seconds. Over 1 full Christmas tree of handicap going right-hand side of the little black altered. Winlight, Witherow, 450 on the 449 with a 008 tree, puts together a 20-pack. Rick Needham missed the tree and is 3 above to get a bunch behind. Winlight, Witherow. Cameron Hawkins and Kendall D. April. As we keep it in the family on both sides of the Christmas tree. Hawkins down 460 left side, 484 the dial in for Kendall D. April right side. Kendall gets to go first by about half a light bulb. Cameron Hawkins left side, Kendall D. April right side. As we get down to our last few Kendall D. April, that gives Cameron Hawkins the win. Hawkins will win the 461 and the 460. April coast to a 492 after the red light. Darian Bosch and Will Highhouse. Slick Willie will come up left-hand side. The Middleburg, Florida-based Highhouse Family Racing Operation Dragster. 486 dial-in, 434 the dial-in for Darian Bosch out of Louisiana. The blower dragster right-hand side. Will Highhouse gets to go first by over 1 full light bulb. He's going to have to turn around and hear that blower car coming up alongside of him. As my last few dragster entries roll around the bend, my final call for round number 2 of Box Eliminator. Final call, round number 2 of Box Eliminator. You are not here, you're about to be late. Final call for Box Eliminator, round number 2. Just a few dragsters left before we get ready for round number 2 of junior dragsters. Highhouse ready, Bosch is ready. puts a 27 back together. Will Highhouse 16-2 above for 36 total and 9 thou behind. Good drag race right there. Darian Bosch gets the win. Going to bring up our next two, Corky Marquardt around on his second entry, and Mark Horton. Corky Marquardt on his second entry down 491 against Mark Horton down 542. Above zero for 22 total. Corky Marquardt to round number 3. Andrew Kaiser and Ricky Whiting. Whiting back around on his second entry. The accurate powder coating back to undercover, 476 dialing. He'll give chase to Andrew Kaiser. Green Ghost Race, Florida-based dragster. 468 cubic inch big block, 522 dial in left side. He gets to go first by almost one full light bulb on the Christmas tree. 46 hundredths of a second if we're going to be exact. Once again, junior dragsters. I have called age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Junior dragsters. Age group 6 to 9 to lanes 5 and 6. Age group 10 to 12 to lanes 1 and 2. Wait and see by run for junior dragsters is car number 2930, Tanner Mockney, who is trip set perfect on the reaction time. Ricky Whiting, 13 green, dead on 9 to be 22 total. Left side was 14 and breaks out just a couple thou trying to get in front. Good drag race. Win light goes to Whiting. I believe he takes both entries into round number 3. Tyler Bohannon and Paul Skinger coming back around on their second entries. Tyler Bohannon, the American chassis dragster left side, 444 the dial-in, 460 the dial-in for the Race Tech chassis dragster out of New York for Paul Skinger. Side win light Bohannon 10 get behind 17 to be 2 above 3. Skinger 22 take 17 to be under by 6. Need to take 11 thou or less. Tyler dropped out of that race and made the right call as right side breaks out. QJ Arnold and Steve Witherow coming around for this battle. QJ left side, the Florida transplant to Tennessee, $468, $469 for Steve Witherow in his second entry on the right-hand side. So they're just 100th apart on the dial-ins. Right side goes first based on the handicap. Once again, my final call. The box eliminator. Still got a couple dragsters left in the staging lanes. My final call for box eliminator. Need you to lanes 3 and 4. Behind nothing. 2000s. Witherow 14 take nothing to be 9 thou under. The difference in the reaction time was 7 thousandths. The difference on the finish line stripe was 7 thousandths. Based on the breakout, QJ goes to round 3. John Platt Jr. and Kenny Underwood back around on their second entries. Skinny Kenny out of Delaware, Ohio, now back in Florida. 483 the dial in right side, 489 the dial in for John Platt Jr. in the Takash Racecraft dragster. that, misses it, and breaks out by 22 thousandths and still doesn't get there for a Skinny Kenny. 13 total to round 3. I believe this could be Michael Carpenter left-hand side. It says Carson Brown on the entry, but this is Michael Carpenter's dragster. It could be Carson Brown. 470 the dial-in left side. Tony Banks right side. 477 dialing for the Accurate Powder Coatings undercover chassis. Together. Tony Banks is 008, 2 above for 28 total and gets cut in half. 28 total right side, 14 total left side. Good drag race. Win light goes to Brown. Anderson Rich and Tyler Gossett. Gossett dials 464 right side. Rich dials 430 on the left side. So Gossett gets to go first right-hand lane by 34 hundredths of a second. And once again, Anderson Rich's car dies just off the starting line, and Tyler Gossett, 19 red, and gives away the opportunity to Anderson Rich. Rich continues to have problems with the dragster. That's the third straight pass where it has done that. Shut off within the first 100 feet. Doug Foley Jr. and Jimmy Cavanaugh coming up next. Cavanaugh right-hand side of the all-white dragster out of Inverness. 462 the dial, and he'll get the head start from Doug Foley Jr. Foley in the alloy back dragster on the left-hand side. 444 the dial in. To be 21 thousandths above for a 26-pack. Doug Foley's 028 on the tree, dead on zero, and comes up 28 10,000 short. Jimmy Cavanaugh, 26-pack. Doug Foley, 28 on the tree, dead zero, but no chance to win. Here's a Mike on Mike battle. Mike Scott right side, Mike Matty Jr. left-hand side. The J.P. Schuster Mullis chassis dragster that Mike Matty Jr. drove to victory at PBIR 3 years ago. First and only time he had ever sat in a dragster, and he ended up making it work to get the big payday at the end of the track. 458 dial-in left side. Michael Scott, the owner of Wright Trailers nationwide out of Lakeland, Florida, he's based. 451 dial-in right side. 700 separate him on the dial-ins. Mike Matty Jr. goes first left side. reaction time, Winlight Maddie. 26, take 19 to be dead on 8, put a 34 back together. Michael Scott is 035 on the tree and 1 above, and that doesn't work. Mike Maddie Jr. to round 3. Take 26 to break out by 4 thousandths by Jake Hodge. Needed to take 22 or less. Brooks McMath, 025, dead 5 to put 30 total together. Jake needed to take 22 or less and took 26. And here comes our final pair in round number 2, a box eliminator. Your buy run. Jeremy West, who put an 8-pack together in round number 1. What's his reward? He gets to line up with Jeff Serra, the last dragster on the property in round number 2. Jeff Serra left side, 441 the dial in. Jeremy West right side, 644 the dial in. West gets to go first by over 2 full seconds on the Christmas tree, and then Jeff Serra will play chase. Junior Dragsters, I'll take age group 13 to 17 to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, age group 13 to 17, I'll take it to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. We are clean and green and Jeff Serra in complete control. Win light Serra. 9, take a bunch to be 5 above. Jeremy West missed it and is a 10th above the dial-in. Uncharacteristic for Jeremy West as he missed the tree and also a 10th above the dial-in. Jeff Serra made a pay for it. Serra will take that entry to round number 3. That will wrap. He will come out of the intermediate side and sit on the buy run until we get to our last car. All right, so we start with the 6 to 9-year-old group here in Junior Dragsters. Kylie Mockney and Trey Collins will get us started. Kylie Moneybags Mockney in the right trailer H&H Homes